1 minute in, you are early. You are on it. You are on it tonight. Aiming for 8 p.m. is what I told my modulators. Of course that really meant 8:37. What the fuck did they think I meant? Definitely not 8 p.m. because that would be stupid. That's too much, isn't it? That's too much. How do you make D&B?
More than you can already. Let's go.
More hi-hat. Are we here on YouTube and Twitch? Are we live on both platforms successfully? I'll turn that off now. Otherwise I'll be tempted to sing everything. Ice Ice Baby!
Ice Ice Baby. Bum 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 bum. We're live on both. Thank you.
You saved me from having to do any work myself and check. Bum 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 bum. Shall I just turn it into that? Maybe because you're typing it and you're spelling it YouTube rather than YouTube. Try youtube.com instead of yourube.com.
Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. That's an amazingly fashionable top.
Thank you for that. Sounds like something my granddad would say. That's an amazingly fashionable top you've got there. Where did you get that from? The fashion shop that sells fashion for you young folks out there? Right, we have. Just in case you needed, shall we take the price off? Maybe I'll take the price off. Not because I want to hide how much it costs, but just because it says the name of a shop on there. That's not even the name of the shop I got this from. This was actually bought for £1. They had beers on offer. Hooper's alcoholic refreshments. Alcoholic, dandelion and burdock. Right, we're starting light, guys. 3.4%. We're being
sensible.
I don't know what this is going to taste like. Dandelion and burdock. I don't even know if I like that. Does it taste like dandelions? And burdock? What's burdock? Ooh. Sounds gross and yummy at the same time. Good head, anyway. Good head. Good head. £1, yes. Cheap as chips, mate. Cheap as chips. Right, shall we try and turn this track into a Ice Ice Baby? What are the notes and the bass line to Ice Ice Baby? Cables everywhere. A-E. Oh, thank you for the gift. $5. Did you see Farage crumble in the LBC interview the other day? Ooh, that would be good to watch. Thank you for the cheer. Oh, you weren't wrong, were you? If I can play it fast enough. But if I turn it into something that's like good for this key that I'm in, I'll make it a bit lower. Yeah, Farage crumbling on that LBC. If you have that video, someone put it to me in the Discord, and I'll try and remember to watch it. Right, can I play it? As soon as I press record on that, will I be able to play it well? bet you I'll fuck it up as soon as I press record. Maybe the first one wasn't too bad. No, that... What about the second one? Was the second tape? 2. 1. 2. 2 was better. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby.
Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby.
Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby.
No, you don't want... There never is context anyway. There is never context.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
Holla if you hear me. Holla, 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 holla if you hear me.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Ice, ice, baby.
Ice, ice, baby.
It's another battle in the culture wars. It's another battle in the culture wars. Oh, not the culture wars! Why are you wearing jeans?
Why are you wearing jeans? You're ready, man. You're ready, man. You're ready,
I
man.
know you want the rats.
Then maybe he sniffs. Then maybe he sniffs. Then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat. You are now a normal rat. You are now a normal rat. Most of you aren't foaming at the mouth. Most of you aren't foaming at the mouth. Why? Why? Why are you wearing jeans? Why are you wearing jeans?
Why are you wearing jeans?
Why are you wearing jeans? Why are you wearing jeans? Why are you wearing jeans? You're doomed. You're doomed. None of you are stark naked. Why? None of you are stark naked.
Why are you stark
Why? None
naked?
of you are stark naked. Why? Sniffs. Sniff this. Like this. Like this. Like this. It's like this for quite a while. It's like this for quite a while. It's like this. It's like this. It's like this. It's like this. So the rat's like this. So the rat's like this. It's like this for quite a while. It's like this for quite a while. It's like this for quite a while. So the rat's like this. So the rat's like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. The rat goes like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. The rat goes like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. The rat goes like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. The rat goes like this. The normal rat is like this. The normal rat is like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Normal rat is like this. Normal rat is like this. Normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Sniffs. Like this. Like this. Like this. It's like this for quite a while. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. It's like this for quite a while.
I know you want blobby. Yeah, baby, I know that's all you come here for. All you come here is for the blobby techno. That's all you want. Ice blobby. Ice blobby. Whoa. What have you just landed into? Is this your first time here? Is this your first time here?
Ah, dear. It's their first Mooncat rodeo. Ice blobby. Right, this camera needs to point down. Shall we have a little bit of a lo-fi sesh first? Lo-fi hip hop. Just to calm down after that absolute epicness that you were just subjected to right there. Ooh. Bit loud. There we go. Let's move this camera down a little bit. What long-form video are you working on now? Well, Focus on me, bitch! I'm going to shock it into going out of the right mode and then back in. Did I trick you into focusing on my face? Right. Now you can see this pimple that I've got in full HD. That of course I picked out to make worse because I couldn't leave it alone. Let's turn the wah wah pedal off. So, Moon, what is in the UK water? Y'all are going nutty over there. We were always pretty nutty, guys. This does not taste like beer at all, so it's throwing me off. Oh. It tastes like juice. What long form video am I working on? Well, I'm working on a few different things. I'm still trying to get this clitoris musical, let's call it, going. I may be working with a full production team and making it a Nebula original, which obviously takes me away from my main channel if I'm spending time on that. So I'm trying to sort of work out a way of which I can, like, you know, not take too much time away from my YouTube channel in order to do it, because also I want to stream and I want to do everything. Why do I not have all of the time in the world? What I would like is some sort of time wizard to give me loads of time to do everything that I want to do. Is that reasonable enough to ask? But yeah, I'm gonna do my clit, history of the clit musical. I'm probably, like, honestly, I've been given a great opportunity with that, with the offer that I've been given to, like, make it with it like a whole production crew. I feel like I should probably sort of, like, you know, grab that opportunity, because, like, there's bloody loads of, like, writers and creative people out there who would absolutely jump at that opportunity, and it would be really silly of me to not do it. So I'm going to finish writing it, and then we're going to work out how much it would potentially cost to produce it, basically, and then they're going to decide. Well, they're going to come back to me and basically say, well, basically I'm probably going to have to make some compromises between the way I'm envisioning it and, like, the production crew and what they say that they can afford to make with me. So, yeah. Basically, I have to finish writing it and then go to them with it and then, yeah, work it out with them. In the meantime, I am researching things. I'm currently researching, I don't know if you remember, but in my evolutionary psychology video, first the prince, now the clit nebula is on fire. Yeah, they're pouring a lot into originals at the minute, which is, yeah, they're really putting a lot into them. So that's kind of fills me with a bit more confidence. Like, they really want to get them going, making a little, like, bit of a Netflix but for YouTubers, which is cool. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm researching. How often do you normally stream? Well, I would like to try and do that. I would like to try and get into, like, a Saturday stream like this, where we were just chatting. And other than that, I would like to do the odd DJ stream just because I like them. Although, I'll carry on with my story about the clip musical in a second. I would like to do more DJ streams, but if you were watching on YouTube last time, I was doing my DJ stream. YouTube took the stream down multiple times, like, specifically towards the end, because I was playing, like, copyrighted music, obviously. And what Twitch does is they just they just mute the VOD in certain places, but YouTube literally takes your stream down. And then I actually, because of that stream, I actually got a warning on that channel that I would get a strike if I didn't like complete like a training course. So I basically got put in YouTube detention for that stream. So I'm thinking if I do that again, I'll probably just do it on Twitch and not on YouTube, because that channel is going to get completely nuked if I carry on doing the DJ streams on YouTube. Which is silly. I don't know why they can't just like funnel the money to the people who made the music. 'Cause it's not like I want the ad revenue. Like, I don't care. Give it to the people who made the music, but it's the stupid labels and like bureaucracy and shit. I don't know. So anyway, I'll probably not risk that again on YouTube. I'll probably do it on Twitch. But there's also some games I want to play on stream. There's some more games I want to play, which I might do next week as well. One called Little Kitty in the Big City, but I'm on Mac and the Steam download says it's only available on Windows. So what I'm going to have to do, because it's available on Xbox as well, what I'm going to have to do is borrow someone's Xbox and get me Elgato out again and stream through the Elgato. Annoying, but I really want to play that game that much that I will probably borrow an Xbox and use the Elgato just so I can play it. And also there's another game called Thank Goodness You're Here that looks really good, and that one's on Mac on Steam, so that'll be easier to do. But that's like a sort of comedy thing, but there's loads of like North Leeds accents in it, and I'll probably just do a really bad northern accent throughout the entire stream, so I look forward to that. Yeah. So that's what I want to stream. In the meantime, I am researching. Well, in my Evo Psych video, there was that little bit where I talked about, remember where I talked about the cats, the people who record their cats pressing random buttons, and they're like, and they think that the cat is talking to them, but they're not. They're just pressing random buttons and the human is giving the buttons meaning. So I wanted to make a bit of a funny, probably Patreon exclusive video where I go off in that tangent, because it is a tangent, because he wasn't really talking about evolutionary psychology. It was talking about the differences between human and animal brains, which I found really interesting in itself. I want to make a whole video talking about, like, using that as like a sort of comedic jump off point to talk about how human brains evolved differently to animal brains, and how we've evolved specifically to like live in communities and talk to each other. And that's why humans are so good at using language and how we learn language and stuff like that, and why animals, like, even though they've also evolved, they didn't evolve to do that specifically, but we like to project that onto animals, and we think that they understand words in the way that we do, but they don't. But they live in their own little worlds, and we can communicate with each other in our own ways, but it's not in the ways that these people think that they're communicating with them. So yeah, I wanted to make a whole video about the psychology of like humans versus like animals and how they're different. Yeah, Coco, what was Coco? A chimpanzee. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be talking about Coco. What was the name of that other Nim Chimpsky? Was it? I'm going to check that. Nim Chimpsky. Nim Chimpsky was a chimpanzee and the subject of an extended study of animal language acquisition at Columbia University. Let me... rude thing to say about Noam Chomsky. Well, yeah. Let's change the screen. Yeah, so Nim Chimpsky. The project was led by Herbert S. Terrace, with the linguistic analysis headed up by psycholinguist Thomas Bever. Within the context of a scientific study, Chimsky was named as a pun on linguist Noam Chomsky, who posits that humans are wired to develop language. So yeah, basically they were challenging Chomsky's theory that only humans evolved to use language, which I agree with him on that point. But yeah, I'm basically diving into all of this stuff at the minute, which I find quite fascinating. Have you looked into the dolphin house at all? What the hell is the dolphin house? I'm getting nothing when I type that into Google. Oh, look who's arrived. Hello. Hello. Oh, he wants to say hello. Oh. Your cat responds to his name. Yeah, if I call Brooklyn, he will come to me. In a way, he understands his name. But does he understand the concept that he has a name? Probably not. He just knows that that's the sound that good things happen if he walks towards the sound of my voice saying that word. Because he won't respond if like somebody else calls Brooklyn. He'll respond to the sound of my voice calling Brooklyn. Sounds and association. Yeah. What's the name of the kitty? Brooklyn. Like the beer brewery. He's got a little beer bottle cap on his collar. Brooklyn beer. Does he understand that Christ is the Lord and Savior? I'm not sure. I raised him very atheist, so I don't think so. Also, he understands that God is an anagram of dog. So, he's not a big fan. Your dog knows the cat's name. But yeah, after I've done all of that animal language stuff, my cat is an Islamist, okay. But after I've done all of the animal language stuff, I'm gonna basically look into. I think it will move on nicely into like AI stuff, because what I find interesting about all of this AI stuff is like, I don't know, like how tech bros see it versus realistically what it could ever be. Because basically what we have now is AI, and what we're sort of working towards is AGI. Like the ultimate goal of the tech bros basically is AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. Basically, which means the AI will be you won't be able to tell the difference between the AI and a person. They want to get there, and they think that they can get there. There's lots of tech bro dudes who think that we will get there, and so, some of them thought that we would have been there in like 2020, but we're very much not even nearly there yet. So it basically because I've been reading a lot about psychology and the way that humans develop, like evolutionarily, and also how they develop psychologically from when they're infants, and how they learn language and stuff, and how they learn concepts, and how their brains learn to make predictions based on concepts. And basically your brain is constantly firing off predictions based on your experiences, and and your brain developed concepts based on your experiences. And the animals do the same, but in a different way, because we build them very much based around words so that we can communicate with each other. Because like when you were a tiny little kid, you were constantly like, what's this, what's this, what's this, and your caretakers were like, oh, that's this and that's this, and that's, you were like, you wanted to learn language, so you did. That's kind of one of the things that's built into you. Whereas with a chimp, for example, they show no interest in like going, what's this? Show me what this thing is. They show no interest in it. And we've like sort of a little bit narcissistically thought through these experiments that we can teach chimps our own concepts through language when their brains are just literally not wired to do so. And now we're giving dogs and cats buttons, and then we're just assuming that they can do the same thing when we've not even scientifically proved that chimps have even any of the same concept building like synapses in their brains. They live in a completely different world to us, yet we kind of like narcissistically, humans kind of think that animals are like us, but like just a bit stupider. But they're not. They're just on their own. They're in their own little worlds with their own completely independent intelligence from us. Anyway, I find it very interesting. Radical theory, chimps are not people. Yeah. Yeah, chimps can do things like build tools, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously like that's what I'm saying, they've got their own sort of levels of intelligence, and like even when you say the word intelligence, it's like, what do you mean by intelligence? Most people think of like human-centric intelligence. But there's specific like animal kinds of intelligence. Like animals can do loads of shit that we can't do. They've got their own intelligence. They've got their own things going on in this little chicken nugget sized brain here. There's a whole little world going on in there that we don't know anything about. All he knows is I'm getting scratches on my cheeks right now, and I like it. So yeah. So that moves on like nicely into the whole sort of, we're trying to build an AI that can basically think like the human brain, that spent an entire lifetime building up concepts through experiences and building up these like synapse connections throughout your entire life. Like your brain is like literally wired by the culture that you live in. So it kind of like moves on from the evolutionary psychology thing. Like, but our brains have evolved to do certain things. We're not like blank slates, but what we have learned to do is like wire ourselves into our cultures. So basically what the human brain has, like, I can't remember the exact number, like it's a crazy large number, like 100 billion synapses or something. Like the amount of computing power a brain, like one single brain has in comparison to a computer, is like on a whole different plane. So it's like, and we don't even know how it works. For the most part, we don't even know how human brains work. So how are we going to replicate that in a computer? We don't even know how human brains work fully yet. And yeah, and it also runs at like 40 watts or something, like you said. Yeah, like a much lower power consumption than all of this AI. So yeah, just grow a bunch of brains in jars. That's what we need to do. That's easy. That'll be very ethical. So ethical. We all just need to take the limitless pill, and then we'll have AI. AGI. Have you guys seen that video that's been going like viral? There's a guy. I'm gonna look it up now. I think he's called Gooby and Dooby. I feel like this video has been recommended to everyone. This guy. Like, this is like a tiny little channel, but this got 10 million views in a month, this video. Because basically he's a neurosurgeon. I had it on my watch later for ages. And I was like, yeah, I'll watch that eventually. And eventually this week, I watched it. But basically, because you know how Elon Musk is making that brain chip. And this guy's a neurosurgeon. And basically he spent a lot of his career researching essentially brain chips, which would allow people like who have lost limbs to have artificial limbs added, and then the brain chip would just like, you know, tell it to act like a normal limb. But he was saying that he spent like something like over a decade researching all of this stuff, but basically he just gave up on it because there was no way that they could get the chips to work. Like, whenever they tried like implanting one, the body basically knew that it was some kind of foreign object and rejected it. So this is basically the same thing that Elon Musk is currently putting tons of money into. And for other reasons, he sort of left the whole career of being a neurosurgeon. The other reason being is that he felt like he wasn't, like, he was doing surgery on like people's brains and also like people's spines, but he felt like he was never like, even though the surgery would make them a bit better, they'd always get worse again. And he was like wondering, like, why are these people getting worse again? And he figured out like there were certain lifestyle changes, like certain lifestyles that people need to run, like people need to lead to get better. And if you don't like fix those core problems in people's lifestyles, then they're just going to get ill again. And he felt like his entire profession was just like fixing illnesses without fixing the core problems of them, which is like not doing enough exercise, eating badly, being stressed, all of this stuff. And he said like basically the whole like American healthcare system is not fixing the core issues, and that's why he wanted to leave his...
Gonna brag about my 15 months.
Yay! 15 months. Anyway, it's an interesting video. If you have it, if you're not one of these 10 million people who have had it shoved in their face by the YouTube algorithm over the past month. But yeah, it does make it sort of seem like Neuralink might be a bit of a dead end, but who knows? I'm not a neurosurgeon or a engineer. Who knows? Yes, I've watched the Ordinary Things video on longevity. Yeah, I don't like that guy. I mean, I would have been a lot... Personally, I would have been a lot meaner about Brian Johnson than he was, really, but... I guess I just don't like people like Brian Johnson. But yeah. Avoid the trap of general AI in your video. What do you mean? What do you mean general AI? You mean artificial general intelligence? Right, well, We've got some things to talk about. We've got some things to chat. Look, I put chat on a lovely little sunset. It's higher up than Colonel AI, but not as high as 4-star generally. GOII to be specific. AGI. Well, yeah, that's what I was just talking about. It would look something like our intelligence. That's what I was just talking about, yeah. You're going into the sunset. This is a meditation stream now. Let's all be calm together with the sunset and the sea and the everybody. I went for my first ever meditation, like guided meditation session today. I'm not very good at it because my brain just cannot stop thinking, but I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying to do this meditation thing because it's supposed to be very good for you. That's one of the things that the guy said in the video. You said you should meditate because that's good for you. So I'm trying to get better at meditating. But it's very, very hard to switch your brain off. Incredibly hard to switch your brain off. But it's like a thing you have to practice, I guess. So I'm gonna try and practice. Because I think about too many things all the time. Yeah, it was like in a small group. Yeah. Relax! Yeah, I mean, it could be pseudoscience, but like, I hear good things about it, and I think like I'm gonna get a little bit woo-woo now, but I think very much the brain is connected to the body in many different ways. Because there's a book, I've been reading about this a lot, about neuroscience, and this book I'm reading right now talks a lot about illnesses and how a lot of them originate in the brain. And our brains and our bodies are like intrinsically like inextricably linked to each other. And like the more mentally healthy you are, the more likely you are to be physically healthy as well. And apparently meditation and things like yoga and Pilates and stuff like that, along with like vigorous exercise, can really help with like your physical health. Like you really have to think about your mental health along with it. All is like one holistic thing. Placebo is a great example. Yeah, exactly. And nocebo. Yeah. I've been reading about that as well. But yeah, like reading so much about how the brain's so connected to the body, it kind of makes you see the whole, like, let's full screen a second before we get into things. It kind of makes you see the whole holistic therapy in a kind of different light. Like, these people are still, they're still scammers. They're obviously scammers, and they're exploiting vulnerable people who have like, sometimes have like chronic illnesses. But at the same time, sometimes these people sell holistic, unscientific like cures for things that actually make people better sometimes. I think because the brain and the body are so weirdly connected to each other. So it's like, well, what do you say when holistic medicine can make people better sometimes, even though they're not really doing anything, as long as they believe it does that sometimes make it okay? But how do you get around the fact that it's also a scam, that it's affecting vulnerable people in a negative way and taking all of their money? I don't know how you get around that. I don't know what the solution is. yeah, I mean, religious healing in the same way. Like, as long as you fully believe that something's going to make you better. Like, obviously for something like a broken leg or something. No, but like when you're talking about types of pain that are just literally coming from your body in some way. Like, a lot of people with chronic pain have literally no tissue damage whatsoever. Like, they go to a doctor, they get scanned and everything. They're really in like really bad pain. But the doctor will not be able to physically see anything wrong going on in their body. So it's then treated like a sort of mental illness. Like, they can feel pain, but there's nothing actually wrong in their bodies. Broken clock is right twice a day. Mooncat! Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't know what the solution is, because sometimes placebos just work. Sometimes they just work, and you can't take that away from the people who are being helped by them, you know? Missed you. I missed you too, babes. It's like, what's like the meaning of the word holistic? Because it is associated with like scam medicine. But like the actual meaning of the word holistic is characterized by the belief that the parts of something are interconnected and can be explained only by reference to the whole. In medicine, in particular, it means characterized by the treatment of the whole person, taking into account mental and social factors rather than just the symptoms of an illness. Yeah. So you could exploit that mindset and, you know, scam people. But at the same time, it makes people better sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, and then their money is just gone. And they're still very poorly. So I don't know. Yeah, what's homeopathic? What does that mean specifically? An alternative medicine based on the theory of treating like with... Yeah, that's all bullshit. Like with like... Yeah. But that kind of plays into the whole... that kind of plays into the whole placebo thing, because people are more likely to believe things if they believe that there's some kind of like narrative going on behind the bullshit, you know? There's always some kind of like narrative going on behind it. If that makes the thing more believable, then maybe it's going to make the thing more effective. What? Ooh, you sons of bitches. I need to get my,
What's
There we go.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
Gosh, it's loud, isn't it? It's bloody loud. Let's turn that down a bit. Anyway, maybe the solution is instead of like pumping people with chemicals, medicines and stuff all the time. Obviously that works. I'm not going to be like, that doesn't work. This is just the pharmaceutical companies trying to sell you things. Obviously, to a certain extent, that works, but we need to probably make it part of the whole sort of healing process to ensure that people are living a healthy life along with the medicine. Like, that could maybe be part of the plan that we give people. Like, ensure you're exercising, doing a bit of yoga, doing a bit of meditating. Make sure you're not stressed. Easier said than done. Just don't be stressed, bro. But, you know, I think ensuring that people have, you know, their basic needs met in life, at least, could go a long way to like ensuring people actually get better and
The far right.
don't get addicted to like drugs and stuff and opiates and things like that. Don't be stressed, guys. Yes, capitalism is the disease. Socialism is the cure. Somebody just put an essay in. I'm not going to have time to read that. The NHS does social prescriptions. Oh, I didn't even know they did that. Yeah, because loneliness is like one of the big things that like makes people ill, is being lonely. It's one of the big things. And eating shit, not getting any exercise, like not moving enough, and just like being stressed and stuff. Yeah. These are all things that that neuroscientist said in that video. He was basically like, I found that all the people who were getting better were people who had a good set of friends around them and family around them, people who weren't too stressed, people who ate mostly a plant-based diet, like didn't eat a lot of meat. Jordan Peterson clip comes to mind. A carnivore diet will fix that. A carnivore diet will fix that. And yeah, and all those things are not like easy to change. And it, you know, when you're stuck in the capitalist machine, working 9 to 5, maybe you've got kids. It's not easy to do, but they're the things that make us better, you know. Yep, vegan sausage rolls from Greg's. They are the ultimate cure to all things, all ailments. Plants can be very tasty, okay? I've been vegan since 2016. I don't know if it was something about Brexit or Trump that made me vegan, but something happened. And I've not gone back. I was vegetarian before that, for ages. So it was a little bit easier for me to make the further transition. Brooklyn, do you want to go out? I think I might need to let him out of the room. In contrast, this boy is a huge carnivore. He loves Jordan Peterson. Do you want to go out? Huh. Oh, where did the music go? Oh, it was between tracks. I put my headphones on and it was silent. I was like, have I gone deaf? So anyway. Let's get on with some things that we were going to chat about. We probably won't get through to everything that I've put in the title, to be fair. You guys have already distracted me. You guys have already tangented me. Massively tangented me. Oh yeah, first of all, what we have... Let's go back on the main screen. First of all, we have... Rip to a legend. Rip to a legend. Jack Carson. I nearly said Carl Jackson then. Kak Jarlson, the man made famous for his arrest while enjoying a succulent Chinese meal, has died. He was 82 years old. Well, he lived a pretty long life. actually, another person who passed away, when? A few days ago? Susan Wojcicki, or is that how you say it? Wojcicki? She also passed away. Did you know about that? CEO of YouTube. She was living with cancer for a couple of years. Passed away. 56 years old. Susan Wojcicki. Gone. I know she's like maybe a little bit of a controversial character, but you know what? She wasn't too bad. She wasn't too bad. She actually advocated for like I think gender equality in some ways at Google. I think she did some pretty good stuff over her career. Yeah, she resigned a couple of years ago because she wanted to focus on family and stuff. And yeah, got the news that she'd actually been living with lung cancer for a couple of years. Very sad, and it's also really sad because her son, who's 19 years old, died of a drug overdose about 8 months ago as well. That poor family. Anyway, he was at college, and he was just found passed away in his dorm room. I think he just overdid it with some like party drugs, I think. And yeah, it's really sad. Oh, I can hear Brooklyn's meowing to get back in already. God. Cat logic, orange logic. He was screaming at me like from the bedroom, so I opened the door. I was like, where the hell is he? He was screaming at me from the bedroom. Of course, very logical. Orange logic. So, yeah. Jack Carlson, legend. Succulent Chinese meal. We've got the original video. Let's go.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
The rolled R's. And like, does he speak like this all the time? Democracy Manifest.
Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one.
That guy was like laughing at him then, I swear.
Yes, I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Now, get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell. One cup, look. They even broke.
Oh, what a legend. Get your hands off my penis! Penis! If I was organised, I would have put that on the soundboard. Get your hands off my penis! But I originally thought I originally thought that, well, I heard a story that this guy was like a notorious dine and dasher. So that was why they were arresting him, but apparently not. Apparently he's innocent. I think that they explain it in this video here.
Eating a meal. A succulent Chinese meal. Ladies and gentlemen,
Is he actually British? Because no, he's Australian. Is he just the most posh British sounding Australian guy ever?
You see me? I am Mr. Democracy Manifest, not some Hungarian chess player. It is I. I said, get your hand off my penis. Do you want me to hit that button there?
Yeah.
He can't be Australian because he doesn't say the C word in between every other word that he says. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that on Twitch. Will I get banned?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
God, there's so many ways that you can manifest democracy,
Can't.
isn't there?
Can't.
I've been to that restaurant many times before. I think it was called the China Seas.
If you're an Aussie, you can't. You mean if you're not an Aussie, you can't say that word? I'll say can't.
I've been to that
The
restaurant
C
many
word is
times
Chinese
before.
meal.
I think it was called the China Seas restaurant in the valley. I don't even know if it's still there. This is 30 years ago. I'm there with a mate, having a beautiful feed like I normally do.
No,
there.
wait, the other way.
And they've all surrounded the place and ran in. There's all TV cameras, Channel 7, Channel 9, whatever. Surrounded the place and come and arrested me.
When Cecil George Edwards was arrested.
I was supposed to be listening to that, but I was too distracted by moving the camera. Hang on, what the hell did you just say?
China Seas restaurant in the valley. I don't even know.
Was that a cat? I'm sorry, was that a cat?
So many ways that you can manifest democracy, isn't there? I've been to that restaurant many times before. I think it was called the China
Oh, it was a dog. Disappointing.
I've been to that restaurant many times before. I think it was called the China Seas restaurant in the valley. I don't even know if it's still there. This is 30 years ago. I'm there with a mate, having a beautiful feed like I normally do.
Mate.
There. And they've all surrounded the place and ran in. There's all TV cameras, Channel 7, Channel 9, whatever. So
Has he painted his own arrest from every conceivable angle? Has he painted every frame of that video?
surrounded the place and come and
I love how this one they've strategically placed another painting in front of this one here.
arrested me.
When Cecil George Edwards was arrested in the Chinatown Mall last Friday, the Valley Police thought they had one of Queensland's most wanted. Instead, he was a petty criminal, working under several aliases, the police allege, a con man with a flair for acting.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? Succulent Chinese.
See, that's the story I heard, is that he was being arrested for dine and dashing, but his story that he was like just completely innocent and he didn't know what he was being arrested for.
Oh, we got the wrong man. We thought he was a international criminal or something, or other, some most wanted.
Only hours after his arrest, the Watch House granted him bail, leaving the police red-faced and empty-handed.
I see that you know your judo well. I wanted to think that I was off my head, a lunatic, so they'd send me to a lunatic asylum so I could escape from there, because it's a bit hard to escape from the city watch house. Their prisons are pretty secure. Anyway, I've done my time. I've started to do some paintings of that arrest because some people want them. Painted by the hand of this victim of democracy. Hope I can get a quid out of it. But, one needs a quid, doesn't it? Why starve? I won't say ta-ta and farewell. I'll say auf Wiedersehen, I love yous all.
Oh, what a sweetie. What a sweetie. Oh, there's the thumbnail for my own stream. That picture. I had to include that picture. I have no idea where that picture's from. I just made me laugh so much. Why? Who made this? Why did they make it? It wasn't me, but I would credit the person who made it if I knew. If I'm gonna have to close it because I'll just keep laughing. Oh god. Anyway. Oh. All right, what do we have next? Oh yeah, I wanted to start on something light, but we have something a little bit darker next, which is the UK riots. You know, we'll try and keep it as light as possible, but you know, it will be depressing in parts. The passion was truly graphic design. I don't know if it was made by, is that Russia? I don't know if it was made by them or not. I don't know if it was just like some meme person who put the logo there. I don't know. Oh yeah, did somebody put the Nigel Farage thing in there? Someone give me Nigel Farage. Oh there, Farage crumbling. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed for
Cool. All right. All right, I'm being told to go to 325. Okay, let's.
In most places last night, with a show of force by police and huge numbers of anti-racism protesters, the night passed without fears of yet more violence being realised. In the hours before, in Liverpool and dozens of other places, there had been warnings about possible disorder. Without knowing exactly why that didn't happen, it's hard to predict what will happen next.
And there's been a new development in the police crackdown against false information spread online that led up to the violent disorder we've seen over the last week. Earlier today, Cheshire police arrested a 55-year-old woman from near Chester in relation to a social media post containing inaccurate information about the identity of the Southport attacker. She is being held in custody on suspicion of publishing written material to stir up racial hatred and false communications. A day after the attack, Merseyside police were forced.
We still haven't heard much about who the actual attacker was, have we? Like, all we know is that it was what, a 17-year-old kid with Rwandan parents, but was born in Cardiff. I think that's all we know. And like, we don't even know what the supposed motive was.
Statement that an incorrect identity of the suspect was being shared on social media.
17 years old.
Over to Matt.
Thanks, Chris. Well, earlier today, Sir Keir Starmer visited a mosque in the West Midlands where he promised that the government would reflect on the events of last night and give the necessary reassurance to communities anxious about the extent of the disorder. Well, our communities editor, Darshna Soni, has been speaking to some of those who were there and finding out what local people made of the Prime Minister's visit. She joins us now. Darshna, over to you.
Well, Matt, the Prime Minister said that there'll be no let-up in the police response to the disorder. And he chose to come here to this community centre and mosque in Solihull. We're on the outskirts of Birmingham, and on Sunday there was an EDL march through this town. In response, hundreds of young Muslim men came out. They blocked the whole of this road. They were chanting different slogans themselves. They said they had come...
By the way, the next pour is nothing exciting. Oh, let's take the label off. It's just a Peroni. Italian. It's an Italian lager. It is a Peroni. Yeah, it's a bit boring, but my corner shop just had a basket of beers that they were trying to get rid of, and they were like, pound each, pound for a beer. And I was like, well, I will take this opportunity, and I will buy many of your beers for £1. Thank you. And yeah, this was just one of the. Oh, this was just one of them.
Come out to defend this mosque, and there was a concern for a while that the two groups would clash. Now, the Prime Minister...
You want to send me beer? Should I have a PO box specifically for beer? I mean, I'd set up a PO box if you wanted to send me beer.
Said today he wanted to hear from the community about how they felt about what had happened. And it's interesting politically that he chose to visit a mosque, particularly given Labour's relationship with some in the Muslim community over issues such as Gaza. While many here welcomed his...
You'll send me good beers from France? All right, maybe I need to set up this PO box. Right, let's not get distracted from the serious things.
Hear from the community about how they felt about what had happened. And it's interesting politically that he chose to visit a mosque, particularly given Labour's relationship with some in the Muslim community over issues such as Gaza. While many here welcomed his visit, I found today that others were slightly more sceptical.
Equally, communities themselves, I think, have shown who we really are as communities and as a country, particularly last.
If I set up a PO box for beer, I mean, I would have the drunkest streams you've ever seen. Maybe this isn't a good idea.
The Prime Minister said he came to listen and understand their concerns, and in the last week there have been plenty of those. This community centre and mosque is in Solihull, a town on the outskirts of Birmingham, where on Sunday they had a rather more unwelcome visit. A far-right gathering which forced the closure of shops and businesses.
The first part.
Such a dog whistle, isn't it? We're only against the illegal immigrants. Sure, mate. Sure.
Is safety and security of our communities. Anybody involving themselves in disorder, whatever they claim as their motive, will feel the full force of the law. It's important I repeat that.
So the Prime Minister was here this morning?
Yeah, this is our Solihull hub, mosque and community centre, and yeah, we had a good visit, frank exchange.
Jahangir Malik says that frank exchange included a discussion about the role of politicians and the media in the run-up to last week's events.
Were you hurt as a British Muslim by some of the slogans that you heard chanted on our streets?
I've been hurt as a British Muslim for quite some time, so, you know, it's nothing new. These are nothing new, Dashna. This is...
That's quite sad.
You know, it is sad. It's the reality that we live in. Politicians...
There was a bit of a more of a wholesome video, actually, that I saw, which I came across. I think I saw it on The Guardian, so I'll see if it's on their YouTube channel as well. There was a bit of a more of a wholesome video, sort of like a guy talking about how he'd sort of invited some of the protesters in and like gave them food and stuff, and then they started talking to each other. I think it was on The Guardian. Yeah, see if you find that and send it to me.
Media spokesmen, commentators, all of the rest of it haven't helped.
The fact that there was an attack and immediately it was attributed to a Muslim, to which this response took place, I mean, that's saying something, isn't it?
Not at that pub, no.
Really, that says all of what our problem is.
Mohammed Ishaq also met the Prime Minister, but for his generation there was more scepticism about the visit, particularly after issues including Gaza.
Was it important for the Prime Minister to visit a masjid, a mosque?
We have disenfranchised communities as a whole. Certain classes within our society are feeling like they're...
I mean, honestly, it just goes to show that, like, when some of these guys, like, when some of these supposedly really far-right guys who supposedly hate Muslims, like, you literally realise that they've just never talked to a Muslim person throughout their entire life. So they've built up these, like, prejudices around them that are based on, like, the Daily Mail and stuff. And it's like, but speaking to someone in real life, like, in person, is just... It's just like, it can really sort of break so many insane barriers when you just literally talk to people. And that's what that video showed as well. And I remember, like, that shooter in America as well, that guy Dylan Roof, who shot up that church, like a Bible study church, because he was like a massive racist. Didn't he join the Bible study group? And he basically said that he found it really hard to do because he had to go into the Bible study group and talk to them to be able to infiltrate it before he did his shooting. And he had to he basically said he had to psych himself up to do it. He had to psych up the hate again because when he talked to them, he kind of realized how human they were before he freaking shot them. It's just talking to people can make you realize oh wow, shit, these are people.
They're not heard, and there's a disconnect with the government.
The men say these generational differences were evident on Sunday in what happened in response to the EDL march. Hundreds of young Muslims turned up, they said, to defend the mosque. But there was a concern things would escalate, and Mr. Malik and others tried to get them to go home.
One of the things I realized on that night, I didn't have as much influence over those young people as I thought I had. And I have to recognize one's limitation.
That's very interesting.
That's really important.
Yeah, that's a really ironic thing that these riots seem to do, is they seem to end up with some of these far right guys just talking to the people in the mosques and sort of realizing that they had much common ground. And it's like, well, clearly we need to find a way to get communities to integrate just day to day, not when they're rioting. They need to integrate. Clearly they need to integrate all the time. We need to get these communities to integrate, because they're both working class. The working class people who are rioting, they're rioting, they're throwing stones at mosques where the Muslim people are also working class. They're both working class communities, and they've been told to hate each other, by newspapers and the elite and stuff. But if we could just sort of I don't know, make policies or something where they would, be kind of forced to integrate with each other, I think that could build so many bridges. But even in Leeds, where I live, I think that there's certain areas where you have a huge Muslim population, and then there's other areas where it's it seems to be mostly white. I mean, there's a lot of crossover in Leeds, but it's it still seems, kind of segregated, even where I live. So it's how can you get these communities to integrate a little bit more? I don't know, but it needs to happen.
We might sit there and say, I'm a community leader and everybody does what I say. It doesn't work like that. The younger people have their own understanding, as I guess I would have had 30, 40 years ago.
But many young people believe they helped see off the threat of the far right, just as they did across England last night. This is what happened in Walthamstow. Thousands of anti-racism protesters took to the streets, forming human shields around asylum advice centres and hotels. And these were the scenes in Brighton. The Prime Minister said today it was the threat of prison and swift justice that stopped further riots. The police are now looking ahead to...
Yeah, the really ironic thing is I don't know if you saw... Well, you would have seen, because it apparently made the headlines everywhere, but there was a riot in Kirkstall, in the Kirkstall area, and that was started by one of the areas that was started in one of the areas in Leeds, which has a large Romanian and Muslim population in it. And obviously the reaction to that was oh, well, it's clearly because they don't belong in this country. Look at them, these are animals. We wouldn't act like that. All of these people were commenting that on videos of the riot and stuff. And then literally 2 weeks later, we have the white working class people doing, well, much worse, doing the exact same thing, but much worse.
To threatened marches this weekend. But at the hub, they say they worry about the longer term.
But I should point out there was no political motive behind the Kirkstall riot. It got started because some child protective services were taking away the kids of a Romanian family. So they started arguing with the people who were trying to take the kids away, because there were legitimate concerns about the well-being of the kids. Apparently one of them got fell out of a window or something. I don't know. This is all rumour. But they were trying to take the kids away. And they were arguing with them, and then the police showed up, and then it basically just escalated into this massive riot. It wasn't even politically motivated. A lot of the time, when there's like unrest, people will just join in for whatever reason, just because they love a bit of drama. They see other people like pushing over police vans and setting fire to shit, and they just want to join in because they're just angry and they don't know. They're just working class. They're angry. They don't know where to direct their anger. So they'll just like, they'll see a load of shit going on and they're like, cool, I can blow off some steam. I'll join this random riot. And then it just gets worse and worse from there. Like, people are just angry and they're pissed off, but they don't even know what they're angry at. You know? They don't know what the cause is of all of this shit that's going on in their lives. So obviously, like, we know what the cause is, but they don't know what the cause is. Anyway.
Here is the crisis and the interest goes away, and then we go back into our own worlds and we start living separate lives again.
Words won't compensate. You see, it has to be action.
They say they'll be looking to the Prime Minister for that action in the weeks and months ahead.
What's the cause? Capitalism, baby. Ever since neoliberalism started in like the 80s, the 70s and 80s, the gap of wealth between the elites and the working class and the middle class has just got wider and wider. That's the reason. There's no money to put into any local services for working class people anymore, because as capitalism, late stage capitalism, gets more and more advanced, they find more and more ways to avoid paying tax, more and more ways to put money back into the elite so they can accumulate more and more money, and it continuously gets taken away from the working class. And then the working class are told that it's because they're just not worthy of that money, and they don't understand that they've been coerced into a system where they're just paying rent every month while they're paying rent to a person who is getting that rent and then getting more money in the equity of that property, and then they're investing that money, and then that money is growing and they're getting richer and richer while they're getting poorer and poorer, and they're getting their car on credit, they're getting everything else on credit, and they're in they're more and more and more debt all the time. But they don't realize that. And they just see a person who came into the country, and they're like, oh, well, obviously this is a zero-sum game, and that whatever you get from this country is something I'm not getting from this country. Economics isn't a zero-sum game. We all work together to increase the GDP of this country. We all work together to do that as working class people. We're the people who are increasing the GDP of this country constantly. But where's all that money going? It's going straight to the top. But they don't realize that. They see it all as like zero sum. Anybody who comes into the country is taking something away from me. Because that's a very simple way of looking at it. Having 400 monthly payments on a credit card being the hallmark of a good credit score should be enough evidence that they're bollocked. Yeah. Mooncat for president. What, president of what? The US? We don't have a president.
Well, earlier I spoke to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, who was taking part in an anti-racism workshop organised by Chelsea Football Club. And I began by asking him what he thinks the lesson is from the last week of unrest.
It's really important to explain to citizens what's really happening, why
Sorry, I'm choking on the pepperoni. Pepperoni choke.
you have difficulty getting decent healthcare, why you can't get your kids decent education in their local school, why there's a problem with affordable housing, why have things suddenly gone up. Now, some politicians across the country, MPs indeed, people aspiring to be leaders of political parties, like to blame the other.
Mamma mia.
The easiest thing to do when you've got a horrific tragedy of 3 young girls, beautiful kids, being murdered, to see that being used to propagate these messages of hatred, just I find astonishing. But you see people actually, buying into that, and I'm afraid we've got to make sure we say no to that and stand up to that and challenge those sorts of views.
And do you think the government has described what's going on correctly? You know, there are lots of people who are saying you need to have said more clearly that this was racist and Islamophobic rather than just thuggery, because thuggery doesn't quite cover what's going on.
Well, I'm quite clear, and I think both Kira and Yvette have been quite clear. I'm quite clear. This is racist. There has been violence. There has been hatred being spread. Also, I think some people have been, sold the misinformation and disinformation. I mean, you can tell a lie on social media, forget.
Why do the children have to be beautiful? Even if they weren't, it would still be a tragedy. We lost 3 really ugly children.
Minutes, it takes seconds to just, and the way the algorithms work, clickbait, if they're negative messages said by certain people, they just fly. And we know the consequence of this. What's the consequence? A hospital being set on fire. What's the consequence? A police car being set on fire. What's the consequence? Police officers being injured. In London yesterday, I spoke to Muslims, lawyers, people working in health practices, petrified and scared. I spoke to my own nephews and nieces and said, please don't go out in the evening because I worry about your safety. This is London in 2024, for goodness sake.
So practically, what can you do to reach the kinds of kids who end up being the thugs on the street?
Well, what we're funding from City Hall, we invest in projects to work at an early stage with young people to give them the resilience to reject later on when social media or a charismatic leader or somebody else may try and send them on a certain path. They can reject it because they know that actually, multiculturalism isn't all evil. What I find a source of interest, but also pride, is in those parts of our country where there's the greatest diversity and there's the most mixing and mingling between white people.
Who are you and why am I following you? I don't know.
And those who are diverse, there's the least trouble because they know people like me, people like you aren't the boogeyman. They know we're not a drain on public services. They've mixed and mingled with refugees, many of the teachers, doctors and so forth, maybe former refugees. These problems are happening in those parts of the country where there may be less diversity, but there are problems with lack of public services, not decent GP facilities, not decent schools, not decent investment over 14, 15 years. That's why it's really important to understand those concerns and address them and don't leave a vacuum.
I'm a Canadian, eh?
For the far right to occupy.
Do you think we need to be looking at the whole question of toxic masculinity, Andrew Tate, all those sorts of messages?
Shit!
And how this plays into that? Because there seems to be like...
Andrew Tate mentioned! Wait.
Where you've got that going on online, it's amplified by people like Nigel Farage, the right-wing media, and it's kind of all growing as a result.
I spend a lot of time with young people, and I think one of the biggest fears I have and the biggest issues that's not being addressed is the source of information young people now get is unchecked. It can be on their phone, it can be TikTok, it can be, you mentioned Andrew Tate. And the way the algorithms work is you get similar sorts of messages from similar sorts of views, and there's no challenge. And you're going down this Alice in Wonderland hole where it's just one-dimensional and one...
You guys are in the moon bubble. You're in the moon echo bubble. You're not getting out now.
And we've got to recognise that's one of the reasons why you're seeing the numbers you're seeing across the country, because whether it's Stephen Yaxley Lennon, or whether it's Andrew Tate, or whether it's somebody else spreading misinformation, they're getting more of this sort of stuff, which means they rock up at these sort of protests.
Just finally, I mean, what we saw last night was lots of people coming out to defend their communities. What as the mayor do you want people to do when you hear about this? Should you go out onto the streets?
Look, I lived through the NF, the National Front, and the BNP. A source of pride for me was my white friends coming to my support and going to marches with me to stand up against the NF and the BNP. We thought they were gone. There's a new generation called the EDL. So these iterations still around. That's why we can't ever be complacent. We've always got to be vigilant. My daughters, for the first time in their lives...
Hey! We have the video.
We decided we wanted to...
All right. That and then Nigel Farage, and then we'll probably move away from this. From the rioting things.
Are scared because they cover their skin. Right? They're scared because they look like Muslims. We thought that was behind us with our generation, and that's why we can't be complacent, and that's why it's really important. We aren't smug about, listen, this didn't happen in London. London is perfect, because it could happen in London, and that's why we've got to carry on engaging with communities in London to make sure they understand there's a reason why diversity in our city is a strength, not a weakness.
Sadiq Khan, thank you very much. Excellent.
Well, yet again, ministers are there emerging.
All right, have we got anything more on here, or is it just ministers talking? All right, let's move on to the Nigel Farage thing, shall we? And then we'll finish it off with a wholesome thing.
Coming in.
Good afternoon.
We have limited time, so I hope you won't mind if I jump straight in what you've been saying in the last few days. You began with a video in the immediate aftermath of the Southport stabbings that engaged in conspiracy theories about who did this and about whether the police were telling the truth. You said, and I'm quoting here, some reports suggest he, the man charged, was known to the security services.
Are they going to show that video? No. I saw that. I saw that video of Nigel Farage saying that. Also, this is getting recommended to me. I didn't know last week tonight. I didn't know John Oliver did a whole thing about the UK elections that happened. Because what I need to do is go onto my US VPN and check the last week tonight. I need to check that YouTube channel on my US VPN every now and again to see if there's a new episode, and I never remember to. And then they randomly make it available in the UK, and I'm like, oh, there's a new episode, so I haven't watched that yet. That was an entire month ago that he did an episode on that.
Which report?
Oh yeah, I was looking for the Nigel Farage thing. The Nigel Farage. How would I? Does he have his own YouTube channel? I don't even know. Does he have his own YouTube channel? Oh, he does. He's got 442 subscribers.
Well, I'm 12.
442,000 subscribers. Less than me. L. He made a video on how to stop the riots after he started them. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
So the Prime Minister tonight
I don't know where the original video is. It was on an Owen Jones video that I saw. Has he taken it down or some shit because he got heat for it? Where's Owen Jones's channel? Don't let them get away with it. God, Owen Jones uploads a lot, doesn't he? Puts me to shame.
How convenient.
I'm trying to find that one I saw earlier. Hang on.
This was a...
Also, I like the fact that Owen Jones just films from inside a cat paradise. There's a cat wheel here. There's cat shelves on the wall. This is a cat jungle that he films from. What a guy. What a guy. I think he included it in this video. Or not. Or not. What? Oh, which video was it? I want to see his cats go on the... He just needs to make a cat video. He just needs to make a cat video. That's what he needs to do.
How convenient.
I don't know where that bloody video is. There's a video of Nigel Farage basically saying, oh, I think that this guy was an asylum seeker. And it was on... Oh, it was on here somewhere.
This...
It was on here somewhere anyway. All right. Well, if you can find that, let me know. This is what I need to do. When I find things that I think I want to talk about, I need to make a note of them. I need to make a bloody note.
This is the problem, isn't it? One of the reasons...
It's the one of him between the... Oh, I don't remember those Union flags being there. Is it this one?
So the Prime Minister tonight reacting to what has happened over the course of the last 48 hours. His conclusion, very simple, it's all the far right. As if they're causing all of the problems. No, the far right are a reaction.
Yes, his cat... Owen Jones's cat is named after Keir, the guy who started the Labour Party.
To fear.
So his cat is called Keir.
to discomfort, to unease that is out there shared by tens of millions of people. Let me be clear. I don't support street violence. I don't support thuggery in any way at all. But I'm worried, not just about the events in Southport, but about societal decline that is happening in our country. Law and order, folks, on our streets is breaking down. This Prime Minister hasn't got an earthly clue how to deal with it. We need to start getting tough. We need to use stop and search, regardless of the colour of the skin of anyone that gets stopped.
I don't think this is where he says it.
We need tougher prison sentences for anybody carrying a knife.
I think he said it before the riots started, didn't he?
We need folks to get real. Because I tell you what, what you've seen on the streets of Hartlepool, of London.
Yeah, I think he deleted the one where he was basically saying, there was a video on his channel where he was basically saying, I'm just asking questions, but it seems like this guy may have come across the channel on a little dinghy boat.
Of Southport is nothing.
Anyway, let's watch him crumble. But also, I need to piss. Okay, so let's piss first. We need to bring up piss. I'm bringing up the piss song, okay? I'm bringing it up. Sometimes people say, hey, Moon, why don't you just export this project into an MP3 file instead of loading up every time? And to that I say, fuck you. Also, I need beer, so I'm going to get beer.
I can't talk right now, I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now, I'm making piss.
Oh man, it started again. That means we have to finish.
I can't talk right now, I'm making piss. I can't talk right now, I can't talk right now, I'm making piss. I can't talk right now, I'm making piss.
Up yours, Wolf Morals. We'll see who counts.
I can't talk right now, I'm making piss.
You brave little cis boy. You brave little cis boy. You brave little cis boy. You brave little cis boy.
All right, board. Let's go. Let's carry on. All right, Farage time.
The Southport riots were as bad as they were is we weren't told the truth. There were stories online from some very prominent folks with big followings, Andrew Tate, etc. suggesting the man had...
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is Andrew Tate!
Across the English Channel in a boat in October 2023. Other suggestions that he was an active Muslim. And much of this...
Did you say active Muslim?
That he was an active Muslim. And much of this...
What does he mean by active Muslim?
Led to the riots that we saw.
But you amplified that because you said some reports suggest...
I asked a very simple question. Was this person known or not? Now...
To the security services.
Absolutely.
And that's a perfectly legitimate...
You did CrossFit. CrossFit Muslim.
Question which was raised by Yvette Cooper. But, Nigel Farage, you didn't just do that, did you? You said some reports suggest he was known to the security services. Those reports were from a fake news website amplified by Russian state TV and, as you mentioned, Andrew Tate. Which ones were you looking at?
Which adds to what I was asking for. Give us some clarity. Had we had... I mean, remember, the London Bridge attacker, we knew within an hour...
Oh, so his excuse is that he didn't have any, real information, so he thought that, pushing misinformation was the way to go because he didn't have any clarification from the media. You know, the media that lies all the time, yeah.
That this person was known to the security services. Whenever in Northern Ireland there was a terrorist outrage, very quickly people were told the background of the perpetrator.
But you didn't
I
just
asked
stop
a very simple question.
It's just a bog standard Brewdog Punk IPA. I do not condone Brewdog. They've been doing some very problematic things recently, okay? But this was an offer. I don't think any of the money was actually going to them. It was one of those pound beers, okay? I don't know if you've heard what Brewdog have been up to recently, but it's not great.
You said some reports suggest he was known to the security services. Those reports were a fake news website, Russian state TV.
Well,
and
I could have said.
I
could have said. Some reports suggest he crossed the channel last October. Some reports suggest he's an active
all
Muslim.
of that was unfounded.
I did none of those things. What I asked for was clarity. We didn't get clarity, and I would argue.
What? You just he was just. I want to show you the original video, but he was just sat there speculating and just basically lying. It was, but in the sort of manner of, but I'm just asking questions.
I would argue that what happened in Southport would not have been of the same magnitude had the truth been told, and told very, very quickly. It wasn't for many hours that we learnt more.
No, you're right, but that was the chronology of it. But you don't need to amplify the mystery.
I asked the question.
To cite, quotes, some reports suggest the reports are fake, and you accept that now. They're misinformation.
No. There were thousands of fake reports everywhere.
And you cited them.
All of which puts the emphasis on the questions.
Wait, have you found it? Oh, it's on Facebook. Of course it's still on Facebook. Of course it is.
Went to lay flowers and... Well, it's pretty horrendous. A third young girl has died as a result of the stabbings yesterday in Southport. I obviously join everybody in my horror at what has happened. I know the Prime Minister went to lay flowers and was heckled, and it shows you how unhappy the public are with the state of law and order in our country. I have to say there are one or two questions. Was this guy being monitored by the security services? Some reports say he was, others less sure. The police say it's a non-terror incident, just as they said the stabbing of an Army Lieutenant Colonel in uniform on the streets of Kent the other day was a non-terror incident. I just wonder whether the truth is being withheld from us. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it is a fair
We're just asking questions.
What I do know is something is going horribly wrong in our once beautiful country.
Stephen Hall?
Oh, God, stop also playing. God, I hate Facebook so much. What a dumpster fire of a website. Who goes on there still? Anyway.
Was being answered, which they weren't.
So did you accidentally fall for that misinformation?
No, I didn't believe any of it.
Or did you know it was wrong from the get-go?
I hadn't got a clue.
So why did you cite it?
Because the people wanted to know the truth. And if they had known the truth, Tom, the riots would not have been of the same magnitude.
But you're not just people. You are an elected representative of the people in a position...
Representing
in
a
position
question
of authority.
Representing a question that was being asked by millions at the time, which regrettably did not get answered. No, look, here's the point. Right? There are people out there suggesting that in some way, despite after 30 years of fighting all sorts of different elections, of believing that the democratic process is the way to deal with arguments, debates, and solve problems. I have never been involved in street protest. I have never been involved in violence.
Oh, guys, he's never done it himself, so it's okay.
I have always been 1,000 miles away.
Well, literally, in this case,
from
'cause I think you've been
far-right agitators, from conspiracy
It was okay, because I was in Australia at the time.
theorists. I've always been as far away from those people as I can possibly be.
Well, you had some in UKIP, which I think is one of the reasons why you left UKIP. Paul Waters.
Well, actually, I left UKIP after 25 years.
So back to what you
I
said.
left UKIP after 25 years because the leadership at the time encouraged Tommy Robinson to be a part of it. I
So
did
back to
more.
what you
I
said.
did more to get rid of the BNP as a political force in Britain than anybody else in the country.
You amplified this misinformation.
No,
Hang on a sec.
Tom.
No, you did.
You are getting
because
this
you
wrong.
said some
I
reports
said,
suggest.
give us clarity.
You didn't just say that, though, Nigel.
I did.
You also said the internet was awash with all sorts of theories, all of which proved to be unfounded.
Yes.
But that's what led to the riots in Southport. But you indulged in those theories.
By the way,
that proved to be unfounded.
I've still not been told whether this person was on a list or not. I don't know the answer to that.
One
Do
knows.
you?
No, I don't know. But so
Do you
that's
think
why it's a legitimate question.
Do you think we deserve to know?
Absolutely. I think the police need to give us the
So
answer.
my question is still valid.
Your question is valid, but not in the way that you put it, because you know what you're doing. You suggested, some reports suggest, that he was known to the security service, that he came on in a boat, that he was an asylum seeker. That's not true.
And I didn't.
And my question to you is, did you know that
I
was
didn't,
not true?
I don't know now whether this man was known to the police or not.
So why are you promoting those reports?
Because I want to know the truth. I wanted to know it then, and I want to know it now. And I get the feeling we're not always being told the whole truth.
Okay, let's come to that, because you also said that. You wondered whether, and I'm quoting again, the truth
Nigel has feelings.
about Southport was being withheld from us. What evidence do you have that the police are lying to people?
The evidence was withheld on Southport. Had we been told very quickly, as we could have been, that in fact this fella had been born in the United Kingdom, that his parents were Rwandans, that he didn't come from an Islamist type background, had we been told he hadn't arrived by boat, I suggest to you that what happened that night in Southport would not have been of the same magnitude. Would you not agree?
I've got no idea.
Would you not agree?
That's a
What
counterfactual.
well, if you think
what evidence do you have, Nigel
if
Farage,
you
that
think,
the police are misleading people?
I don't know.
Well, so why did you say it? Why did you
So
say the
can
truth
you
about
t-
Southport is being
well, then
withheld
you
from us?
tell me whether this man was on the suspect list or not. You don't know the answer to
No.
it. Don't we deserve to know it?
But that's not to say...
Also, the supposed man is a 17-year-old kid. Like, it's a boy.
that people
we
are
deserve
lying.
to know it.
That's to say that we don't know. You don't know yet. So you could just wait rather than tell people
Well,
that the
I've
police
now
might be lying.
waited. I've now waited nearly a week, and I've still not. And that question has still not been answered.
So what evidence did you... Back to my question. You have no evidence
Tom,
that the police are withholding
utterly
information.
legitimate to ask questions.
It is.
Utterly legitimate, and that is all that I did.
But not having an answer and filling the silence with they're lying to you is not legitimate.
I don't believe we're being told the full truth yet about this person. I want to know. I think we all
So the
want
police
to
are
know.
lying.
Maybe they're
I didn't say
lying
that.
to
Not,
you.
Not telling the truth is not the same as lying.
The truth about Southport was being withheld from us. Do you still think the truth is being withheld by the police from the people?
I still don't know who this man is.
Truth that you thought people already knew
I
because you cited some
still
reports
don't
saying that you come on a
know
boat.
who this man is, and I repeat the point, had those questions been answered, far from stoking riots, it would have actually calmed them down considerably.
But you allowed it to be stoked because you cited the fake reports and you used the fake reports as a way, as a way to say that the police are not
I gave the police the opportunity to dampen down speculation. They should have done it, and I bet they regret not doing it.
Do you want to retract the comments and delete that video?
No, I want to know the truth.
You don't.
Oh, he did. Unless he never had it on YouTube. Does he? Is he like more of a Facebook guy? It wouldn't surprise me if he was just more of a Facebook guy. Shall we dive into the cesspit that is Nigel Farage's Facebook page? Oh God, a London bus is the cover photo. Oh.
Nigel's back.
Oh my God, has he got like a cigar? He's like literally taking pages out of Andrew Tate's book. Has he got a cigar in that photo? Oh, that's awful. Oh. My thoughts are with all of those affected by the awful fire in Jaywick. I'm being kept fully updated and will visit in the coming days. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know where Jaywick is. Honestly don't know what that is. This man should be arrested. What is he saying?
Disgusting, nasty bastards, and we need to cull their throats and get rid of them all. They are disgusting, nasty bastards, and we need to cull their throats and get rid of them.
I mean, yeah, he's calling for violence there, to be fair. That man was arrested. Okay. Yeah. Concern about crime and immigration has shot up. Yeah, I've seen this graph. How to stop the riots. That's on his YouTube channel. We're not far right. We're ordinary people of this. Every word with a capital letter. Ordinary people of this country that have simply had enough. Oh, he went on trigonometry. Oh no, that fucking podcast. Oh no. Immediately clicks. Oh.
I said to Don Jr., I didn't used to believe in miracles, but now I do. I mean, when you see the picture.
Aren't the guys who run this podcast like, oh, we're like just totally centrist bros. We're not like on the left or the right.
That 3D picture of.
Right, I keep getting tangented. I need to not get tangented. Right, let's carry on.
I want to retract the comment that the police are lying to people.
I never said that.
The police aren't giving you the full information.
I'm sorry. I've come in and had an honest conversation. Don't make it up. Don't twist it, because that's what other people are doing.
Accusing me of
And by the way, yes, you just have. You just have twisted.
Told people, I'm quoting
twisted
you,
the
Nigel.
words.
You wondered whether the truth about Southport was being withheld from us.
We have a situation in this country, right, where ever since...
I thought there used to be a tangent emote on Twitch. Do they not work on that chat thing? The reason I'm using this chat thing here that you're on now is because that integrates YouTube and Twitch comments together. That's why I'm not using Chatterino anymore. It's because I want something that integrates YouTube and Twitch. I want you to integrate. I want you to come together on your separate platforms and integrate with each other, you see? That's how we build bridges. But Chatterino is a segregationist and doesn't seem to allow me to add YouTube comments. Oh, there it is. There's the see, it is there. You're lying to me. It does work, not on Chatterino. Basically, people on Twitch can. But YouTube can't. So if you want the tangent emotes, get on Twitch. Also, I think I probably make more money on Twitch than I do on YouTube in general. Like, people say that Twitch doesn't pay you a lot, but but when you subscribe with your, like, for free with your Prime things, because you have your Prime things, that makes more people subscribe because you're not actually, like, paying any more money. So, like, that actually bumps up the Twitch revenue a lot, actually. But, you know, watch wherever you want to watch. I'm not, like, you do you, bro. But you will get emotes if you watch on Twitch. And you can also subscribe for free through your Prime accounts. I mean...
Black Lives Matter, there is increasing distrust.
Oh, that reminds
like
me.
this person who just subscribed on Twitch. perhaps with their free Prime account, or perhaps not, I don't know.
Of the police in this sense. The idea that there's two-tier policing is now widespread in society. That is something that very urgently needs to be dealt with.
I'm going to ask you about that.
Very urgently.
But I just have to issue this clarification because you have said in the course of the conversation.
Somebody else just subscribed to stop giving all this money to Bezos. Stop giving money to Bezos. It doesn't even go to him anymore, does it? He does he even, well, probably some money goes to him, but he doesn't like own Amazon anymore, does he? What does Jeffrey Bezos does now? You can tell I've had too many beers now. What does Jeffrey Bezos does now? What? Yeah, he probably doesn't even realize that his entire company bought Twitch.
Did
Yes.
someone say sub?
Thank you. You're all Bezos. You're all Bezos bots. What is a fascism? Yeah, the only thing Bezos is subscribed to is his mega yacht and his new hot wife and his ripped abs that he has now.
Something that could be sub judice, and we just need to be very careful about the charge that has been laid against this person.
Thank you for the
described in the
subscription.
course of it. So we pause there to be very careful about what we're going to say about an open case. What is two-tier policing?
Two-tier policing is you deal with different types of protests and different types of crime in different ways. One of the classic cases is stop and search. Stop and search. By the way, a policy that is wildly popular across the country. Doesn't matter whether people are on the left or the right.
By the way, Farage, like he spent some time, like after he left UKIP, like after we left the EU and did all of the Brexit stuff that he wanted us to do for ages, he like left UKIP and he went into the background for some time. And what he did during that time is essentially like, nobody really talks about this, but he was essentially like running this sort of get-rich-quick scheme. He I think he started or joined a company as like a endorser of this sort of like, because his background is in banking, and he basically set up this company, or he joined this other company with this other guy, where they basically were like, oh, if you give your money to us, we'll like grow it really high and we'll advise you where to invest it and stuff. But like, I'm not saying it was like a scam, but I just got really scammy vibes off it. Like it was a get rich quick scheme. Obviously it didn't do him very, very well because he's gone back into politics. I don't think he clearly didn't make that much money out of it, but yeah.
The rider policy.
He basically did a and then went back to politics.
The idea that the police should randomly stop and search people for knives in the streets is extraordinarily popular whenever I say it.
You
and
have
yet,
said
and yet,
that in Hare Hills in Leeds, police ran away and allowed a riot. Is that two-tier policing?
I think if you look at the way the police dealt with the Hare Hills protests and dealt with the Southport protests, I think any fair-minded person would think there were two different police reactions.
What the fuck?
Aren't they, because two different incidents? They're two different types of protests.
Well, yeah, but they're both violent. They both set...
The first one wasn't even really like, what were they protesting against? The first one, that was not organised in any sense of the word. That Hare Hills protest, it literally just ran. Like, this is what I was saying. It randomly happened, completely spontaneously, and people just joined in because they were like, "Oh, cool, things are on fire. Let me join in and set more things on fire. This is fun." There was no like issue. Oh, look. Brooklyn's come to calm me down. He's like, "Mommy, you're shouting too much. You're shouting too much. Look at my little face. Calm, be calm." But basically, yeah, those two situations were so fucking different that you couldn't even compare them slightly at all.
Far to things. They both threaten property. They both threaten law and order. And so I mean, look, I tell you something. The perception of two-tier policing is very, very dangerous indeed. And by the way, we've got a situation now with violent riots going on, by far the worst we've seen since 2011. But actually, I think 2011 was a mass outbreak of criminality, opportunistic criminality. This is different.
Yep.
These are two sides.
I've not been able to get Brooklyn to jump on, like, directly onto the buttons that I have here yet. Badger would jump directly onto the buttons, but Brooklyn is far too polite. He will jump next to the buttons. He will jump around the buttons. He will not. He refuses to jump onto the buttons. Maybe in respect of his past brother.
With deeply entrenched positions.
Back to two-tier policing.
All right. And
what you're really saying is not that there are different operational decisions appropriate to the severity of the situation that police.
Yes,
have to
I am
make,
saying that.
But that's what policing is, isn't it? Here's Graham Wetton, who spent 30 years in frontline public order roles with the Met. Of course there are tiers in police response, I'm quoting, because you make operational decisions appropriate to the severity of the situation, but there are not tiers based on preference or favouritism.
Well, I tell you look, what we know are the police forces in this country are terrified of being accused of being racist, and therefore police things differently. And stop and search, which I began with a moment ago, is a classic example of where we've downplayed stop and search in areas with higher black proportions of the community. By the way, despite the fact the majority of those that die of knife crime are black people themselves.
But the operationalising of police decisions is something that the police have to answer for. They need to be accountable for those decisions. But it's not two tiers based on the colour of someone's skin or the favouritism the police might show one type of community, is it? We agree there.
No, we don't agree.
Right.
I think we use a softer approach on some groups than others. And
okay,
I
your
think
example for that is?
Well, I think Black Lives Matter, the way that was policed, is very interesting. I mean, people tearing down statues and chucking them in the dock with police just standing...
So we're like bringing in American police, basically. I guess those protests did happen here as well.
I'm watching. And I think if you contrast the policing...
Those people were arrested.
Yes, and never even got a criminal charge, unbelievably.
Because the jury that's jury
just extraordinarily.
But that's what the jury is there for, isn't it?
The police made no attempt to stop that from happening. We even saw Winston Churchill's statue being defaced. We saw the cenotaph being abused. All of those things happened with the police literally just watching. And I tell you something. Out there in the country, there is a widespread perception that we have two-tier policing.
That might be the perception, but the reality might be different. Let me bring you the words of Graham Wetton again.
Well, perception and reality.
I'm going to give you this quote from Graham Wetton, who spent 30 years doing the job you're telling him how to do. The Met used, on BLM policing, the Met used an advance of the mounted branch, one of their most impactful tactics, which I've only seen deployed a couple of times in my whole career.
I mean, like, he literally spent the entire time that he wasn't, like, doing... UKIP, between that and like what he's doing now with the reform stuff, the entire time he's basically been dick riding Trump. I think all he knows about is like American politics and like, you know, how American policing was responding to BLM and stuff like that. I think that's only really what his frame of reference is, because he was dick riding Trump so hard for fucking ages.
And not at any of the incidents in the last week. So there's an argument to say the Met went in quite hard in some forms on the BLM protest.
I'm sorry.
In a way that they didn't do in the last week.
They took the knee in the street. You know, we can argue over fine points, but here is the real point. At no point in the last week or in the previous 30 years have I ever encouraged the use of violence. Have I ever encouraged the use of anti-democratic means?
From 2017 to 2022, Farage didn't have a clue what was happening in Britain. I would agree. It seemed that all he wanted to do was be in America and suck Donald Trump's little tiny penis. That's his little mushroom penis. I think that was all he was doing.
And yet, you know, you get the internet and people saying things on the internet. We have senior Labour politicians like Andy MacDonald saying, I wanted the riots to happen. We have former Conservative MPs like Anna Soubry saying that I orchestrated the riots. We have LBC presenters like James O'Brien calling them the Farage riots. I have had nothing to do
Farage
with
riots.
any form of street violence now or at any point in my career.
But
And
people
this
aren't
level,
just being arrested for
and
going
this
out
level, this level of incitement to violence against me, which is utterly baseless, has led to a huge increase in my security uptick.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you have been...
No. You as a broadcaster too have that responsibility. LBC as a broadcaster have that responsibility. You're splitting hairs.
I'm not
right?
splitting hairs, Nigel.
You
I'm
are splitting hairs.
I'm keeping you to the words that you use.
I am telling you that in this country there is a widespread perception of two-tier policing.
But you're also in a position to give
Governments-
them the reality, Nigel.
Yes,
and the
and-
reality might be very different from their perception.
No,
don't you agree?
I personally believe that we police different communities according to their racial backgrounds in different ways, and I want it to end.
And the examples of that are?
The examples of that are, for the third time...
The Black Lives Matter protest?
For the third time, the way that stop and search is implemented, or, frankly, not implemented.
There are people being
Is
arrested.
he seriously saying that white people are stopped and searched more than brown and black people in the UK? Is that seriously what he's trying to say?
Obviously, for what they did in protesting on the
Yeah.
streets. There are people being arrested for whipping up racial hatred online, for encouraging violence online. Do you worry that based on what you've said in the last few days, you might get a knock on the door from the police?
No.
You don't think that's going to come your way?
What, for asking the truth about the perpetrator of a heinous crime?
For suggesting that the police are lying without any evidence?
I didn't say they lied. You've done that. That's the third time you've done that, and you are irresponsible and wrong to do so. You are irresponsible.
Strike three,
and
you're
wrong
out.
to
I
do
could give
so.
you the quote again, Nigel. That you said the truth about Southport was being withheld from us.
I didn't call them. I didn't say they were lying.
So they're deliberately not giving people the truth.
That's a very different thing to lying. So don't use that word again, please. You've done it 3 times, and you're wrong.
In Hare Hills, you said the police ran away and allowed a riot. The police say they pulled back temporarily as they have become...
You can lie by omission.
What's the difference?
As they had become the sole target of those intent on causing trouble, and then went on to arrest people. Again, coming back to Mr. Wetton's comment, who did the job for 30 years, on Hare Hills, it started out looking like a standard call that many officers will go to, an incident at an address with social services trying to remove children, and then it blew up with officers coming under attack, and because of how quickly it escalated, withdrawal is the best tactic. Why do you think you can tell police how best to do their job?
All I can do is what all of us do, is to look at the facts before us, the evidence before us, as we see it, and draw conclusions. And I draw the conclusion that we have two-tier policing. And
But you might be wrong.
Mr. Weston, I'm always prepared to accept that I'm wrong, which is why perhaps a bit more engagement the other way from the police might be useful. You see, when Sir Mark Rowley, the boss of the Metropolitan Police, is asked this very question by a reporter yesterday, all he does is manhandle the microphone away, which leads to that suspicion becoming even deeper. Tom, you know, we've got these riots going on. We've had horrendous standoffs, appalling behaviour, setting fire to hotels. I mean, things that are almost unimaginably ghastly. On the other side, we've had Muslim intimidation of LBC reporters, amongst others. All right, so there are some terrible things happening on both sides, albeit the thuggery of...
Well, we don't know that they're Muslim.
Well, look, we know the communities they come from. We know the face masks they're wearing. I think we know.
We know it was terrible.
I think we know. I think we know it's pretty bad. All right. And when they're shouting, you know, free Gaza and genocide, I think it's a fair bet to say who they are. Here's my real big point. Okay, we can quell the riots. The police can do whatever they need to do. We can bring the army in. We can do whatever. Unless we solve what's really at the heart of this problem, our danger is we become like France, where these things don't go away, they flare up every 3 months, 6 months, every year. There are, right at the heart of this, some very, very fundamental concerns about societal breakdown in our country. And there is no doubt that we have to address issues like uncontrolled mass immigration and division of our communities. And what I'm looking for...
What on earth does he mean by like mass immigration as well? There's just like so many words that he uses that are like essentially meaningless. Mass immigration.
Immigration and division of our communities. And what I'm looking for is a long-term solution, not just a short-term
I don't know what any of that has got to do with Southport.
Don't you?
I don't know, because the man
do you know what?
charged, the man charged was born in Cardiff.
Do you know what? You want to get out more. You want to get
Thank
out
you.
more. You want to get out more.
The man charged was born in
Well,
Cardiff.
why didn't they tell people that? And then maybe the riots would not
They did tell people that. What?
been that
that,
bad.
but you jumped to
They
conclusions,
did not
Nigel.
tell people.
You jumped to conclusions
They
based
did
on having
not.
looked at
They did. Straight away they did.
Who takes to Twitter?
They
feed or
did.
what-
Immediately they did. They said he was born in Cardiff. His parents were Rwandan. That was immediate in the press.
Not tell people before those riots sparked who he was and where he came from.
Yes, they did. Okay, that's an outright lie.
And if they'd done that, this would have been far less
But
serious.
do you think you could have said in those circumstances, we don't know yet who this person is, so let's not jump to conclusions. Let's wait and see and condemn how awful the attack was.
Or
That
I could have,
could have been an
or
option
I could
for
have
you.
said, tell us the truth, and maybe this will calm down, which is what I did.
The people rioting, some of them look to you. They see you as someone who espouses their worldview, their politics. Would you speak to them directly now to tell them to stop?
As I've done repeatedly over the last week. You know, I mean, there is
They had said it the morning of this interview, which was 4 days ago.
the reason that we fight, and I've fought for 30.
I remember reading that the attacker was from Cardiff with Rwandan parents, like literally the day it happened, way before this interview. I remember reading that the day it happened. I mean, that's just my memory, though.
30 years in European elections, by-elections, general elections, is I believe that parliamentary democracy is the way we stop violence overtaking our society.
Or maybe
so
the
I
day
condemn
after.
all acts of political violence, whoever they're committed by. And let me tell you, you know, the idea that, you know, devotees of some of these extreme figures are fans of mine is a long way from the truth.
The Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, was on LBC the other day, and she was asked about the responsibility that politicians have in these moments. She says, we have a responsibility to hold the community together and say, let's get the facts, and then let's look at what the actual solutions are and what we can do about the horrific situation that we find.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. Because the perpetrator is only 17, well, he's a minor. He's a minor, isn't he? So that's probably why they don't want to release details. They probably don't even want to release his name, release much about him, because he's, like, literally 17. But obviously the far right have, like, taken advantage of this, like, void of information and filled it in with whatever they deem fit.
Ourselves in not to stir up this fake news online.
He turned 18 this week, so they've released more information.
But that is in part what you did.
No,
Whether
it's
knowingly
not.
or
No,
accidentally,
that's
you lent
completely-
into some of the fake news.
I asked for the fake news to be knocked down. I asked for the truth to be told. And Angela Rayner, you know, I mean,
You
talk
said
about...
our country is being destroyed. By who?
Oh, yes, I mean, literally, our communities...
Yeah, imagine this being your 18th birthday. Like, what what goes on in your life to, like, end up... You do this when you're 17 years old. That in itself is insane. Like, what happens in your life? What was going on in your brain genetically and environmentally for you to end up doing something like that is insane. It's interesting in itself. But when you come at it from a purely, you know, racist point of view, which means that you're coming from it in a purely sort of, like, uneducated, like, I don't know, you just othering the person. Oh, well, they're not like me. I could be nothing like them because I wouldn't do anything like that. Well, clearly it's because they're from this country. It's a very simple, easy way to look at things, isn't it? But I do find it sort of interesting to think about, like, what psychologically what would make you do something like that at such a young age as well. Like, what would radicalize you so much? I don't know. I guess we'll never know because the kid's, like, he's young, you know.
Being separated and destroyed.
By whom?
I think the political process, and by the way, it may be Labour in government, but the Conservatives are far more responsible. I think the fracturing of society because of mass immigration is one of the most serious social deconstructions we've ever seen in the history of these islands. And I honestly, I think there is a way we can deal with it. We won't solve it overnight, but we have to try.
So when Elon Musk...
It's funny because he literally comes from the world. Like, he comes from... He's a finance bro. Like... What was that TikTok? I want a guy who works in finance. Like, that's what you get. That's what you get if you have a guy that works in finance. You get Nigel Farage, who literally sees the world in this sort of way. You've spent your entire life helping rich people get richer. That's all you've done throughout your entire life. It's really not surprising that these are your politics and like these are your biases. It's really not surprising when you've spent your entire life helping the elite amass their wealth. And you've been trying to help the elite amass their wealth throughout your entire career. And surprise, surprise, what's one of the most major things that helps the elite amass their wealth? Well, it's convincing half of the working class that the other half of the working class is what's really taking away their wealth and their labor value. That's just a massive part of the job. That's been his job his entire life. And then he went into politics. He went into politics. That's a cross between bollocks and politics. He went into politics. And then he just carried on doing the same thing. He just like turned his attention from the elite to working class. And he's still doing the same thing.
Says that civil war is inevitable. Do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
Do you agree with him?
I pray that he's wrong.
Politics.
So you do disagree with him?
No, I don't agree with him.
No, so you disagree with him?
I pray that he's wrong. How much stronger can I put it to you? I pray that he's wrong. Because you see, I see France, I see Paris, I see Marseille, and they are cities that are in a sort of permanent state of truce, and that truce breaks occasionally, and horrendous riots happen, and there is no prospect in those big French cities of any of this improving. I don't want us to go down that route. I really do not.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you.
Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK and the Reform MP.
Thank you so much, Nigel Farage. What an idiot. Anyway, I'll end this segment on a more wholesome, a shorter, wholesome video about the riots. Yeah, this guy.
Open our doors and open our arms and just try and reach out to them as humans. After things started to deteriorate, after we saw the tragedy of the stabbing in Southport, our mosque in Liverpool, which is Britain's first mosque, was also threatened with protests. As we'd just seen on the TV, the violence against the mosque in Southport. And so people started to be scared. At 7 o'clock, the counter-protest started to arrive, about 400 to 500 people. And then gradually
it's one of the Nans against Nazis. Hang on,
about 400 to 500.
Ah, what a legend! What a legend!
People. And then gradually the crowd on the other side of the road started to slowly grow. At its peak, there were about 50 people, and we decided to deal with those people who came to protest against us in a way which we hoped could open hearts and minds. We wanted to cook food for them. We wanted to give them drinks for the first
Thank you for your activism.
Oh, thank you.
3 hours of the protest. It
996, 997, 991. Thank you.
wasn't deemed safe enough to cross over the road and go into their crowd and speak with them to give this peace gesture. After 10 p.m, we got the food ready, which was cooked in the mosque kitchen. We walked over the road. The first ones who I approached, they acted as if I was invisible and they couldn't see me. But I continued smiling. I continued being friendly. And then I went on to the next group until finally we broke through to somebody's heart and he accepted the food. And then everybody started taking the food. And then we started discussing things with them. And we had some really, really genuine interactions. I think maybe 4 or 5 people I asked them.
That's all it takes. Literally just gotta talk to each other.
What is it again exactly that you're protesting against? And nobody really had a clear answer for it. And it just goes to show how frustrated how misguided a lot of people are.
This is what I'm saying. It's like, as soon as they talk to like an actual other working class person from a different community, it's like all of a sudden they realize, oh, like they're human. They're a human being just like me. Oh shit. And I think that's far more powerful than anything that you could see like in the Daily Mail or the Sun. Like tabloids can remain pretty powerful in the UK if communities themselves aren't integrated enough. Like you see that you can't escape tabloids in the UK. Brooklyn just jumped onto the floor. He's going to ask me to leave the room again in a minute, and then he's going to scream to get back in. But like, you can't escape the tabloids in the UK. It would like it. They're literally everywhere. Like, Empathy and Understanding doesn't sell tabloids. Exactly. Hate sells tabloids. It really does. But like, if you just, you'll know because you came to the UK recently, like any supermarket that you go into or like corner shop, anywhere that you go to in the UK, the tabloids are there, the headlines are there. Like, even if you're not buying these newspapers, like Rupert Murdoch isn't even making money out of the Sun. He only still invests in the Sun because it's so influential to his politics. And it's the same for all of these tabloids. Like, they have elites benefiting from them, even though they don't directly make money out of printed newspapers anymore. They probably make a little bit more money out of the websites. I don't know, like, the full economics behind it or anything, but I'm pretty sure they're not profiting from printed newspapers anymore. But the reason that they still print them is because they're literally there on stands. Every time you go into like a Sainsbury's or a Tesco or your local corner shop, anywhere that sells the tabloid newspapers, the headline is right there for you to see. As soon as you walk into the shop, it's shoved into your face. Like, I can't go into my local Sainsbury's without seeing some fucking stupid headline about how much we're supposed to hate Meghan Markle shoved into my face every single day when I fucking walk into my local supermarket. They are so influential here, and like, you don't even need to buy the newspaper. Like, most people don't buy them anymore. You don't even need to buy them to be influenced by them. They're just there, and they just like they're so influential, even though they don't sell the fucking newspapers anymore. It's mad, and it's all paid for by these fucking rich people, and it just stokes up hate, and it just festers and festers and festers, and then they get a reason. They get one single fucking reason to like lash out, and then they do, and then we realize, oh shit, the far right is a really massive problem in this country. But then it's like, all we need to do, like, it's like so clear from shit like this, it's like all the working class need to do is literally integrate with these communities, and they'll realize that they're fucking human beings just like them, who are under the same fucking boot, you know? How can we get these communities to just fucking talk to each other more often on a day-to-day basis, you know? How are we going to do that?
There was this photo of me which went viral of shaking hands with one of the protesters. He told me his personal story and the worries what he had, and we finished by exchanging details, shaking hands. And
oh, by the way, I have a Madri exception. Is this Italian as well? Am I like going full Italian, or is this Spanish? Actually, no, this is Mexican, right? Cerveza exceptional. Is that Mexican? Is Madri Mexican? I don't know. Madri it's another one of the pound ones.
Hugging, and it
Spanish.
was just
oh, it's Spanish.
It was just very, very inspiring. So the reason it's so important to talk right now is because the other option is don't talk and let the ignorance, hatred, misunderstanding.
Look, I know you guys won, but look at that head. It's coming home. It's still coming home. Look, I know it came home to you guys, but it's still coming home, okay? It's still coming home.
to remain and fester and grow. It's about having the same ground, sharing the same ground, and realising that you're not too dissimilar from each other when it really comes to the crunch. I'm optimistic that there are more positive results to come. That there are good times ahead.
All right, let's move on to something else. Different thing. Oh yeah, well, after all of this, the anti-racism protests massively outnumbered.
The city had been braced for trouble. So this part of Bristol is where a couple of immigration lawyers are based, whose addresses had been leaked online. And there was a real fear there could be a far-right protest taking place here today.
Why is this 2 pixels? What's going on here? This is on the BBC News website. Why is it 480p?
But we've been here the last couple of hours, and there's not a sign of
What am I paying my license? I'm not paying my license fee for 480p. What's going on?
Instead, something very different has happened. Thousands of anti-racism protesters, trade unionists, members of the local black and Asian community, students, took over the streets in what was broadly a good-natured evening, but one that sent a message.
I feel ashamed for our country right now. It's just we're not representing ourselves in any sense of a manner that's like admirable at all.
You can see a lot of places are boarded up, so there's been a lot of fear about what could happen, and it just felt really important that we were here to protect our community.
I'm gonna be honest, I was looking at her hair as well, thinking I'd dig that hairstyle. The girl before this girl.
It was a picture repeated across the country. Walthamstow in London saw vast crowds gathered, as in Bristol, to oppose the far right, while there were colourful scenes in West London.
Refugees are welcome here! Refugees are welcome here!
In Sheffield, police had prepared for trouble, but none came. In Croydon, although there were a few arrests,
Losing immigrant food would be the death knell in the UK. Exactly. You know what? When these rioters, half of them were probably pissed out of their heads, and when they went home, they probably got a fucking kebab on the way home, you know, from an Indian person. they probably got an Indian takeaway as soon as they went home.
things were generally peaceful, while a march between 2 mosques in Accrington was greeted by people drinking at the pub. And this was the scene in Newcastle.
Of course, protect our mosques, because we believe this is our house and this is house of God. And I think for them to stand up and really want to go around and try to destroy our mosques.
I saw brick to the dick guy, yeah. I did. I don't know where that video is, but I did see the brick to the dick. I did see it.
It's something really heinous.
There were some isolated incidents. Aldershot was seemingly one of the few places the right-wing protests materialised. In Brighton, they were so outnumbered they needed police.
Honestly, though, I kind of protest against the whole sort of stereotype that British food is awful, because I do like fish and chips. I think fish and chips is fucking great. I love it. Obviously, I don't have the fish anymore, but I have like vegan versions of the fish. Yorkshire puds fucking slap. Yes, they do. It's amazing. Full English breakfast, fucking love it. And also a Sunday roast. We have contributed things, all right, to cuisine. We have, but I would never want that to be our full diet. God no, please no. I love other cuisines. I love a succulent Chinese meal, for example. A succulent Chinese meal. I love Indian curries, the spices. I love them. I love all of it. I don't think these people realize how fucking shit it would be. Oh yeah, beans on toast. How can I forget beans on toast? Beans on toast is fucking amazing. But yeah.
Protection. According to the man who used to oversee the police, it's not only the counter-protests that kept the far right off the streets, but also swift prosecutions.
The techniques and the instruments that the police have now for identifying people, even with face coverings, I won't go into detail, are very, very advanced.
Okay.
And also, it is an offence.
Oh yeah, a bit of bubble and squeak. Yeah, unboxing day. Brilliant.
To have a face covering to maintain a face covering if ordered to take it off by a police officer. So I think that the community has come together, and I think it's an extremely positive step.
Toad in the hole as well. I have like vegan toad in the hole, and it's fucking great.
Back in Bristol.
I
And
assume,
while there
I assume that's British.
was a heavy
Where else would that come from? Toad in the hole. Why would you call it toad in the hole as well? Why would you call it that? Toad in the hole. Toad in the hole. Where does it come from? You know when you're looking up recipes online and like normally you just want them to get to the recipe, but this time what I want is the like awful babble before the recipe. That's what I want this time. I want you to tell me where toad in the hole is from. You're getting straight into it. That's not what I want. I want the awful babble before you get into the recipe. Jamie Oliver, what you got to say? That does not look good. Okay, that does not look appetizing right now. That looks like you'd find it in the Seine River in Paris. It looks like you just scooped it out of the Seine River. I'm not doing a good advert for British food right now. I'm not, but toad in the hole is great. Toad in the hole recipe. Yeah, it's basically like that. It's like a massive Yorkshire pudding, but with like sausages in it. And you put gravy over it. It's great. Anyway, tangent.
Presence all evening. By 10 p.m, there had only been one arrest. So this is Castle Park in Bristol, and it's here on Saturday that there were running battles between the far-right and anti-fascist protesters, and there had been real fears that those scenes could be replicated tonight. But as you can see, nothing has materialised, and it seems across the country that picture...
Yeah, it was a massive L, honestly. It was such an anticlimax. It was like the second night of the Northern Lights that was meant to happen. Like everyone in the UK was like coming out on the second night for the Northern Lights and nothing happened. It was basically the same thing, but much better. Because we actually didn't want to see these Northern Lights. These Northern racists. We didn't want them to come out.
...has been repeated, and both government and the protesters on the street tonight will be hoping that this could be a turning point in this disorder. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
They all basically got scared away, and that basically made me kind of think that basically... like it was clear that made it quite clear that they weren't really interested in peacefully protesting. Like they weren't interested in just like going out and chanting things. The police presence clearly scared them off that night, and like the anti-protests, the counter protests clearly scared them off, which sort of made me think that like they were clearly never planning on peacefully protesting in the first place. And I think that you're only really like truly interested in advancing a political stance if you're planning on fighting for it in a peaceful way. If you're only planning on going out to riot, it's like, well, what are you trying to say then? You're just sort of like lashing out for the hell of it. You've been scared away by the police, so what were you really fighting for in the first place, kind of thing. You were just kind of, you were hoping to go out and like loot. You were hoping to loot Lush. The ones in Newcastle today definitely wanted to fight, but they were too chicken shit to take out 2,000 people. Yeah, like so there was one in Newcastle today. I think about 5 far right people turned up in opposition to about 2,500 counter protests. I mean, it's clear that they're massively outnumbered, which is nice to see. Like, they clearly are. 15 all said and done. Yeah. A lot of them just clearly wanted to riot because they were just randomly angry, and they just like They just like, they don't even know what the fuck they're angry against, half of them. They're just like, they're just following Nigel Farage for the fucking hell of it. They just want something easy to be angry at. It's easier to be angry at a sort of like clear target. It's easier to be angry at that than it is to be angry at an entire economic system. Because then you have to think. Then you have to think for 2 seconds. And thinking is hard, guys. Oh, man. Thinking's hard. Anyway, I said I was going to move on from this. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a look at America. What the hell is America up to, guys? What is America up to? Oh yeah, the weird thing. You guys, you keep on talking about weird stuff. Like, you keep saying weird stuff.
Let's talk about
it. It's been raining in America. Well, it's been raining here as well. But, I mean, it's always raining here. There's no different. I do need to pee again. I do. I need to pee again. I might get... Right, while I'm gone, I might get one more beer. I'm drinking very generic lagers right now. Is this a lager? I don't know if Madry's a lager or not. It's a cerveza. Cervezas are lagers, right? I don't know. Right, I'm going to have a quick piss. And then we're going to do some American shit. American shit. Play.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh, I nearly got it. Don't. Oh no. Oh, I thought I caught it before it looped. Oh, I wasn't fast enough. Right. Let's go.
About the word weird and why Democrats are using it.
They're just weird.
Weird. That is weird behavior.
This week, we have watched a massive political
Tim Walz
vibe shift in real time. Kamala Harris.
I must call him Walz, not Waltz. Waltz. I want to call him Waltz. You're like. But no, it's walls. Like, build the walls.
The Dem nominee. J.D. Vance is now Trump's second favorite son, and Republicans are desperately trying to beat the weird allegations.
Democrats' newest attack on Republicans? Weird.
Oh, Trump's weird. J.D. Vance is weird. It's all weird, and everybody's on board with it.
But I always thought being weird is kind of cool.
But before you write those 5 letters in Ted Cruz's reply,
Being weird is cool.
it's important to remember,
but not in a weird Republican way,
what's behind the word. Because Democrats aren't just trying to spam a funny buzzword. The goal is to accurately point out how creepy and divorced from reality the conservative agenda actually is. No normal person wants to eliminate the Department of Education, or thinks the president should commit unlimited crime, or tries to inspect children before they play sports. Because all of that would be weird.
What if we all were?
Is it more waltz than walls? I thought it was walls. Is it waltz or walls?
What's the big deal?
This strategy has been in the works for a while, but it was potential VP candidate Tim Walz who brought it back last week.
All right, she just said waltz. Oh God, what is it? No, I don't know.
These are weird people on the other side. They want to take books away. They want to be in your exam room. That's what it comes down to.
It's truly the perfect way to describe these people. I mean, if someone in real life told me a child doesn't deserve a free school lunch, my immediate reaction would be, what are you talking about? Same with defunding libraries or social security or public transit.
But aren't they all full of woke books?
Things make our lives better. Why do we have to pretend getting rid of them are normal good policy positions? It's cultural too. I mean, the average American can hear Cardi B or watch the Olympics without pooping their pants.
That scene on the Olympics triggered me so much.
I mean, the average American can hear Cardi B or watch the Olympics without.
But I did poop my pants watching this. You know why? Because this DJ here, right, it was pissing it down with rain. It was pissing it down with rain. And this DJ here, she had like a full-on $5,000 setup. She had like a DJ... She had a DJM 900 Nexus 2, probably. I didn't look close up. She had like CDJ 2000 Nexus. Like that setup was like $5,000, okay? And it was in the pouring rain. She wasn't even touching it. Probably because she couldn't. Probably because she couldn't. Because who could DJ in the pouring rain when the kit is completely sodden? Who could do that? It was completely ruined. That setup. Look how wet. Look at how wet everybody. There are DJ sets in front of this woman here, completely soaked. What a fucking waste. Triggered. I was so triggered.
Without pooping their pants? But conservatives are still hung up on a trans person drinking a beer over a year ago.
The pay increase is good, but the military pulled a Bud Light.
That's weird.
What about a cis woman drinking a beer? A cis British woman drinking a beer. Triggered?
I thought this would be a good strategy for a while, but honestly, I did not expect it to be this effective. Republicans have been floundering.
These are the people who think Trump and Vance and MAGA are weird.
You know who's playing weird? She's playing weird. She's a weird person.
Weird is cool.
Yeah, it turns out once you get past puberty, I know you are, but what am I isn't that good of a defense. It just comes off as reactive and angry and, weird. Especially online. If you're rage posting pictures...
The thing is though, there's different types of weird, isn't there? There's like the type of weird that you laughed at when you were in high school, which is like the weird people were like the creative people who like dyed their hair weird colors and were creative and created art that other people would have called cringe. Like those were the weird people in high school. But when you sort of get to adulthood, you just sort of realize that they're not weird. They're just sort of having fun being themselves. Well, if you grow up to a sort of normal, accepting adulthood, you kind of realize that those people were sort of embracing themselves and being themselves and having fun. But the other kind of weird is getting really... The kind of weird that the Democrats are sort of chiming into here is the kind of weird which is, you know, talking about other people's genitals a lot. That is weird. That's weird. That's not just sort of like, I'm a bit kooky weird. That's like weird. You're getting involved in other people's sort of sexuality, their personal sort of very personal things. That's weird. That's not just kooky weird. That's weird.
Trans people existing or a family with 2 daddies, to prove that you're not weird, you should have to ask yourself some questions. Why does this bother you so much? Why is it any of your business? And why do you have all of these pictures on your phone? That's fucking weird. And this strategy is so effective.
It reminds me of that. All these pictures on your phone. Hang on. It reminds me of that interview that Taylor Lorenz did with Kaya Rychik, and she just showed her she just took out her phone and then she put her phone she shoved her phone into Taylor Lorenz's face and she was like, look at this is a blowjob. Weird. That's weird. Not cuckoo weird. Weird.
Pictures on your phone. That's fucking weird. And this strategy is so effective because you can apply it to pretty much any right-wing policy. Why do you want to stop women from crossing state lines? Why are you prowling around school libraries? And why should childless people have fewer rights? All of that is so, say it with me, weird.
How weird.
But it's not about the word. It's about the reason we're saying it. Weird isn't some magic silver bullet. The far-right agenda is. Their plans are scary, but also creepy. I don't want JD Vance knowing when I menstruate, constantly talking about genitals, having any opinion on skull size, burning books in the 21st century. All of that is weird. But you're not stuck with that one word. You can and should get creative. Comparing abortion to slavery? Weird. Attacking Black history textbooks? Creepy. Banning no-fault divorce? Freak shit. Cringe. Ick. Yikes. Unnecessary. These are all words that can describe the Republican Party's ideas. And it's not going low or going high to simply state the truth. With the word weird, Democrats are finally standing up to Republican messaging in a realistic and effective way. They aren't giving credence to bigotry or trying to debate it in good faith. Instead, they're calling out the Republican agenda for what it is, at odds with the average American's life. Because surprise, surprise, despite what JD Vance might think, most Americans don't get their core values from 4chan.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I mean, overall, Republican policies seem to be unpopular, but what they're good at doing is marketing them so that they seem like they could be popular, when actually, in reality, they're not popular at all. Vivek Ramaswamy has things to say about the weird thing. Wasn't he pro crypto, or am I thinking of someone else? Vivek Ramaswamy. Their weird argument from the Democrats is dumb and juvenile. This is a presidential election, not a high school prom queen contest. Vivek loved crypto. Yeah. Big ass shoes. He's got big shoes. Okay, great. This is a presidential election, not a high school prom queen contest. It's also a tad ironic coming from the party that preaches diversity and inclusion. Win on policy if you can, but cut the crap, please. I mean, diversity and inclusion of people who want to, just look at people's genitals and decide a policy based on actually looking at people's genitals. I mean, that is kind of weird if you want to write policy based on people's chromosomes or people's genitals. That is weird. Is this the shoes thing that you're talking about? Big ass shoes? You think his feet aren't really that big and he's just wearing two big shoes to make it look like he's got really big feet. You walk your cat. What? I don't go on Twitter anymore, or X. I don't know what's going I don't know the law here. What's going on? They do look pretty big though. They do look pretty big. But, I mean, maybe his feet are that big. We don't know. Is there a shoeless Vivek picture anywhere? VCon 2024 is happening, guys. I didn't even know about VCon 2024. Oh, Cody Johnson. The evil criminal demon rats, led by Hammerhead Pelosi, the deceitful Palestinian Chuck Schumer, Sleepy Joe, and now the DEI savior, Low IQ Kamala, are being very unfair with their divisiveness and disgusting name-calling that came out of nowhere. Childish behavior, not nice. Hank Green, dude, you literally advised your own self as unhinged. Why would you be surprised when folks started noticing you were weird? I'm not saying being super weird isn't working for y'all. It obviously is. Keep it up, but don't be surprised when people call it what it is. Ugh. I love Cody. I think he's a fan of my stuff because he followed me on Instagram and X. I've never spoke with him though. X. We have a response from AOC. I'm not going to scroll any further than that. I think it's putting the posts from people I follow at the top, which I think is these three guys. And then I'm not going to go any further because I'll probably descend into a pit of awfulness. I'm not going to bother. AOC. Yeah, no free scrolling live on stream. No free scrolling. It's dangerous. It's just endless Candy Crush ads after that. I wouldn't be surprised. 3 scrolls to porn. Yeah, exactly. Crypto AI art and pussy in bio. Yeah. Why are you still tweeting, AOC? Just go on Threads. Everyone's on Threads now. Although I've spent too much time on Threads that I'm now starting to see, like, transphobes on Threads. And I'm like, oh, is Twitter really that bad these days that all of the transphobes are now going onto Threads? And now we have to deal with them there as well. Is Twitter really that bad now that all of the transphobes are leaving? Being obsessed with repressing women is goofy. Trying to watch what LGBTQ plus people do all the time is abnormal. Punishing people who don't have a biological offspring is creepy. Oh yeah, the childless cat woman thing. Oh man. It's an incel platform, dude. It's super weird. And people need to know. It is kind of incel-y, isn't it? The whole childless woman thing. Aiden Ross offered $1 million for dirt on Hassan on Twitter. Jeez, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Transphobes have been on Threads for a while now. Unfortunately, we see them a little more quickly than most people, I think. Why weird works. Oh, so that video was from Mother Jones, and this is an article about it. Weird has done a particularly good job where other Democratic slogans have failed. I think the main reason is that Waltz's attack flips the usual Republican appeal to a silent majority. For years, demagoguery on the right has been a way of telling Americans that their racism and hatred are shared, broadly accepted, if not broadcast. In so doing, there is invoked a myth of normalcy, the unspoken for, bigoted masses. In this way, the right self-victimizes. They say that they speak for the forgotten man, as historian Lawrence Glickman has written, downtrodden by the government and forced to appease. Here is a cross-class group of productive white people who are forced to subsidize unproductive and unworthy workers. These normal people, conservatives say, are burdened by all of this liberal bullshit. Weird reverses and intervenes at the crucial point of transmission of that idea. No, it says, the appeals by the right to supposed family values, anti-trans bigotry, restricting no-fault divorce, slashing public school funding, hatred of immigrants are not normal. They aren't fundamental American values that the liberal elites have somewhat derailed. They are instead deeply strange, and we, a new silent majority that the Waltz invokes in his use of weird, are tired of it. Democrats have long failed to sound like real people when playing cultural politics. Finally, with weird, they sound honest. The Minnesota governor said it randomly and doubled down. It is not a shifting focus group tested insult brought back to life from a vaudeville talky morals of an alley cat. It is a jibe that sounds human. So often Democratic hits against Trump and importantly against those who voted for him have been horrific. Not bad, but terrible. During the 2016 race, Hillary Clinton said half of Trump's voters fit into a basket of deplorables. She described a misbegotten group economically blighted into bigotry. Clinton meant that this is a way to speak honestly about how many Americans truly believed bad things, but it did not sound that way. Clinton's comments caused such havoc because they seemed to reveal how she really felt about a huge swath of Americans, more than 30 million apparently, shining a light on the worst version of the modern Democratic Party believes. Although, just to chime in, I feel like when the right does that, it seems to work well. Like when the right call the left just like brainwashed idiots, that seems to work well for them. Like when the right dehumanizes left-leaning people and says that they've got a woke mind virus, that seems to work well, so they sort of really play on it. Whereas like as soon as Hillary Clinton said that they're just like deplorables and they don't know what they're talking about, that was like received really badly. I don't know, just an observation. Anyway, she described, where was I? What can you do? It was a liberal version of the infamous comment by Senator Mitt Romney about how 47% of people are just beholden to the Democratic Party because of public benefits. The deplorables comment and the subsequent meandering around America to talk to Trump voters produced this constantly from Democrats. They did not say what they felt because what they felt was discussed. Even the empathy reeked of sanctimony. Watson's comment, by contrast, implies a new Democratic take. It does not pity, it does not look from the outside at Trump voters, and it does not assume with condescension. Instead, it implies Trump voters are known, even members of your family, specifically your uncle, whose annoying opinions have been allowed to flow free. And Jesus Christ, man, now everyone is weird as hell and ruining the holidays. Deplorables could be adopted as the majority condescended to by out-of-touch liberals. We're all deplorables, but weird cannot be co-opted to stand for a silent majority. It is something that the majority says about the people making your life worse. In this way, it makes Republican family values abnormal and odious. A neat trick. Vance is a good target for this. His book, Hillbilly Elegy, ironically is the flip side of the same coin as deplorables. It says, yes, please do understand the Trump voters. I will say that they are culturally broken. To understand the Republican nominee for vice president, as I've written before, it is less about what has changed about him since 2015 than about what has not changed. Vance has always been someone trying to do some version of Trumpism without Trump and explain the appeal to the upper classes. Before it was to sell books to liberals, now it's to get people on board for MAGA 2024. So much of the first Trump era, God, it's been almost a decade of this, has forced pundits and opponents to try to understand Trump as a person. Good luck. The entire... burping. The entire exercise has felt like an exhausting, stupid, psychoanalytic chasing of one's own tail by political journalists and columnists. Vance and Project 2025 have helped shift the focus to Trump's substance in a way that lets Democrats attack his policies without attacking his voters' identities. Vance is the living embodiment of how Trump's America has made a bunch of semi-normal politicians into absolute freaks. So when you call the MAGA elite weird, you're just saying how Trump and his policies forced a strangeness on all of us. I mean, like, what is the I keep seeing a picture of like Waltz's face on a tampon. I mean, that in itself is weird. Like, what is even the context of that? Why have they put his face on a tampon? I don't. What? Oh yeah, Elon full-throatedly endorsed Trump. I did see that. Is that what it was? Waltz wanted tampons in all bathrooms, and they just came at him for that. Why? Why is this weird? Why is that? Why is that weird? When I go into a woman's bathroom here and I see that they've provided tampons and pads for us, it's not only tampons, it's pads. You want to provide pads and tampons, not just tampons. Because some women don't use tampons, me included. All right, if you're only providing tampons and you're not providing pads, that's discrimination against pad users. I hate using tampons. I like to have full control. I like to, you know why? It's because I like to have full control over, like, I like to see when you have a tampon, right? You have to basically guess when you need to change it. When you have a pad, you can fully see. Every time you go to the toilet, you can fully see when you need to change it. Moon tampon tangent. Tampgent. But I understand why a lot of women like prefer tampons, because like then you don't have to feel anything in your pants, because when you have a tampon in, right, you can't feel anything, and I get that, like that's a huge plus, because pads can get annoying because you can feel them in your pants, right? But tampons, they can just go up in inside you and you can't feel them when they're in there. And you can leave them in for a few hours and it's cool. Right? And if you have a heavier flow, right? If you have a heavier flow, I can see why tampons might be a better choice. But I don't particularly have a heavier flow, so all women are different, you know. Those are the reasons why. You know what? I know most of you didn't get a proper sex education in school. I know most of you probably didn't, so I'm doing it for you right now. Okay? I'm telling you about how periods work. Okay? I'm doing it now because I know you probably weren't taught it in school. What the fuck is a woman? Basically, yeah. Your girlfriends, your wives, they've either got heavy flow or they've got a light flow, or maybe their periods start with a heavy flow and then by the end of it they get with a light flow. And like it depends, like so on the heavier flow days they might be like more like tampon pilled. And on the lighter days they might be going pad pilled, right? But like, start a conversation. Gotta start a conversation with them. Figure out these things, Or you're on the pills. Maybe you're pad maxing like me. I pad max. I just pad max, baby. Maxi pad maxing. How did this get onto pad maxing? Oh god. Anyway, what's next? Trump and Vance quietly losing their minds.
Well, they're the weird ones, and if you've ever seen her with the laugh and everything else, that's a weird deal going on there. They're the weird ones. Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not.
Let's talk about some things that are weird. We think it's weird that Democrats want to put sexually explicit books in toddlers' libraries. We think it's weird that the far left wants to allow biological males to beat the living crap out of women in boxing. Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta and talks with a...
When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened? Apart from literally the one instance in which you imagined that happened in your head.
to beat the living crap out of women in boxing. Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta and talks with a fake Southern accent, even though she grew up in Canada. You can't make it up. That's pretty weird.
I can't comment on the fake accent. I'm no expert on American accents, but I can't comment on whether she's doing a fake accent. I've not heard anything about this. What's this?
During our time in the White House, we've had the joy of watching them grow from bubbly little girls into poised young women. A journey that started soon after we arrived in Washington, when they set off for their first day at their new school. I will never forget.
Is this the speech that why is her name escaping me? Donald Trump's wife. Why is her name escaping me right now? Is this the one that she, Melania, is this the one that she plagiarized?
That winter morning, as I watched our girls, just 7 and 10 years old, pile into those black SUVs with all those big men with guns. And I saw their little faces pressed up against the window. And the only thing I could think was, what have we done?
Melania.
See, because at that moment, I realized that our time in the White House would form the foundation for who they would become. And how well we managed this experience could truly make or break them. That is what Barack and I think about every day as we try to guide and protect our girls through the challenges of this unusual life in the spotlight. How we urge them to ignore those who question their father's citizenship or faith. How we insist that the hateful language they hear from public figures on TV does not represent the true spirit of this country. How we explain that when someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
Yeah, I remember watching a video that talks specifically about that. What's the guy's name? It's not Innuendo Studio, is it? Is it Innuendo Studio? Innuendo Studio, when we go low. When they go low. Yeah. Innuendo Studios. Yeah. Well, yeah, this whole video about that. I remember that. Yeah. So basically, like, his point is liberal politicians have this whole sort of like higher ground thing going on where they're like, oh, well, we won't break any of the rules. We'll play by the rules. But obviously when the other side breaks the rules, it's like, well, unfortunately, breaking the rules means that you win elections. And one of the main reasons for that is like the Electoral College and like, yeah, we demand political mud wrestling. Yeah, I really like Innuendo Studios videos. They're very good. All right, let's move on to Logan Paul, shall we? Let's do a bit of Logan Paul, shall we? Fuck it.
Logan Paul is suing me for crypto.
Logan Paul. Logan Paul. All right. Oh, could we go on to something different? Should we do some Olympic stuff, maybe? Oh, the choices. I don't know. Or the MrBeast stuff. Or you want to do Sen shit? What should we do? There's Sen shit. There's you know what I could do? I could do a poll. Twitch lets me do polls. If I could open Twitch, open the creator dashboard, I could set up a poll. Hang on. If I knew how to... oh, that's me. If I knew how to... oh, that's me. I'll mute myself. Create a dashboard. Wait, how do I do this? Hang on. Right, I'll work out how to do it. Stream manager. I think I do /poll, don't I? /poll. Open a setup menu to create a poll. There we go. Oh, I've set it. Ooh, exciting question. What shall we talk about? Okay, I'll put some options in. Responses, minimum 2. All right, I'll give you some options. Right, option number 1 is going to be Olympic poo. Option number 2 is going to be Logan Paul. Option number 3 is going to be Joe Rogan, because apparently he has a shitty stand-up thing out, and also he's also endorsing Mr. Thingy. Is that like RFK? He's also endorsing that guy. Or MrBeast, or do you want Trump and Aiden Ross stream? Okay. Duration, what should we say? 1 minute? You have 1 minute to vote. All right, it's starting. You got 1 minute, guys. You got 1 minute. Vote. I should have a song ready.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
You brave little sis boy.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. Bust it. It's time to get busy. Cause this is gonna hurt. Let's dance. Let me see you shake that thing. I ain't never scared.
You got me burning up. You got me burning up. You got me burning up. You got me burning up.
Let me see you shake
and just touch me so I can get my satisfaction. Oh, is that what? Oh, MrBeast won, guys. MrBeast won. All right, that's what we're doing next. That's what we're doing next. MrBeast shenanigans. The MrBeast shenanigans. That's what we're doing next. That's what the people voted for. You can't complain. That's democracy, guys. Democracy.
Hey guys, so whoa.
So. All right. So yeah, there's So last stream that I did, I watched the first. I'm hungry. I watched the first video that Dogpack404 did on my last stream. It was basically mostly like, it started off with this whole sort of like, this is CGI, that's CGI, and then it kind of moved on to it kind of got onto the real shit after that, which was all the lottery stuff, which was the real shit. I'm having another punk IPA, by the way. All of the real shit happened after that. I think the lottery stuff was clearly the worst stuff, because you're clearly like manipulating children into gambling. That's the worst stuff. You know, all of the fake stuff is like, yeah, we kind of guessed that he was kind of doing a lot of that anyway. And also I was kind of criticizing him because he was basically just saying, oh yeah, he did this and he did that, but he wasn't really giving much evidence for what he was saying in the first one. I felt he wasn't really backing up the things that he was saying. This is from memory. So yeah, I felt like he was like rushing through too many things on his first one a little bit. And I was like, please just slow down and explain things properly. But at the same time, I don't think that he had, you know, any hard evidence behind what he was saying anyway, so he probably couldn't. I don't know. But on this one, he's actually like, it looks like he's actually interviewing somebody else who used to work for MrBeast, and he's got like some real stories. Which is a bit more like, from what I know, it seems like it's a little bit more like bad. This stuff, it's a bit more crazy. But yeah, let's check it out. But also there was like that whole New York Times article. Rosanna Pansino did a whole thing at like the way that Rosanna Pansino's like become a massive figure in all of this. Isn't she like the? Doesn't she just like bake cupcake? Doesn't she like do cupcakes? Isn't she the cupcake woman? Why is she the MrBeast woman now? What does she do on YouTube these days? Exposing smoothies. I tested viral Indian TikTok recipes. Didn't she used to make TikToks on you? She used to make TikToks on YouTube. What am I talking about? Didn't she used to make cupcakes on YouTube? Wasn't that her thing?
Hey guys, so a lot has happened over the last few days, and I wanted to update you. It is truly so much to cover in a single video, but it just definitely needs to be talked about. First of all, the fact that hardly any large YouTubers are talking about the Beast games is honestly pretty disappointing.
Like 70%.
Although not too surprising. In general, I think basically all the top YouTubers are hoping this blows over so they can keep their chance to do business with MrBeast or be a part of his juicy collabs. As someone who has done 3 of these Beast collabs and had him try to do business with me twice off of YouTube, let me tell you, it's a complete waste of time. But hey, I'm not going to go into that right now. I would just like to remind them, the other big YouTubers in this community, that dozens of people were injured and thousands of people were denied their basic human rights, all for a MrBeast YouTube video. It's giving David Dobrik 2.0. And the sequels are always worse. There's still no update
update from TikTok.
David Dobrik 2.0. Shit.
On why my first video about the Beast games is blocked in every country except for the US.
What?
Also, thousands of comments are being deleted daily on MrBeast's newest video.
MrBeast has been deleting all the comments that speak on the situation about him being a fraud. It doesn't matter if you don't space out your comment, they will all be deleted.
Much of Reddit is blocking threads on the topic. This includes his own subreddit that's ran by his staff. Even Twitter deleted a community post about MrBeast. So overall, it looks like there is a pretty concerted effort to hide this story, which pretty much explains why I'm making the video today. A lot of you had asked for verification of the other stories I was making videos about, which I totally get, and I wanted to read one of the articles that came out this week. This one is from the New York Times. They vetted about a dozen Beast Games contestants and listened to their stories. Many other news outlets have also interviewed and vetted other contestants and crew as well. So I hope that gives you some assurance that these stories are real. All right, so let's read through. Send thoughts and prayers. I'm dyslexic. This is gonna be something. The title of the article is Willing to Die for MrBeast and 5 million. I'm gonna read about half of it because it would probably take me a couple hours to read.
I did read this article. I think like what I got from it is that MrBeast has basically got money from Amazon Studios to do what seems like it's supposed to be a sort of endurance thing from what I understand. But like he's basically took the endurance aspect of it a little bit too far and not been very clear with the contestants in the show about how bad it's gonna be, essentially. Yeah, I mean, like he's doing the Squid Game things again, but like it's like his channel has always been Squid Games, I guess, MrBeast's whole thing has been Squid Games from when he started. So it's only like, it was only completely ironic when he did this whole Squid Games thing. When he did it, it was just, it was like he completely missed the irony of him doing that, because his whole career from the outset was like, let me make these poor people do these insane things to be able to pay off their student debts. Ha ha ha! Isn't that fun and entertaining? Squid Games was that, but exaggerated, and then MrBeast was like, "Oh, wow, this was a really popular show, wasn't it? Let me recreate it and get some views." And the fucking little fetuses that are watching him don't understand the irony. But that's the, yeah.
Read this whole article because I'm such a slow reader. During the intake process this year, several contestants told the New York Times that they have been asked whether they would be willing to be buried alive or travel to outer space. One contestant recalled being asked if she would be able to swim to shore if thrown overboard from a boat. I understand that such activities may cause me death, illness, or serious bodily injury, including but not limited to exhaustion, dehydration, overexertion, burns, and heat stroke. Read a line in the contract reviewed by the Times that applicants were required to sign. Such language is common.
I mean, this is basically your bog standard contract, which is like, do not sue me, whatever happens, even if you die, do not sue me. And people will sign it because they want to be a part of a MrBeast video, and that's literally all there is to it. But like other productions will do much similar contracts as well. And just to give a little bit of advice as well, if you want to take part in one of these shows, a lot of the time, if you sort of go back to them and you say, please can you take out this clause, like this specific thing that basically says, if I die, you can't sue me. Can you, like, if you go back to them and you say, can you just remove this one thing or this paragraph and I'll sign it? Sometimes they will, but it depends on, like, with a MrBeast production, I assume that if you came back to them and you said, please can you remove this and I sign it, they would have been like, no, because there would have been another fucking 1,000 people behind you in the queue that would have signed it regardless. So there would have been like no incentive for you to be like, to actually read it and be like, hey, this is a little bit fucked up. And this is what happens with like loads of reality shows. Like they all have contracts that are like, you might die, so if you do, don't sue us.
In place in reality television contracts. What they did not expect, however, were the more mundane yet potentially dangerous inconveniences that they said had befallen them during the competition. Speaking with the New York Times on the condition of being anonymous due to non-disclosure agreements, over a dozen people who participated in the first installment of Beast Games said that they had not received adequate food or medical care, and that some competitors had suffered injuries from the physical challenges. The event was being filmed for Mr. Donaldson's YouTube channel to select contestants to participate in the Amazon MGM show later this summer. Some of the contestants left the competition arena on stretchers. A contestant said, though it was unclear if any of those contestants had faced serious medical conditions. Another described watching fellow contestants vomiting and appearing to pass out. There were several hospitalizations. So I'm going to stop right here to give a little bit of context. The local hospital that took patients from the Beast Games described it as a pretty chaotic scene. I've also talked to at least 100 contestants.
All right, let's have a look at that quote. Hang on.
Described it as a pretty chaotic.
A hospital employee told us, I'm aware of 3 or 4 hospital evacs today. Overnight shift said it was insane, not sure if or how many hospital evacs there were. The production is a shit show and unprepared for the scale, making decisions as they go along. The bare bones medic staff on site is not adequate and were overwhelmed last night. They compete at night. This show sounds weird. Why are they only doing the games at night in pitch black? Like, what the hell is going on this show?
Chaotic scene. I've also talked to at least 100 contestants. Some of the injuries described to me, I would definitely describe as serious. Okay, back to the article. In a text message, a spokesperson for MrBeast said that the shoot was unfortunately complicated by the CrowdStrike incident, extreme weather, and other unexpected logistical and communication issues. The spokesperson said MrBeast had
any excuse. I swear, when that CrowdStrike incident happened, every business was like, because it hit like the mainstream media, every business was like, yes. Like, I'm not denying that it was like a major thing that impacted loads of people, but also on the other side of that, you have every single business like, yes, now we have an excuse. Now we can be really lazy and shit and tell our customers that it was because of CrowdStrike and it wasn't our fault.
Started a formal review and had taken steps to ensure that we learn from this experience. Okay, we're going to take a quick break again. So, MrBeast's PR team is blaming everyone but themselves. I don't understand how CrowdStrike prevents people from getting their medication. I don't understand how CrowdStrike prevents women from getting
Guys, do you not know that CrowdStrike distributes insulin to people? Did you not realize that?
From getting their medication. I don't understand how CrowdStrike prevents women from getting feminine products that they need. I don't understand how CrowdStrike gives low quality food with no protein to contestants doing physical challenges. They were giving out cold oatmeal. Yeah, great, wonderful. I don't understand how CrowdStrike caused people to be nearly trampled. I just don't understand how CrowdStrike caused fully grown men to tackle women. And severe weather, spoiler alert, it's Vegas, it's hot. How is that an excuse? And unexpected.
But did they test the women there for XY chromosomes?
Logistical issues. That's literally the entire point of hiring an experienced crew. Remember when I said MrBeast team intentionally wanted to hire non-union? And MrBeast has started a formal review. So what, this is the second time in 2 weeks that MrBeast is investigating MrBeast?
They didn't allow them to maxi pad max.
I'm gonna investigate myself. After I investigated myself, I have found that I myself have done no wrongdoings.
It's called Tampax maxing. Tamp max.
This totally legitimate investigation that I have done myself on myself. Trust me, bro. The company that will be investigating me is MrBeast Investigations. All right, let's go back to the article. Some former employees have spoken out about safety concerns on MrBeast sets, but his vast fan base has continued to see him as fundamentally charitable and well-meaning. Amid allegations about Beast Games, as well as recent accusations about inappropriate language used by Mr. Donaldson and a former collaborator, career, his reputation, as well as his multi-million-dollar YouTube empire are on the line. We signed up for the show, but we didn't sign up for not being fed or watered or treated like human beings, one contestant told The Times. Before they arrived at...
You didn't sign up to be treated like human beings? I'm being very pedantic right now.
Being fed or watered or treated like human beings, one contestant told The Times. Before they arrived at the stadium...
When I signed that contract, I expected to be treated like I wasn't a human being.
On July 18th, the contestants had to turn in their phones and belongings, including medications. The group ranged in age from members of Gen Z to a competitor who said he was 82, a contestant said. Right from the start, things seemed off. Some contestants said they had originally been told that the competition would have 1,000 participants. This was also the figure advertised by Prime Video earlier this year. But upon arrival, contestants received a video message from Mr. Donaldson, reviewed by The Times, informing them that the number of contestants was higher. Obviously, there's 2,000 contestants, Mr. Donaldson said in a video. I don't remember if I said that publicly or not, but there is. A spokesperson for MrBeast said the intention had always been to have 2,000 competitors during that phase. There's that spokesperson again, that PR team, they're just working overtime. I talked to a bunch of contestants. The contestants that I talked to, many of them were not told that it was going to be 2,000 participants. They were told it was 1,000. They were upset by this. They were also upset because they felt they were misled because they thought they were going to be on the Amazon Prime show, not on a YouTube video. Like many of the people who appear in MrBeast YouTube videos, some of the contestants said that they needed the cash to pay for things like student loans and medical debt, which is the #1 debt in the United States. This is a part that seems small, but it really bothers me because it's obvious that they're just trying to film.
It's just awful. Like in the UK, like obviously you'd have the student loans, but like you wouldn't have the medical debt part, which makes it like really depressing.
People's reactions of like, what? But you're really messing with people's lives and people who may really need money. A lot of the contestants that I talked to, they signed up for the show, not because it sounded super fun, but because they really needed the money and they wanted a chance to compete for that money to really change their lives. And so to dangle a really high price carrot, $5 million in front of people's faces who need
student debt affects you significantly less than in the States than it does in the UK. I don't know much about the comparison between that. That's interesting. Because in the UK it suddenly got a lot worse. Specifically when like the Tories got in, student debt got a lot worse. Like the amount that you had to pay back basically tripled when they got into power. I honestly don't know what it's like in the US though. But yeah, it's depressing.
Need the finances and then do this to them. It just seems cheap. I'm getting older. I'm just fed up with the BS. Several contestants also said that they had not been warned about how little they would be given to eat and how infrequently. They described going on long stretches without being fed by the production. One said she had gone over 20 hours, both during the games and while they were in Las Vegas before and after filming. Contestants said they had expected the production to provide them with meals for the duration of their time.
In the US, you'd never pay it back. Is that true? Do most people in the US just like never pay their student debt back? Because in the UK, it's kind of like you'd only pay it back. You'd only like complete paying it back if you did pretty well in your career. That's the only situation in which you'd ever pay it back. But even then, if you did pretty well, you'd only pay it back when you'd been working in that pretty good career for like maybe a couple of decades. You'd have it paid back if you were earning well. You might finish paying it off. I don't know, maybe it's like average in your 40s in the UK that you pay it off. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what the average is. But I honestly don't know what it's like in the US. It gets cancelled after 30 years in the UK. In the US, you could die before you pay it all back. You graduated 6 years ago with 27,000 of debt. Paying it ever since. Now on 39 worth of debt. Yeah, like also the interest rates on student debt, like they're the kind of interest rates that you wouldn't even consider. Like when you're shopping around for, a credit card, you wouldn't even consider the interest rates that you generally like normally get on a student loan. Like mine was like, last time I checked was like 6. I don't know, it changes, doesn't it? But last time I checked was like 6.25%, which is insane. Like you wouldn't, if there was a credit card company being like, ooh, 6.25%, you'd be like, that's shit. But that's like literally what we're fucking paying on our student loans. It's easier to die. It's depressing, isn't it? 6.25% is insane, like especially when you're paying it off over such a long amount of time. It's mad. You're paying back so much more than you borrowed initially. So much more. Yeah, we signed up for them when we were kids and we needed money. Exactly. Like, they're also really predatory because when I got my student loan, yeah, I was a fucking kid. I had no money. And I was like, I need this shit. You are not thinking about the fucking interest that you're going to pay back when you're actually earning money. You're not thinking about that at all. Very predatory. It's mad. In the US, credit cards at 20% for a lot of people. Jesus. That's mad. Anyway, tangent.
Filming. Contestants said they had expected the production to provide them with meals for the duration of their time in Nevada. One meal, described by several contestants, included a teeny portion of cold oatmeal, one hard-boiled egg, and a few pieces of raw vegetables.
Where's the best place to listen to or watch my music? You can download it on Bandcamp. And I get paid what you pay less. I think 25%. I think 25% goes to Bandcamp. Or on my Patreon, on the £5 tier. You get it for free.
Throughout the games were small and sporadic, contestants said. It was difficult to keep track of time without watches or phones, but the contestants estimated that they had been fed twice a day, once early in the morning and again in the afternoon.
I don't think I'd ever sell vinyls of my music, no. I don't think there's enough interest. Maybe if there was enough interest for my Clitoris musical, I'd do a vinyl of all the songs from that, if I felt that there was enough interest. But not right now, no.
Afternoon or evening. A spokesperson for MrBeast said the contestants have been offered 3 meals a day.
Yes, fans have remixed my tunes. I love it when people remix my shit. On the second tier up, the £5 a month tier on my Patreon, I release the stems for the songs that I do. And I love hearing people remix my tracks using the stems. I love it. Stop distracting me from this video!
Hey, here's that spokesperson again. One of the most common things amongst all of the contestants that I talked to was just how dire the food situation was. On a few occasions, the production staff passed around small Feastables chocolate bars, a brand created by Mr. Donaldson, and filmed some people eating and praising the candy, contestants said. Now,
you know what? You know what I can't do though? I can't watch the Australian woman breakdancing because this stream will get nuked. Straight away, as soon as I watch that, the stream will get nuked. But I've not watched it, but I've seen so much about it, but I've not watched it. I've not watched like a full clip, because obviously you can't even upload a full clip to social media without it being nuked. I've not seen a full clip of this woman, but I really want to see it.
Them better than a cheap chocolate bar on an empty stomach. Pretty much everyone I talked to said that they were starving, and I cannot believe that they use this as a cheap way to promote their candy bars, like advertise their candy bars on the show. People with food allergies and dietary restrictions said that they had experienced even more trouble. Before the competition, contestants filled out forms detailing their dietary needs. An FAQ document provided to contestants in advance of the event and reviewed by The Times said that all dietary and food restrictions
No, we're not brushing over the clip musical. What are you talking about?
would be taken into consideration. Either they knew about the dietary restrictions and they weren't able...
You want to brush over it a few times, but yeah, before you like fully get into it, you do want to no, that's how you want to start. You don't want to do that the whole time. That's just how you want to start.
able to meet them, or they casted people with dietary restrictions knowing that they wouldn't be able to feed them correctly. Either way you cut it, it's not good. You can't feed people? Jimmy, don't you run food banks? An FAQ document that says taken into consideration. Yeah, it seems like they considered it. They were like, I'm gonna consider not doing anything for the people. But several contestants said that they had been served food that they were allergic to and that alternatives had not been provided. Quote, they took on this challenge of 2,000 competitors. They should have known they needed an enormous crew to handle this correctly.
The sex ed scene from Monty Python. Hang on, what? Is this going to be allowed on Twitch? Meaning of life, sex education. I've not watched Monty Python in a while. Is it TOS? Is it TOS, guys? Is it TOS?
Hungry, bruised, and bleeding. Mr. Donaldson presided over the field as the first scenes of the competition were filmed in the stadium. Contestants described how he had stepped out of the shrine-like structure and onto a platform above $5 million in cash as they were instructed to cheer. Quote, we're all just looking up at the sky, screaming at him like he's God, one contestant said. Guards dressed entirely in black, complete with face coverings, flanked the field. A psychologist also introduced himself to the competitors at the outset, explaining that health and safety were priorities on set. Several participants were...
Was the psychologist Jordan Peterson by any chance? Wait.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
Reached by phone by The Times after the games, that psychologist declined to comment on the event. In what world is one psychologist enough for 2,000 people? When I went on to a reality game show years ago,
but they all watched a video, right? They all watched a video of a psychologist saying, clean your room. And then they were like, okay, cool, you're all fine now.
Oh, this is over a decade ago. There was 10 women and we had one psychologist. Just so you guys can kind of compare. Several contestants said that when they had sought out production staff members for assistance with medical care, food, and hygiene issues, the staff members were often not helpful and appeared disorganized. Some staff members yelled and cursed at contestants, one participant said. Sorry if you guys hear snoring. My dog just fell asleep and I don't have the heart to wake her up. They just look so cute when they're taking those little puppy naps.
That's not a dog. That's clearly a cushion. Lies!
She's this one. She's right here. Boop, boop. This is her little booty. Back to it. Despite reassurance that contestants' medications would be distributed to them when needed, several contestants said that they had not received their medication on time, including one contestant who needed insulin, instead receiving it hours or even days after their scheduled dosing times. This is so dangerous to a diabetic. This is awful. One contestant said that she had initially been denied food that she required to take with her medication and had been told by staff members that she didn't actually need to eat. After asking repeatedly, she was given half a banana. Something else that really bothers me is people online are saying, well, it's a competition.
Guys, that's all you need is half a banana. Half a banana.
It's supposed to be hard. And I'm like, why is MrBeast production casting people who need specific medication and specific food and then not giving it to them? That has nothing to do with the competition games themselves. Nothing. It is taking care of basic human needs. Contestants were instructed to supply the production.
The other half of the banana. Can't even say banana anymore. The other half of the banana was for Mr.
Staff
Beast.
with a Ziploc bag containing 5 days worth of undergarments, which would be distributed to the contestants once the games were underway. But several contestants said that they had waited hours or even days to receive their clean underwear. I'm gonna stop here again. Why the is MrBeast production team taking contestants' underwear? I get not having a cell phone or something you can cheat with, but underwear? There is one contestant that I'm talking with right now who has never gotten her underwear back. One woman said that when she and a group of contestants who were menstruating during the event had asked the production staff about getting their underwear more quickly, she had been told that it was not a medical emergency. And she recalled that a nearby member of the production staff had laughed at the woman's pleading. How disgusting are these people?
To be completely clear, to be completely crude, when you're menstruating, you will undoubtedly get a little bit of blood in your pants. That is what they mean. And it's disgusting that you can't, like, you're in a situation where you cannot, like, get clean underwear. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Could you imagine these people treating your sister that way? Your mom that way? And yes, it is a medical emergency. It's called toxic shock syndrome.
Like, yeah, you can literally get infections if you're like sleeping in underwear or in a pad or in a tampon that has like old blood in it, blood that's been festering. Yes, you can get bacterial infections from it, and like normally, you can, like, if you have any sort of leak happen, you can change your pants if you really need to. If you're wearing a pant or if you're wearing a tampon and you leak outside of it, you can like change your underwear and it's all good and you can stay sanitary. But if you're in that position and you're not allowed to, you can literally get an infection. You can literally get a bacterial infection. You can get all sorts of shit, like yeast infections, like UTIs, all fucking sorts. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Because you're not allowed to change into a clean pair of underwear. It's disgusting and it's sexist. At the end of the day, it's sexist. It's misogynistic because you're ignoring the demands specifically of people with wombs.
People can die from it. Can we please make Markiplier the #1 YouTuber already? I'm like so sick of this. Ick, ick, ick. Contestants felt that the staff was overwhelmed by the volume of competitors. In addition to these behind-the-scenes issues, things did not appear to run much more smoothly when it came to the competition itself. The first challenge involved 5 teams of 400 pulling ropes attached to a 10,000-pound weights as fast as possible. The issue began, participants said, when they were broken into those teams. A scramble for team pennies, which I think means jerseys, quickly became chaotic and frightening, several said.
Yeah,
describing
when I first read about this, I was like, what the fuck is a pinny? I was thinking they meant like aprons. Like, to me, that means an apron. I was like, why the fuck are they all wearing aprons? Are they baking? But no, like, apparently it means like sports, like tank tops.
A crush of people pushing and shoving other contestants while the production staff was unable to calm the crowd. One contestant described hyperventilating amid the scene. Another said she had been almost horizontal and had feared being trampled. How this was described to me.
Like, to me, that experience is fucking traumatizing. I don't like being in crowds, like, either way. I hate being in crowds because of the risk of some sort of trample happening. I fucking hate it. I hate being in crowds that are like packed in to the point where I can't freely move. It makes me feel extremely like claustrophobic. And like for it to get to the point where I feel like I can't like run away from a situation if I felt like I need to, that would be really horrible for me. So I can understand why that would be just fucking terrible if I was stuck in a crush of people. That's like fucking traumatizing. People die in those situations. We know they have.
Me from contestants was basically, it was a free-for-all mosh pit just to grab these jerseys. Why didn't production just pick the teams and hand out the jerseys? Some male contestants refused to pass.
Why didn't they? Because they wanted to film the fucking drama of people handing out jerseys and pennies or whatever the fuck they're called. They wanted that drama. That's why they didn't make the production team choose the teams for them.
Just pick the teams and hand out the jerseys. Some male contestants refused to pass pennies to female contestants, with the result that one of the teams was predominantly women, contestants said. Several people interviewed for this article felt they had not had a fair chance at winning the prize money given the way the teams were formed. One contestant said she left the stadium bruised and bleeding after being injured and eliminated in the first challenge. She was handed $1,000 in a stack of dollar bills as a consolation prize, but said she had to hand the money back to the producers after the cameras were off. Competitors were told that they would receive real payments later, she said, but as of publication time, she has not yet been paid. One contestant, a self-professed longtime fan of Mr. Donaldson's, who is still in the game, said she was nervous about her safety, but planned to continue. That just really paints a picture.
That should be his real YouTube name instead of MrBeast. Mr. Donaldson. He would be far less successful if that was his channel name. Mr. Donaldson.
Of what's going on. A contestant who doesn't feel safe, but she needs the money so much, so she's going to try to stay. Oh, it's that spokesperson again for MrBeast. Quote, "We are grateful that virtually all of those invited to Toronto for our next production have enthusiastically accepted our
That is Baron Trump. Oh shit, that is Baron Trump. Oh no.
invitation," the MrBeast spokesperson wrote. So to end this video, I just wanted to read through this article and give you a good idea of some of the things going on in Beast Games. Nearly every part of this story was confirmed to me by multiple contestants in private. I personally do not believe that the production is fully prepared to keep people safe.
You know what? What has been confirmed is that Baron Trump fucking watches Aiden Ross streams. That's what has been confirmed.
While competing on Beast Games. It has been told to me that future challenges potentially include swimming in the ocean to an island, being buried alive, and God knows what else. I'll keep you guys updated. Bye.
Brother, ew. Brother, ew. Okay, right. We're going to watch this actual... Oh gosh, I just full on burped. And I need to pee. I also need to pee. So there's also that. Peeing needs to happen. All right, peeing.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
Oh man, that was such a long piss that it looped. Oh god. That was a long piss.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
What we got? A bit more punk. Oh, I've got a bit more punk IPA.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
After that,
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
I've got some proper bog standard Cronenberg. Cronenberg 1664. Of course. Another pound beer. Another pound beer.
Up yours, wolf moralist. We'll see who cancels who.
Let me see what you got.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
I'm making piss.
All right. Let's go. Let's go with the final bit of the MrBeast drama. I need to stop this. I need to stop. All right, let's go.
All right, jokes for food.
We got 2 seconds in.
You should philanthropist YouTuber will just give me 10K and not film it. Hey, the hell happened to you? MrBeast, that's what happened to me.
What we do here is go back.
I can't. Right. First of all, I can't believe this guy's doing a content cop thing. Has he not logged into YouTube since 2016? Does he not? What we gonna do here is we gonna go back all the way back 8 years ago is what we're gonna do.
I was gonna be somebody. I was gonna be the Carl took my job. Carl took my job. It's the worst production night I'm gonna make me do.
All right, bro, cool. Let's go back to iDubbbz when he was in his full-on N-word era. Why not? We've not moved on since then.
Okay, content cop from Temu back at it again. So just before I get into my interrogation with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle, a lot has happened since my last video. After posting I got hundreds of messages from former MrBeast employees, and I had them all send proof of former employment. Just people showing their support or telling their stories of fake videos or unsafe practices, toxic workplace, stuff like that.
I ain't reading all that, but cool, bro. Or I'm sorry that happened.
I'm not really gonna get into those claims because, for one, most people want to stay anonymous, which I understand. And also, I think most of that stuff's just been covered with the news coming out about Beast Games and everything. And also, I have more serious allegations that
I also know memes. I
want to start covering. Also, I heard from a very credible source that MrBeast has been sitting on a response to part 1 because he was worried if he posted it, I would instantly respond with part 2. This is Kids Bop, Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. Also, I know MrBeast's secret CEO.
Yeah, this is the same level of beef. Dogpack 404 versus MrBeast is the same. It's the same level as Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. It's the same level of beef.
Actually, harassing my people on, hey, what's in part 2? What does he know? So I will just tell you, James, what will be in part 3.
Just do a diss track.
Harass my people. It will be about serious allegations of sexual misconduct in the company and your direct involvement in covering up those crimes. And I'll make sure to give you full credit and plaster your...
Beyond beef, beyond meat. This is very vegan beef. This is the most vegan beef I've ever I've ever seen.
Face all over the screen when we talk about
There's no real beef here.
that. So yeah.
Like, I don't think MrBeast is ever going to respond to this. He's far too big to respond to this. He's going to be like, whatever, bro. Uploaded the video, 100 million views in 24 hours. Who the fuck cares?
I've gotten dozens of messages from former MrBeast employees of very serious allegations. So I just want to put a call to action at the start of this video that if you have a story, you can DM me. Just make sure you send proof of employment first, because I get a lot of DMs. And like, as much as I meme and joke around, like, I take anonymity very seriously. So without explicit permission, I don't go public with anything. And obviously, if it goes to court, I would hope they would censor your information from the court documents. I don't know. Oh, and former contestants too. That's another thing I heard after posting my last video is during the 100 boys versus girls video, I have people corroborating the same story that the camera guy who gave the girls a drone was making some girls feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so doing an entire video where there's like 100 boys versus 100 girls, that was just like fodder. That was never going to end up in 0 issues, was it? 100... I gave 100 boys and 100 girls. I pitted them against each other to win $1 million. That was never going to end up well, was it really? I know the 100 boys versus girl videos that they fed as boys hours after. They fed us boys hours after the girls each time, and it really got on our nerves because it became blatantly obvious they wanted the girls to win. Well, I know that the camera guy who gave the girls the drone was being extremely inappropriate. Oh, right, so it was grooming. It was drone grooming. It was DJI grooming. I know that the camera guy who gave the girls the drone was being extremely inappropriate with the girls since I started to talk to them after. I'm sorry, drooming. Since I started talking to them after the shoot, made them feel very uncomfortable. Grooming some girls with a drone was amazing. Did you see or hear anyone on the production staff acting inappropriately with the contestants? Yes, I don't remember his name, but the guy who gave the girl a drone in the video was constantly coming into the circle and being very flirtatious. We were very flirtatious with some of the girls, which was so weird given the circumstances. I remember hearing girls joking about Stockholm Syndrome, but given how many of us were sleep deprived and high on paint... What the hell? Paint fumes! What's going on? Why paint fumes? Had they just decorated whatever they... I'm guessing it was because it was a brand new set. But are paint fumes that potent? Really? Upskirting someone with a drone. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Was the paint still wet? I don't know. It'd be like the Marilyn Monroe picture. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Hey. Just the image of someone being upskirted by a drone just got me. Just the image in my head of someone being upskirted by a drone. Like, you're not noticing. God, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. I'm crying. Oh, God. Oh, I'm crying. I'm crying. This is not good. I'm going to hell because now I'm laughing at people being upskirted by drones. But it's funny because you'd know straight away. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. You would just know because... Anyway. Oh, God. Yeah, you've lost me. You've lost me. Hey, okay, I'm gonna carry on. Like, I've flown a drone before. You can't get a drone anywhere near a person without it. I have a drone, okay. I have a drone and you can't get it anywhere near a person without it like beeping at you or being like, this is dangerous. Like the fact that they're like saying you can like get it under someone's skirt. I haven't tried it. It's a skill issue. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. $1 drone versus $1 million drone. Right. I probably have no makeup left on my face now because I've just gone insane. I don't know what's going on. What's this screenshot here? It's a search for MrBeast. Arrival time for MrBeast challenge. I guess that's just proof that this person is a real MrBeast. They really took part in the thing. Okay. Oh. God. Oh, God. Hey, this is Dogpack. I was DM'd by another contestant in that video that said one of the male employees on the production team was making some girls feel uncomfortable. They told me, oh, God. They told me that they told me who it was, but I'm wondering if you can corroborate the story. Did you see or hear anything about this? I haven't. No idea the guy's name, but someone does come to mind. Nothing particular happened to me, but I believe he was one of the cameramen. He was constantly vaping. Red flag! Red flag! Constantly vaping. And I remember he teased and taunted a few girls who were jealous of him having a vape. Personally, I avoided most of the crew, so I can't say I experienced anything inappropriate by any of the staff. Also, great fucking video, bro. You really opened my mind to a lot of stuff, and I was ignoring just because I got paid. And sorry, I'm in such a positive light. Hey, I really appreciate it. Yeah, that sounds like the guy. He was the one that gave the girls the camera drone, right? Yes. I just had to go back to the vid, but yes, that's him, if I remember correctly. Okay.
Uncomfortable. You trap these girls in a circle and make them sleep on rough turf and get them high on paint fumes, and then you try to f them.
Okay, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Anyway, so that will be part 3. So, you know, MrBeast, do with that information what you will. I know Chucky didn't want to respond to those allegations. So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle.
Wait, what did Chucky say?
I know Chucky didn't want to respond to those.
I'm receiving many DMs corroborating very serious accusations of sexual harassment, sexual assault, and sexual coercion occurring within the company. Hearing these stories from both former contestants and employees alike, anything you would like to address, or are you interested in talking about raccoons? he's still hung up on the raccoon thing and discrediting my character.
Those allegations. So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle, I chose to interview him because I thought he was perfect because he was both on camera and behind the scenes in 2019 and 2020. And also, what people don't know is that he came back in 2021. It's
time for the Cronenberg, 1664.
To be the sole contestant of a MrBeast video, which never got uploaded because it went very badly. He also knows about another portable document format who was working at MrBeast while actually on the registry. And I'll get more into that story at the end of the video. So I got his
I've just been sent something in Discord that I have to show. And thank you so much.
Drove straight to New York overnight, did not sleep, just drank a bunch of caffeine, and I also only had one microphone in the interview, which he's wearing. So it's mostly just him talking. Also, like, final thing, people said my last video started slow. This video also starts slow. It builds up over time, but I'll do the retention thing and say, the ending will blow your mind. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Jake Weddle, everybody.
I'm Jake Weddle. Most people who, if you know me from MrBeast, I'm a deep cut. I'm in a few of the videos, sometimes maybe purposefully kept to the shadows a little bit. I'm in the cutting room floor a lot of the time. But I've been in some videos. I've worked on a lot of them. I was there from 2019 to 2020, 2021-ish when I came back and did some more. I was there when they were authentic, and then I saw the transition to what I feel like is a company. He's like a TV show now. It went from YouTuber guy with a camera to Amazon. The culture around there was very unspoken, but there was a vibe. There was half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half. And these people got random bonuses and were usually moved up, had more screen time. And then there was people who, if you had a disagreement or butt heads with Jimmy or just you didn't like it, you were the other half. And I consistently was in the half that Jimmy doesn't like me. That's fine. I don't like him either. It's okay. Oh, that feels so good to say. I don't like Jimmy. I hate you so much. He didn't want anyone to get more popular or have more of a way out necessarily. Like, oh, I'm doing my Twitch thing on the side. Don't do that because you could get famous and leave and talk about me negatively. And I could tell that the yes men were, doing well. And I was, disgruntled for quite some time. So I've talked to reporters, right? Like publicly. And I've always had to choose my words very, very carefully because I don't want to say anything I don't stand behind, obviously. So I used to talk to people. I used to glaze Jimmy publicly for things I do genuinely think are true. But then it's like, well, how come you didn't talk about the working conditions? Well, I wanted a career. I didn't want to, speak ill of YouTube's golden boy and then I'm blacklisted forever. I tell people I was talking to you and they go, "Don't, what are you doing? You're going to kill your career." It's like, I have to or I'll be sad. If this is the moment, we're going to talk about it. So as far as that, that's my covering up of why we didn't talk about XYZ sooner, but now you know.
What would you say is the fakest video that you worked on?
It's just such bullshit though. Like, talking shit about MrBeast, it doesn't fucking matter. YouTube doesn't care. Like, I feel like a lot of people on YouTube, they think, also, why is this guy still dressed like iDubbbz? He's just dressed like iDubbbz. It's not good. He should not be dressed like iDubbbz in 2024. Just like 2016 iDubbbz in 2024. He shouldn't be dressed like that. He should not be. What was I talking about?
Worked on while you were there.
Famous video that I worked.
Oh yeah, he was saying that he couldn't talk bad about MrBeast because he was like YouTube's golden boy. I mean, I've looked at this guy's channel briefly, and he made a video which was basically like why I left MrBeast, and it was like the most best performing video on his relatively small channel, and it's like, well, he doesn't specifically talk anything bad about MrBeast in that video. But like if he did, I'm sure he would have got fucking loads of views. Like YouTube doesn't give a shit. Like these people think that YouTube is like consciously aware of things going on and thinking, "Oh, this drama thing might look bad on our golden boy, therefore let's suppress it." Honestly, I don't think they're looking at creators like that. I think that, if anything, if someone creates drama about a golden boy on YouTube, they're not going to suppress that. I don't think they're going to suppress that. I think they're just going to allow the views to happen the way that they would happen. It makes YouTube more money either way. They don't fucking care. Like, the people watching MrBeast are all fucking kids that don't care about this shit anyway. These are entirely different audiences. There's like the fucking 8-year-old kids who are watching YouTube, and then there's like the millennials who are like, oh, maybe MrBeast isn't such a good guy. These are completely different audiences. YouTube doesn't give a shit. Like, they're just gonna push these different videos out to these different audiences who are gonna give a shit about either of them. They're not gonna like suppress a video disparaging MrBeast because they think that that's gonna hurt their golden boy. That doesn't matter to YouTube as a whole. When you think about them as a corporation, it doesn't matter. An 8-year-old watching a 15-minute video on anything, absolutely not. Exactly. The kids don't give a shit about this. They don't give a single shit.
Worked on while I was there. This is the extent of the fakeness that I was involved to. This is like admitting to my complicity. I was a writer there, and we were working on a video, crushing my friend's car with a rock or meteor or something. It was a rock or meteor in the title of it. I can't remember, but he wanted to do a prank where, unbeknownst to the person, he takes a rock, crushes their car, and they're supposed to think the rock came out of space.
We're gonna take a meteor and we're gonna put it on Weddle's car. We're gonna take another meteor and put it on Marcus's car. Both of them have no idea that we're doing this. Weddle and Marcus are probably shocked. They had no idea.
And so that was the one and only time I had to, my car? What? And on the fly, I saw him, because Marcus was in that video. So Marcus is calling his mom. Marcus genuinely had no idea. He genuinely had no idea. But so Marcus is calling his mom, and his mom's freaking out. And I'm like, oh no, they're gonna call my mom next. So I had to text my mom, who had to beg to get the title very quickly. Now I'm texting my mom, I go, Mom, I'm about to call you about the meteor thing. You have no idea? Be surprised. And then I hit send, and then they go, call your mom now. And I call my mom and I tell her, and oh, she should have got the Oscar. Oh my God, on the fly, she goes, what? I'm on vacation. Mom, my car has been destroyed. Wait, what? A meteor hit it.
Jacob, I'm on vacation. Do you understand?
But yeah, I did that video, and they're supposed to give me $10K to put a down payment on a new car, and they wanted me to get like a big flashy new car.
It seems like a very unlikely reaction as well. Like if your mom was on vacation or holiday, as you would say, in these aisles, you would say you were on holiday. What, like, why would you say, like, if your son called you and said that their car had been hit by a meteor, why would you immediately relay to them the situation that you yourself was currently in? I feel like you'd only ever say that if you were told to say that previously before the phone call took place. I'm on my hollybobs. Jake, I'm on my hollybobs. Why are you saying that? I'm on my hollybobs. Why would you tell me while I'm on my hollybobs? It doesn't, like, seem authentic at all.
Car, 10K was supposed to be a down payment. And I can't afford a big flashy new car because I work at MrBeast. So I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the taxes on. I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the insurance on. So I do my part of the video, and I get a mom van that I could afford. And Jimmy was like, why didn't you get a cooler car? I was like, I can't afford that, bro. Come on, what are you talking about? If I was working on a TV show in the 90s, on a show that was a quarter as successful, I could retire today.
Jake,
but now
Jake,
I'm
in Cancun, drinking margaritas.
More money. And I just walked into the writer's room. And that's one of the reasons why I left, was because I just walked in there and asked for not necessarily a gajillion dollars, but maybe a salary that was more proportional to the work I was doing, given how much revenue that work was doing. And then, I talked about that, and I talked about the Writers Guild and how this is what Writers Guild industry standard is for the streaming internet content with ads. I thought that was the closest thing to YouTube, and I didn't even bring up residuals, because oh my god, if I got residuals for every video I worked on, boy howdy I could retire. But the other thing I talked about was there was another writer there, older comic, black guy, he had a kid, and I got paid more than him, and I thought that was wild because he was older than me, had a child, we're doing the exact same job. And
Son, you're so carpool, don't you realise I'm Holly Bob Max?
and I'm some 20-year-old fucking white guy, why am I getting paid more than him? I brought that up. And one of the things I didn't like about the way some of the Beast stuff shook out was...
Oh, God.
I feel really guilty about the way this shook out. I was talking to this other writer, it's fucked up, that's how the pay is, and I want you to get paid more, because you deserve to get paid more. I don't have a kid. And he didn't want to rock the boat. He desperately didn't want to rock the boat. He's just, I like my job. I like, because when you grow up with nothing, not to say that he did, but I know I did. You get a little something, you don't want to lose it. So he didn't want to rock the boat. But he said, hey man, if that's how you feel, if that's I trust you. He stood with me. He went in that meeting with me, and I said my piece, and he backed me up.
This is an advertisement for telling your co-workers your salary.
And they said bet, and they gave me a severance check the next day.
Yeah. Join a union, guys. All of this video is basically join a union.
Meeting with me. And I said my piece, and he backed me up. And I said, I need XYZ or I'm out of here. And they said bet, and they gave me a severance check the next day. And they gave him a severance check.
I get that that's hard, though, in a situation where you're basically... freelancing, I don't know, for a private company who's making a video, you're not all permanent employees of the same company. It's more difficult in that situation to join a union and all share your experiences with each other. But that's clearly the kind of thing that needs to happen more often, is for employees and freelancers or whatever that's in the same kind of situation, is for you all to share your experiences and to say, look, I feel like I was a little bit exploited in this situation, because that's one of the main things that restricts people from coming forward, is they think that their claims are not valid, is one of the main things that restricts people from coming forward. And what can really inspire people to come forward and stand up for their rights is understanding that other people also feel exploited. And that's one of the main things that unions can do, is be like, oh, other people kind of feel the same way that you do, actually. Maybe there's some sort of thing going on here that we can fight against. A lot of this is kind of advocating for that kind of thing. But I get that, in this case of MrBeast, he doesn't really... He does employ people, but there's a lot of people he doesn't directly employ. He just kind of exploits on a one-term basis and then just, disposes of them and moves on to the next video. So it's a lot more difficult to get that kind of, I guess, validation from other people who feel the same way, until other people come out and say that they've experienced the same thing.
Check the next day. And if I knew he was going to lose his job too, I wouldn't have done it. Me, I was over the moon. I was like, you're gonna give me a check and I get to leave? You know, I don't get to deal with the how many Orbeez can I fit up my asshole every day, you know? And I get to go home and you're gonna pay me to leave. I was over the moon. And he was devastated.
Was that what he did? Did he get someone to put Orbeez up their asshole? What happened?
I said he's wanting to be in the room, you know? And I really regret that. But, you know, me and him, we're really still tight. We're still good friends.
Is he doing good?
Yeah, he's doing good. He's a good guy. I love that guy. He's doing good. Yeah.
Josh, stop it with the drone.
You still better? Honestly, best thing I could have done for him. Now that he's very, very far removed from all this crazy shit, I guess.
Do you think Jimmy really enjoys doing good and helping people?
I think Jimmy wants to be the best YouTuber. I think he is laser focused on one goal. And I think whatever he has to do to achieve that goal, he'll do. And I think it was the smartest decision for him that he calculated, because he's very good with numbers. If I donate to charity, people can't say I'm shitty. If I give this homeless guy 10K, what do you mean I'm a bad guy? But I've always thought, if you're gonna do something nice for somebody, and you stick a camera in their face while you do it, that you didn't do a nice thing for somebody. You gained something. There was a homeless guy.
This is like a whole thing. This is the exact, pinpointing the exact problem that I've had with MrBeast for a long time, for a very long time. Like, people call him a philanthropist, but what I think we need is like a specific word for the type of philanthropist that MrBeast is. Because he's not like a real philanthropist. Philanthropist implies that you're just trying to help people for the sake of helping people. That's not what these people are doing. Like, billionaires, they set up foundations and they donate to these foundations because they A, get tax breaks from it, and B, they can funnel money into institutions that benefit them. That's not philanthropy. It's just simply not. Philanthropists, clout-fapist, philanthrophile. Philanthrophile. Narcissanthropy, yeah. But, like, we need a word for it that's not philanthropy, because that implies that they're doing this out of the goodness of their own hearts. Because, like, when you look up, like, massive billionaires on Wikipedia, a lot of the time it'll list, like, literally the first sentence that it lists, whatever this person does, the first sentence will be like, this person does this, this, and this. And then it'll be like, philanthropist. I think that should be banned. There should be a specific word that's not philanthropist. Philanthropy, yeah? Kleptanthropist, shilanthropist, plutocratic charity. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's all good. It's a good way to describe exactly what MrBeast does. He's just commercialized this concept. And he's made it seem normal and good. Philanthropy in a completely capitalist concept. He's made it look like it's this amazing good thing. And he makes kids, literal fucking kids, just essentially worship money. I feel like that's all he does. Like, there's other kid creators out there who are fine. They're just like, here's how to count. Here's a fun story. Here's a thing you can learn from. MrBeast is like, money, money, money. Lamborghinis, trains, money, Money, fucking money. Worship money. You must worship money. That's all Mr. Beast has ever been. He's never wanted to teach kids anything. He's never wanted to teach young people concepts and make them learn about the world. All he's ever fucking wanted to do is get kids to worship money. That's it. Pisses me off. And like people on Twitter are like, why can you be pissed off at Mr. Beast? All he's doing is helping people. It's because of the cultural reinforcement of capitalism that you don't fucking recognize because you're so baked into this shit. You're so fucking baked into it that you don't even recognize that it's happening. Oh, anyway, let's carry on.
The street, and you saw an opportunity for yourself and your image, and you gave one guy $10,000 who needed it to eat, and now the revenue you generated from that video is way more than what you gave. I think when he's...
Where's the kitty? I don't know, actually. Where is he?
Generous on camera, it's the least authentic thing in the world. There's an element of, you know, oh, hey, you're crying. That's so good for camera. You know, I'm so glad he's... If you're crying because you're so thankful that you got XYZ, and then you go, oh, I'm so glad he needed it that bad so I could come in and, oh, can you cry more? Oh, it's so good for the camera if you could... Oh, it made me uncomfortable that I was working there, and I didn't like it, and I vocalized it sometimes, and I think that's why I wasn't on camera as much as they said I was going to be. I was told at one point that I was going to be like fourth banana, you know, it was going to be Jimmy, Chris, Chandler, me, you know, and then that never happened. I remember talking about that, like, hey, I thought my contract said XYZ. And then I got the severance checks. So, you know, whatever, all that regard.
So after your severance checks, how was your relationship with the company? I know you appeared in videos after that, right?
Right. So in videos where I was appearing in later, that's why you keep nice publicly. If you're nice in public, hey, Jake was nice in public. Let's have him back for something. You know, yeah, sure. So I was hoping they call back. You know, and I appeared in some videos after I left. I think one of them was
This is the whole like burden that many creative people have to adhere to. Is like, if you want to make it big in the creative industry, then you have to suck up to other creative people. And I guess he sort of fell into that. It was like, oh, I want to be a funny YouTube guy. I want to get into stand-up comedy. So I'll like sort of attach myself to this massive creator. But what you kind of have to think about as a creative person is, if you're like, you have to think about the kind of audiences that you're attaching yourself to. This guy, I'm sure, like, he wants to be a stand-up comedian. I don't think he wants to be a stand-up comedian for kids. I don't think, like, in all honesty, I don't think any stand-up comedian wants to be a stand-up comedian for kids. But that's the audience that MrBeast has. And you kind of have to recognize that tagging onto someone just because they have an audience of fucking millions of people doesn't mean that that's a good audience for you in your creative outlet. It's not worth tagging onto MrBeast just because he has over 100 million YouTube subscribers if that doesn't translate onto whatever the fuck you want your art to be. And I think that applies to this guy. I think he wants to get into comedy. I think he probably has some comedic talent. I think he has, you know, good comedic timing probably, and he's probably good on stage. He's got a kind of persona, but I think it's a mistake as a creative person to just tag on to anybody who has a big following. That's not necessarily how you have to do it. You just have to what you have to do is be authentic to yourself as much as you possibly can. And tagging yourself along with MrBeast, for example, is quite honestly not a good way of doing it. It's really not. These are just kids. These are just kids who are watching these videos.
3 days at a maximum security prison. If I did do mini challenges in that, I got paid. I was, you know, clocked in with a rate, and I would get paid and compensated for those. But there was one video I was in. I got paid a lot for it, but it didn't. It didn't come out. It didn't come out because it didn't go well. There was a video.
I mean, like, personally, I'm kind of looking, because, like, when I was this guy's, I don't know how old he is. He's probably like a fucking 10 years younger than me. When I was this guy's age, I would probably have been more vulnerable to like this kind of stuff, like vulnerable to like people coming up to me with big numbers being like, yo, you want to be a part of my thing? I've got like fucking millions of people. I probably would have been more vulnerable to that. I wouldn't be vulnerable to that now, thankfully, but like I see why some people might fall into that if they just want to get an audience in any way possible. But yeah, naivety of
that
youth.
came out
yeah.
probably like a year ago, something like that. It got a lot of hot water when it came out. It was the like surviving like $10,000 every day you survive in solitary, or surviving solitary for whatever. It was one of those solitary confinement videos that got a lot of media attention because everybody saw the premise and thought, what? You shouldn't do that. And people don't know that was the second attempt. The first attempt was on me, and it didn't go well.
Like, yeah, the only thing I can say is, like, as a creator, if you're, like, as a creative person, if you're trying to break through in any medium, the best thing to do in the business as it is currently is be completely authentic to yourself. That's the way that you're going to build an audience that loves what you do. It's not about numbers. It's about attracting an audience that loves what you do, no matter what the size of that audience is. Don't define yourself or like compare yourself with like how big other people's audiences are. Just love your own audience and you know, just like cherish the audience that you have, and just don't fucking worry about anybody else, and just don't be pulled in by other people who are like, I can triple your audience. They can't. They're just full of shit. They just want your money. And I feel like this guy properly got pulled into that kind of shit. And I'm thankful for the fact that I only really got into this kind of stuff after I was old and wise enough to realize that it was all bullshit and fake. But I understand that, like, if I was 10 years older, 10 years younger, then I probably would have been pulled into this kind of shit. And you know, I could have been manipulated into doing something like this for sure.
I was already planning on moving to New York, and I had worked at a couple of YouTube companies after Beast, and I had a little bit of change in my pocket, you know, the most change I had in my pocket ever.
Yeah, I'll never become a billionaire. But that is completely different to being happy.
Small potatoes, you know, compared to Beast bullshit. But you know, I thought I had enough to move to New York or whatever. And I get a call from somebody over there, and they go, "Hey, they want you for a video." I was like, "Oh, amazing, great, cool, thank God." What's the video? And they tell me the pitch, and they try to make the pitch sound like it's gonna be like a walk in the park. The pitch is 100 days in solitary confinement. But don't worry, like you only have to last like 30. We have like a video. They're pitching it like at first it's gonna be like a luxury vacation. You're gonna have like a hot tub and an ice cream machine, and like part of the video is gonna be you deciding like what items am I gonna get rid of, you know, today, and it's like the choice. They were like, it's only gonna be bad for maybe the last like 5 days tops when you have like nothing left. You're the first. It's gonna be like a breeze for most of it, and by the end of it, after 30 days, you're gonna get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. And I don't know, man. I grew up poor in North Carolina. I said, excuse me? I'll dance for you if you put that kind of money in my face, sure. They were like, you're going to be locked in this room, and we got to make sure you're on all the time. We're going to have cameras on you all the time, and you're perfect for this because you never shut the fuck up. On paper, I was like, okay, I can do this, and they always cut me out of the videos. They always, and I was, you know, editors have told.
You know what this reminds me of? I'm gonna just show a quick clip of this. Oh shit, what was it called? There was a UK reality show on maybe 10 years ago that definitely violated the Geneva Convention, where they didn't, it was like Big Brother, but they didn't let them sleep. What was it called? No. It was like Big Brother, but they didn't let them sleep. They didn't turn the lights off. They didn't let them sleep. Blue Peter. Blue Peter. BBC News, Mr. Warcraft. Shattered! That's the one! Shattered! They literally did this on Channel 4, though. Hang on. Channel 4. It was so bad. And Dermot, good old Dermot, was presenting.
Is shattered. There are 3 things you need to know about this show. 1, over the next week, 10 people are going to go without sleep. 2, there's 100...
We fucking did Mr. Beast on publicly funded television, okay? We did this. We fucking did this.
£1,000 at stake. And 3, nobody knows whether this can be done or what will happen.
Nadine Dorries was right. Like, this shit was insane. Like, this was breaking. This shit was breaking the Geneva Convention.
Limited due to the psychological and physical effects. Shattered is going where others fear to tread.
We did this. We were doing Mr. Beast before it was cool, guys.
Sleep deprivation has been experimented with in the past.
Like, we literally did a little documentary at the start just showing people how traumatic it is to deprive people of sleep. We did a whole documentary at the start, and then we were like, okay, cool, let's do this to real people now.
As it looks weird. Things are going weird.
People think I assume things moving.
I've seen on that pink thing a minute ago.
This is fucking mad. It's fucking mad. But yeah, I mean, we were doing it, so...
Told me that it's because you have too much of a personality. And so with this video, I thought, this is perfect. It's a video they can't cut me out of. I'm the guy. And so I thought, well, if I have to do this, if I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that. That I held my tongue and I swallowed my pride and I tried to do one last ride. And I get there. And at first it's fine. And I mean, they had just freshly painted the set. You could smell it, you know? Which that's probably not good, you know, the smell of fresh paint in your surroundings for the next XYZ time. It looked good on the visual. It looks good on camera. You know, it's movie magic bullshit. It was a terrible facility. I mean, it was in one of the studios. They had to like get like a separate like tank for, you know, septic stuff. Yeah, there was a hot tub in it. Yeah, there was an ice cream machine.
Oh, a hot tub, an ice cream machine.
Were cool and funny on paper, but when you think about stuff, a hot tub that's not connected to a filtration system. Give it 3 days, it's gonna stink.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a hot water mechanism. So the hot tub was a lukewarm tub at best, which was a silly complaint. But the shower was always cold, and you take like a quick shower. And I had cameras 24/7 on me, and the ice cream machine. Let's talk about that for a second. The ice cream machine has 2 modes. On.
That's what they used to do in Big Brother as well. They would literally they wouldn't broadcast them live naked. But they would have cameras in the showers and in the toilets. No, maybe not the toilets. They definitely had cameras in the showers, but they just wouldn't broadcast their naked bodies. But there would be producers watching them naked in the showers. Like, there was no privacy for them whatsoever for like the entire however long that they were in the house. It's madness thinking about it. Is Big Brother still on in the UK? Does Big Brother still happen? Because it seems like it's... I don't know. It seems like it's torture. It really does. Like, looking back on it now. As a kid, I watched it. I was like, yeah, cool, Big Brother. Looking back on it now, it seems like it was torture. Many parts of it, at least. It restarted again recently. They tried to revive it and everyone realised it was horrific and didn't watch. They used to have a camera there for that reason. Yeah.
And off, reeking of smelly dairy mildew. Like, so I got to choose which sense was assaulted at a time. I couldn't have all of them good. So the little things started to build up. You know, there was like the bug thing wasn't like terrible, but it was a factor. And like at first it was fine, you know, and you're playing it up like, cause you know it's a video, and it got to a point where like they weren't turning the lights off. You know, I asked them, I said, can we like have like nighttime hours? You know, and they said no because it would fuck up the time lapse shots. The time lapse of what? Me sleeping or me not sleeping? Yeah, I saw in other videos they did like, oh, you're gonna get XYZ hours of sunlight. Oh, great! Well, I don't know how they figured that one out. I didn't have it. You know, one of the things was you got to take away your clock, so you didn't know what time it was. Okay, I got no access to sun. I got no access to clock. I don't know, like.
I think that's quite similar to what the people are going through on the Amazon show. Or what they went through. Obviously, we haven't seen it, or no one's seen it yet. It's not out yet, is it? But the MrBeast Amazon Studio show is supposed to be an endurance thing. And from what I've gathered is that they're not allowing them to sleep properly. Or, well, they're not giving them clocks, so they don't know. They don't know exactly how many sleeps they've missed and how many meals they've missed. Because it's meant to be this sort of like endurance thing to win whatever fucking $1 million.
The lights are on me all the time. I wasn't sleeping. I could not sleep, and I have insomnia problems now. But they might have started there. I had good people looking out for me. I had a lot of good people looking out for me, saying this we gotta stop. So I just wanted to turn the lights off. And I'm vocalizing to people, I wish the lights would turn off. And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists. Oh, good. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing. So, you know, they're giving me, you know, melatonin, you know. It's not helping, you know. And then Jimmy would come in like every other day for like an hour, you know, to check in on me because he's doing other stuff. You know, I'm just the guy in the cage over here. He'll come back to me in a minute. And so he'd come by, he'd get the shots, he'd leave. Sometimes he'd have a note with the director over the phone. That would really piss me off. This is the note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans? You know how hard it was to do a take of that? And pretend to make it genuine?
Honestly, like, this makes it so much darker, the fact that I feel like MrBeast genuinely, like, Jimmy genuinely, like, I feel like he wants to run for president one day. Like, he even tweeted about this, didn't he? That he wants to run for president. And, like, knowing that this is his attitude towards people just makes that even darker. And the shit that he tweeted about, oh yeah, I'm gonna take advice from right-leaning people and left-leaning people. And what I'm gonna do is take advice from both sides, and then what that's magically going to do is bring the entire country together. Oh, fucking hell. How fucking dumb is he? Like, literally all that MrBeast has ever tried to do is get more fucking views on one fucking website on the fucking internet. That's all he's fucking tried to do, ever. And he's so fucking narcissistic that he thinks that that is the entire world. He thinks that that is all that fucking matters. Because, like, the one thing that he's good at, he thinks is all that matters. That's all that fucking matters. Oh, I'm good at this one thing, therefore I could be president of the fucking United States of America. Bro. News fucking flash. That's not... YouTube is not the world. YouTube is not everything. News fucking flash. Jimmy Donaldson. And that became very clear when his close friend came out as trans. Not taking into account many of the recent revelation about that certain trans friend, but initially when she first came out as trans, the fact that Jimmy Donaldson, MrBeast, was genuinely shocked that some people were offended and were sending hate to that certain trans friend was a clear revelation of how ignorant MrBeast is of just like the state of politics as they are. Like, MrBeast was like, why do people hate my friend for being trans? Bro, have you not literally looked like a single little bit outside of your little fucking narrow tunnel vision view of the world for like the past fucking decade? Clearly not, because then you'd realize that, yes, obviously your friend would get hate for being trans. Obviously. Jesus fucking Christ. He's been under a little YouTube rock his entire life, and he knows how to get 100 million views on a fucking YouTube video, but that's all he knows how to do. And now he's like, yeah, I could be president of the United fucking States. I could bring the country together. No, all you know how to do is make fucking videos for little stupid kids. That's all you know how to fucking do. Fucking idiot, honestly. He's just an idiot. He's just an idiot. MrBeast goes home after a shoot and just stands in a dark room until his latest safety hazard torsion set is ready. Oh, it pisses me off so much. Because he treats people like this and then he's like, yeah, bro, I could be president. Really? Really? You think you could be president treating people like this? Okay. Anyway.
I want to have student loans. I don't want to be in a cage. But Jimmy's the guy with the money, and if you do what he says, he'll do what you want. Oh, you want your student loans paid off? You just be in this cage. And you have power over people. When one person doesn't have resources and the other one does, and they hold it over your head, and you go, of course, yeah, I agreed to it. I needed it, of course. And just something about like having the cameras on me all the time. Like I was not having a good time, but we were filming a video. So I was trying my best to be funny, you know. I'm a dark comic, you know. I got bits about. I had a very traumatic life. I have my dad is in jail for sexual assault of a minor, you know. So this kind of stuff is very near and dear to my heart. You know, I don't fuck around with this shit. Yeah, I have jokes about that in my act. You know, I joke about it because that's what you do in a traumatic experience. You know, abusive relationships. I get out of it. The first thing I do is I do a typine about it. You know, so I'm in this situation where my mental health is not good. My physical health is getting worse, but we're filming. So I'm doing bits. I'm talking to the camera. And I'm being, you know, like, hey, it's been a couple days. I'm not doing so hot, you know, which if I'm filming a video, that's what I should be doing for the camera, but it was too real. If they're faking videos, why couldn't we fake this one? You know, if we're allowed to let these cast members have some time off of this difficult challenge, how come we couldn't turn the lights off? How come we couldn't maybe not have some time lapse footage for 10 seconds?
Did you try to get out?
Yes. I was starting to calculate, I don't know if I could do 30. How much can I, well, how can I manage to get out of here sooner and still have a video and still have some cash and get the plug, man. I did. Since we're doing time-lapse shots and since they insisted on time-lapse shots, I said, all right, we're gonna...
This is what I'm saying. He didn't even need any of this because he was chasing completely the wrong audience. If he wanted to do stand-up comedy, what he needed to do was the circuit. He needed to go around doing real-life gigs in front of real-life people. From what I understand, where this guy's passion is stand-up comedy. I'm not blaming this guy because, like I think he's young and he doesn't realize. But what you need to do as a stand-up comedian is the circuit. I'm not a stand-up comedian. I could not deal with that kind of mindfuck. Like I'm in awe at stand-up comedians. I think their art form is amazing. I couldn't do that myself. If I tried that, I'd experience, one bit of rejection and be like, what? I'm never doing that again. So like I am in awe at stand-up comedians. I love them. I think they're great. Their bravery, but I'm particularly in awe at their bravery. As a stand-up comedian, what you don't want to do is tag yourself onto an audience of people who are children. That's not what you want to do. What you want to do is just organically find the audience who will legitimately find your shit funny, whoever they may be. And the internet is a fucking great way of doing that. Tagging yourself onto MrBeast, honestly, is not a great way of doing that. And I wish this guy, he had realized that, honestly.
The time-lapse shots back. I put my YouTube on with the whiteboard they gave me. And I was like, all right, yeah, go ahead and scrub that footage. You got that whiteboard. Oh no, either that goes in or this footage is unusable. And then, James Warren came in and erased it, don't put that, hey, we can torture him. Don't you dare let him get a plug in there, like we were playing up the joke, it's like, I'm the boy in the cage, whatever. Like, I'll play into a joke, whatever, it's fine. It's just something weird about when Jimmy jokes. I have jokes about my dad because I love jokes about my dad. I'll joke about my dad all the time. I guess people.
I was talking to a guy the other day actually who works for Channel 4, and I was like, the only thing that I would be absolutely just like, I would do anything to be on Taskmaster. Anything, just please. You could violate the Geneva Convention to me if you could get me on Taskmaster. If Taskmaster violated the Geneva Convention, I'd be like, whatever. I'm all for it, baby.
I have friends that make fun of my dad. That's fine, because I know their intent. I know where they're coming from. When Jimmy jokes with my dad.
Hey, thank you for the donation. Any other time I've heard of people refusing to shut off the lights and deprive people of their sleep is Saddam Hussein's. What? Oh no, I missed it. Wait, hang on. Can I? Oh, come on, Streamlabs. Is it in Saddam Hussein's Iraq?
Yeah, I said that to seem weird. I don't like it. We were doing one of those hide and seek videos. Again, at the time they were a lot realer. So I got caught, and when you get caught, you got.
That is from Farage Fanboy 69. Brilliant.
You got a place where you get caught. And I don't know if there's footage of this. I don't know. I definitely didn't make the final cut. But he says to me, "All right, you're going to jail. Like your dad." And like, it's a joke. But when my friends do it, it's fine. And Jimmy just wasn't my friend. He was my boss. And that wasn't cool. And so now...
Not cool, bruh.
I'm locked in a cage at his whim. And I have to do things to get the cash I need to live. And I got these cameras on me all the time. And was unwell. I had editors coming up to me, saying, "You good, bud?" And I was like, "Yeah, why? You're clearly unwell." And he goes, "Well, because the footage you're sending in is haunting. Because I'm trying to be funny, but I am mentally decaying, so I'm doing bits." Someone said there is a horror cut of a video in this. And I'm sitting like, who's watching this? Like, who wants to see this? What is fun about this, the video? And so the thing that made me want to, I got to get out. I can't do another day in a year. Jimmy comes in and I'm asleep. I don't know what time it is. I don't know, it's like 2 or 3 or whatever. He's like, "Why is he sleeping?" "I don't know, because I can't sleep." And he comes in, he wakes me up. And he goes, "Ask me why I have 2 briefcases." And I'm like, why do you have 2 briefcases? And he goes, "Oh, because this one's for today, and this one's for the challenge." And I go, "What's the challenge today?" He goes, You're gonna run a marathon. You're gonna do the 22.6K, whatever it is, and you're gonna do it on that treadmill over there. The first challenge I did was a Rubik's Cube, and I'm dyslexic, I'm dumb, I don't know how to do a Rubik's Cube. So your first challenge, Rubik's Cube. I was like, "Oh, I don't want to do it." I was like, "On camera, I don't want to do it." He goes, "Just do it for the thing, like kid, Like there was an element of, oh, Jake will do what we want because he's in house. That's one of the reasons why they got me. Jake's he's an inside guy, so he'll do whatever. We can push him a little extra hard because we know he's good. I couldn't say no to the treadmill thing. Yeah. So I people who run marathons train forever, and it's still hard. Again, writer. Do I look like I run? I don't run, let alone a marathon, let alone have training for it.
Maybe he does, I don't know. I can't see his full physique.
So, I was in a sunlightless, Did
you try to say no? Like, did you have a choice, or?
Based on the Rubik's Cube thing, and based on all the other stuff, like, there was so much pressure to just do it, just do the thing, And if I refuse, it's just, well, that's the whole video. I guess the budget's, so much money up in flames because Jake said he wouldn't want to do the thing. And so I wanted to be a good sport, and I wanted to get the boost, and I wanted the cash.
The original runner of the marathon died after it. What are you talking about? What guy?
And so I started running at 12. I was able to take some breaks, and I asked him, "How long do I have?" He goes, "Until I get back." And I'm running until 3 a.m. When I got off the treadmill, the blisters I had on my feet were like, you wouldn't believe, just all over, just these big red. I couldn't walk. My muscles were like just the lactic acid. I got off the treadmill, and then the people that came in to like ice my feet, make sure I was good. Then that's when I was like, I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. And that's when I get psych in and talk to the psych about how I'm not well. And
not well.
Like I said, there was a lot of good people over there that was saying, "You got to pull it out." Yeah, I had friends that did some freelance work. And they'd be like, "Yeah, everyone knows you over there. Everybody loves you."
Fadipides.
"Oh, Jake Weddle, love that guy. Shame what happened to him." Like I'm a ghost. And I asked him, I said, "How much longer are you guys going to keep me in here?" And the guy goes, "Realistically, like at least 7 more days?" No. And they didn't let me leave right away either. They wanted to make sure, everything was fine.
Gotta get the shots.
Slept for a while. They turned the lights off. And it's like they brought in all my friends, to make it. They brought in all the people I liked. And Jimmy. Then everybody was around me making sure I was good, making sure I was okay. But Jimmy had his he was sitting in the chair turned around like an evil villain. Swear to God, everyone was looking at me, and he was like Lex Luthor over there.
Did he have a cat in his lap? So you're not gonna sue me, are you? Yeah.
He turns around, he stands up. He does the exact same thing when he's pretending to have a human connection. You know when you're watching a video and he's
And a drone is.
he's like, oh stop, you're gonna make me cry. And he like touches his eye or whatever as if he's crying. He's just I didn't have to pretend to do that shit. She says as if rehearsed by his lawyers. Yeah, you know, your mental health's the most important thing. You know, just want to make sure you're okay. And the last thing we want you to do is... I can almost hear the word Sue come out of his mouth. The S. He just stopped right before it got out. I did not get the 300K. What I got... He goes, think of it this way. At least you get to keep what you earned. You know, you were in there for XYZ days. You did XYZ challenges, so you got, you know, 100,000 some change, you know, give or take. You know how much money I spent in taxes in 2021? I spent $44,000 in taxes alone. And now I spend...
Okay, like in America though, if you earn like an unusually large amount one year and then the next year after you earn the normal amount, does your government not sort of work out, oh, that was like an unusual amount, so we'll level that out in the amount that you have to pay in tax? Because that is what the HMRC does if you're a sole trader. They will like try and level stuff out. I don't know how it works in the US. It's just annual. So like if you like randomly get a huge amount of prize money, they wouldn't tax you less than the year after. You just have to pay that amount. That sucks. It's prize money taxes too, so I think they are higher. It's only what you made that year, because like in the UK, if you make a lot one year, but this is if you're registered as a sole trader. Like I'm just going off what I have to do, because like my income as a YouTuber, it can like be like high and then it can be low and then high and low, whatever. And like what the HMRC will try and do is be like, well, over the year as a whole, your income was this much. And then this year your income was this much, and then so we can sort of try and level stuff out. So if you paid a lot one year, then they'll make you pay less after. But I don't know how it works in the US, to be honest. Maybe they like, yeah. If they fuck you over completely, then that sucks. If they're sort of, like if you earn loads in one year and they act like you're earning that constantly over years and years and years and years and years, that kind of sucks, because the HMRC like they kind of don't they don't do that. They kind of try and level it out. Spoiler, it doesn't work in the US. Okay.
Spent all that money on doing stand-up. I bought plane tickets to go do comedy festivals. You know, my family back home, I gave them a bunch of stuff that they needed. And haven't been back.
The actual video of this, they actually didn't release. The guy in the solitary confinement, he proposed to his girlfriend as soon as he left, so I kind of assume... Oh, wait, I have to find this now. So I assume they made him do it. Which is kind of fucked also. Is that the guy that's called Josh with the kind of long hair, the bigger guy? He's kind of got long hair and like I think he's got a beard. I remember a guy proposing to his girlfriend in a MrBeast video after like a sort of solitary confinement thing. Is it that guy? He's called Josh.
On a Beast Sept. In any official capacity or unofficial capacity since then. And then they did the video with somebody else, and they worked out the kinks. And then I'd still gotten some hot water, and I knew it would. And I've wanted to say a lot of this for a long, long, long time. And...
So they redid this video. So basically, he did this video and then they redid it with the new guy who proposed to his girlfriend. Is that what happened?
I feel good now. I just had to get that off there.
So I just want to hop in here and show some text that Jake sent me after this interview. This is July 29, 2021, a few days after he got out of solitary. How are you feeling after a few days? Better. I still couldn't sleep, even a few days out, but I almost have my sleep cycle back on track. My legs and joints are good, but the blisters on my feet still hurt to walk on. Medical advice I got was not to lance them and just let them go away with time. I'm mentally still in an uneasy place, but I've gotten back on better help. My therapist is a little concerned, but we are working.
Every day he survives.
Mind you, this is not supposed to be a traumatic life event. This is supposed to be a...
Is this the video? So like he did this video that didn't go out.
Every day he survives in this room, I give him $10,000. We literally have $1 million in cash here, so if he survives 100 days, he can become a millionaire.
You're gonna be poor.
At any point, if you want to end the challenge and leave.
Because this is the guy that I'm thinking of. This is Josh. This is Josh here.
Just press this red button.
Got it.
You want to demonstrate it for us?
No, not gonna happen that easy.
I'm gonna dramatically seal the door. Good luck.
So this is my apartment now, but instead of paying rent, I make $10,000 a day. This is gonna be very easy. Very easy.
MrBeast video. Hey Jake, hope you're doing okay. Meg and I just wanted to check in on you. Hey, I'm good and I appreciate that. I'm not exactly 100%. I feel like mentally I'm still recovering a bit, but back in therapy and my therapist is concerned. Haha, but my legs and joints feel better. Like I can walk, but my feet are still covered on those blisters and those hurt to walk on. But I was told the best thing to do is stay off my feet and let them heal. I'm in Raleigh with my family. Also, it'll be like a month before I get the money, and they aren't giving me all the money. They're giving me what I won up to that point in the game, which was also a slap in the face, but hey, I'm out, I'm alive.
Jesus
Therapist
Christ.
who knows and cares about you. The whole thing was so fucked, and honestly, fuck them for not giving you the money. Meg and I are wishing you the best with your recovery, and please feel free to reach out if you need anyone to talk to or need a place to crash in New York. Hope you're doing well, man. That video you uploaded is money, so good. I appreciate. I'm doing better physically. Mentally, I'm still kind of in a place. I still can't sleep. I've slept 5 hours in the past 3 days, marathon included. I don't know what's wrong with me. Lots of thinking, too much one might say. Hope they're taking care of you where they can. I mean, I was kind of shocked they didn't pay me for the full 25, 30 days. They paid me what I made up to that point. Like even when we have to pull the plug for my mental health, the mechanism of the game is still at play. I'm just happy to be out. I still can't walk well, but it hurts less. And like, I'm not famous enough to...
Like, there's a fucking reason that they tried Shattered in the UK on Channel 4 one season, and then they were like, oh, hey, like, maybe this isn't such a good idea. And then they gave up and they cancelled it and they started doing shit like The Chase instead. Like, just give people trivia questions. It's still fun. If you have more than 2 brain cells, it's still fun to watch people do trivia, but it's, yeah, it's so dumb. It's like, yeah, it's like mainstream media realized this a long time ago, like this kind of shit just doesn't work. It doesn't work because it violates people's rights, and they realize that. Like the exact same thing happened with Shattered that I just showed you. Like people complained that it was like torturing people for money. And then they cancelled the show, and they learned that lesson really quickly. And it's like YouTube don't have anything in place which is like that people can learn that this shit's like really harmful for people. YouTube is still very much behind all of that kind of shit, it seems. You gotta move fast and break things, baby. Libertarian culture.
Burn a bridge. So at the end of the day, I'm still Jimmy's bitch. Like if I was Carl and he did that to me, I'd ruin him. And they want to do it again. That could be your leverage. If the guy breaks down also, 2 is better than 1. Yeah, right. I told them everything they did to me that they can't do again in order to make sure the other person doesn't break down as fast. But like The way the video is meant to function is the problem. It's a bad idea, full stop. It sounds clickbaity, sounds right up Jimmy's alley, but it's morally unethical, like on every level. Off-camera.
Yeah, in a weird way, it reminds me of Daddy 05, because like that was essentially like a family where they were exploiting. Well, it was it was two parents who were exploiting their own kids, but they could like put their own kids on camera and be like, "Hey, do you think that this is torture?" And the kids would be like, "No," and they would be like, "See, this is clear evidence that everything is fine here." It's very much the same. It's very much the same kind of thing.
Camera breaks, lights off at night, visitation, take the marathon out. Marathon is a video in itself. You can't expect someone to exert themselves like that for 45 seconds of content. The challenges really made it feel dehumanizing. Felt like a parody of MrBeast. I felt like the homeless guy they could exploit. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. Part of me wants the footage burned, and part of me thinks that there's a great horror cut in there. LMAO, he was so fake when he came in and said he cared about my mental health. They must have programmed the care about mental health updates. He said, "We also don't want you to," and I swear to our Lord and Savior, he stopped himself from saying sue. Also, as far as like, he could have said no, he could have left at any time. I want to show this segment from an internal document at MrBeast called How to Succeed in MrBeast Production. Specifically on page 19, there's a paragraph called "No does not mean no."
Hey.
Already insane, because it's sort of, it seems to be co-opting the popular anti-rap slogan, which is a terrible look given the allegations that are going to be coming out very soon. It reads, "When dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of, and you can call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if they are fans or if any have kids that are fans."
Basically, what this entire clause is saying is exploit the clout that MrBeast has. That's all it's saying.
Try talking to their boss. Their boss.
Which is shitty, but that happens. That happens, but like when that's extended to actual contestants in a game, that's really bad. But I guess like it probably was extended to that. No does not mean no was probably extended to the point where contestants probably said no, and then staff members were probably like, "Oh, but how much do you love MrBeast?" or "How much do you want to have $1,000?" How much does no mean no when a person wants $1,000? You know?
Boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team. If all avenues are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees, because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. Basically what I'm trying to convey is what we call pushing through no. Don't stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of many tools that when combined dramatically improve your probability of success when producing here. So yeah, this idea of like pushing through no's is a big component to working at MrBeast. And the way that it manifests itself a lot of the time is like a director might tell a producer, "Hey, we need access to 30 acres of farmland by Tuesday or we lose $500,000. Now, if you're the producer, you obviously know that means get it done or you lose your job. So what can happen is like a producer's calling up farmers saying, "Hey, I need to use your land." And the farmer might be like, "Okay, but you know, I have animals, you can't be making really loud noises, no pyrotechnics, and you got to clean everything up." So the producer is sort of incentivized to lie and say, or maybe the producer doesn't even actually know the total contents of the video, right? Things changed last second. So they're very they're financially incentivized to be manipulative and sort of, they're put in positions where it's like, oh, it's either the producer's job or a civilian's job, like where it talks about, hey, maybe the manager would be willing to bend the rules. Well, you shouldn't really be pressuring civilians to bend the rules that could get them fired, you know? I'll show you a real life example. This is unused evidence from part 1. I had seen this Reddit post titled MrBeast Leaving Trash Behind and Debris at Film Site in Aden, North Carolina. Apparently he left a large boat in a pond as well as debris around the film site in the bottom of the pond weeks and weeks after the agreed time frame. This actually rendered it unsafe for campers and almost delayed the camp's opening date multiple times due to not being able to get in contact with MrBeast to get the stuff cleaned up out of the area. So I actually know that this is from a MrBeast video called Protect the Yacht, Keep It. Where at the end of that video, he actually says,
if you're wondering, yes, we did ensure the lake was completely cleaned up after this video. For the love of God, subscribe so we can pass T-Series.
Yeah, so he says at the end of the video that they made sure it was cleaned up. I was actually on site for part of this production.
So we can pass T-Series. It was in that area, okay.
I was at this camp. So I decided to send an email out to the camp, basically saying, hey, I heard these rumors. I'm investigating similar incidents. And the camp responded, actually not denying the claims, going on to say, I am sure that there are no perfect film productions, just as there are no perfect people. I am grateful for the opportunity that we had to host the production crew, and because grace, or forgiveness, has been offered to me so freely, I will choose to offer the same. So clearly alluding to the fact that there was a wrongdoing by MrBeast's production team. And that's like sort of the thing is, if you're around Greenville, you know these stories of people working with MrBeast and it being extremely unprofessional, them not doing what they say, but they sort of get by a lot on their good public image. And like, I mean, this camp offered to host them completely for free. And I guarantee, like, if you went to the lake at the camp and you went magnet fishing, like, you'd find all sorts of debris that's still there to this day. Like, they didn't clean it all up. So in the case of Jake Weddle, like, I'm sure that there were producers who were in a position of, hey, if Jake gets out early, we don't have a video and your job is at risk. So there's a tremendous amount of pressure on top of like him being delirious from not sleeping and everything to just manipulate him into staying. Which, you know, I'm sure this isn't like technically against the Geneva Convention on torture because he wasn't technically a prisoner. Like, he could have left at any time, but because of the extreme pressure to stay in, it's not really a reasonable expectation that he could have just, you know, walked out.
Because of the implication.
Wearing a cop uniform and calling non-YouTubers civilians is wild.
I think Jimmy is a awkward kid who maybe, yeah, had it a little rough growing up. I can't speak on that, but I do have empathy for it. Because I had it rough growing up, and I think when you're hyper fixated on something, like I love stand-up, he loves YouTube, everyone, fixates on a thing, I think he just wanted to be the best YouTuber so bad, and because the industry's metrics, rewarded some not great behavior, if you're just going on autopilot based on what the numbers say, you can do some things that maybe aren't good, but reap reward. And I think Jimmy just did what the industry and maybe what the system that we have set up demanded. And he didn't care who got hurt. And I think Jimmy surrounded himself with really, really not so great people, and those people were the ones making the decisions. And I want to say, really important, there are so many good people that work at MrBeast who are damn good at their jobs. Like, when Jimmy comes in and asks for something impossible, it's these people's jobs to do it. And they shouldn't be able to make it happen, and they do. And so, I don't think people wanted to talk about stuff because I didn't want my friends to lose their jobs. I don't care about my fucking job. I'll die in a hole. I don't care. But I don't want my friends to lose their jobs. I don't want anyone's reputation to be fucked. But let's just go back to my dad for a second, if I may. My dad was like a swim coach, neighborhood swim team. Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him. Behind closed doors, he's a real piece of shit. And so, when stuff starts hitting the fan, what? Him? No! Surely! And then, everyone, thought my mom was the bitch, for not, the day the news broke, that.
I thought we were near the end of this video, but I'm just realizing we're actually a full 9 minutes from the end, and I really need to pee. So I'm going to go pee. But I'll be back in just a second.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
Oh. Oh no, I didn't have the loop on. Oh no. Not the silence. Oh, why wasn't the loop on? Awful, awful of me. I don't know why the loop wasn't on.
He really did to one of the students of the team. And it's like when that comes out, you're not surprised, you know? You just go. When I saw my dad in the news, I said, "Oh, you idiots!" Like I was like, "No," I was, "Oh, dumbass, god damn it!" But I wasn't surprised, and it was just consequences happening to somebody who was really good at avoiding them for a long time. And I don't know, everybody loves Jimmy, and behind closed doors, he is not super great, and that image is cultivated purposefully and intentionally, and it's branding, it's marketing, it's YouTube.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, just one final question on a serious note. Obviously the Ava Chris Tyson drama, and you know, that's a known issue of traditional media. Did you witness or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
It's crazy. I probably hung out with Ava the most out of the main cast, just because I was on Beast Hacks, now Beast Reacts. I don't know if it's still out. That was a lot of fun because it was just, you know, being silly and goofy in front of the camera. And Ava was the only person who was willing to film. Everybody else was too busy or didn't want to, and I was just trying to do my job. Sometimes there'd be like an offhanded joke that's a little gross. I mean, I'm a stand-up, so I'm very desensitized to that. I didn't hear anything that was like, whoa, that's crazy. Like when I saw, the reason I messaged you instead of talking to reporters sweetly like I have been, was when I saw the Discord stuff. Because when I got there, it was like 2019. So I guess if the timeline add up, that would have been like handled, for lack of a better term. And then they started bringing more people on. Maybe they thought they had that under the rug. All right, we handled that. Now let's bring in some writers. And when I saw it, all that stuff started coming out, and the potentiality as of this moment of recording. I know this has been happening fast and stuff has been coming out so fast. Just the potential that Jimmy could have been in those Discord chats, or even the potential that he participated in those Discord chats. After the shit he did to me, if you're gonna make fun of my dad, I don't care what happens to me and my career and reputation after this. I had to say some stuff. So whatever happens at this point.
Outside of Chris Tyson, did you notice any or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
I've heard rumors. I can't confirm or deny anything. I don't have any tangible evidence, but I've heard stuff that if it could be investigated, that'd be great. But it's like water cooler talk. But I've heard things, yes, of course. I heard, people have been let go for sexually assaulting some very young people. The idea that Jimmy didn't know, or that Jimmy was covering stuff up. He didn't want stuff to come out. He's very careful about his image. The tangible proof that he knew but covered it up. How do you prove that, Well, there was a known sex offender, registered sex offender, convicted sex offender on the registry and everything.
So there was some information about the sex offender there that it looks like they've used the YouTube editor to blur it out for some reason.
Worked there. And you can, someone pees in public, you're on the registry, you get it.
You can tell because the edit's really sloppy, because the YouTube editor, after you've uploaded a video, the YouTube editor is really hard to use. So you can tell that they've done that after they uploaded the video.
If you still have a job after you're on that's one thing. You go to prison, you get rehabilitated, that's one thing. If you do your time, that's fine. I think there should be rehabilitation in this country. But that guy, from what I hear, I can't confirm or deny, from what I hear, he's on the registry for doing some
I can unblur it, can I? With AI. Enhance!
Great stuff to some underage people. And they knew that. He's working at a channel that has underage people on and around and is targeted to underage people. And they covered up the fact that not only did he work there, but he was like the manager when it all started. And that he knew, and because he'll be in videos, he'll be in thumbnails, he'll be around, and whenever he is, he's wearing a mask. Why would you wear a mask? Why would you conceal your face? It's like, what are you concealing? That you are in red.
That's not really concealing his face that much. I feel like I could fully recognize that guy on the street.
Wearing a mask.
That's not covering anything.
Why would you wear a mask? Why would you conceal your face? It's like, what are you concealing? That you are a registered sex offender? And that your face can be looked up on a thing? How much more can you literally cover up a sex offender? With a physical mask? Do I have to... Is it more on the nose? Or... I don't know why they let him go, because there's rumors back and forth. So I don't know why they let him go, but he did leave at one point.
He got them pedo brows.
Even if that guy didn't do anything, they still knew about it, and he was still around. And
how much do you really need to hire a guy? If you know that the guy's on the sex offender registry, and you were thinking of hiring someone, and you had a choice between guy on sex offender registry and guy not on sex offender registry, out of that two options, who would you go for? Because I guarantee he had some other applicants for that job who were just as qualified, if not more, you know. It's mad. Like, why would you go for the guy on the sex offender registry list to employ into a company who's making content for literal children? Why would you do that? Sounds like he was blackmailable. Yeah, like he wouldn't sort of like refuse to sign any sort of NDA. Possibly, yeah. Possible. Dark shit going on.
What if he's one of the people in the Discord servers? What if he's not? I don't know. But when I was there, they called him Delaware. It's like, why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently, they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname?
Oh.
Colloquially? Like, you know, yeah, it's Delaware. Don't ask him why, you know? The fuck?
Did Jimmy know about it?
The likelihood that he didn't know is astronomically low.
Okay, so finally I have a recorded phone conversation. The person on the other end of this line is a different former MrBeast employee talking about Delaware. Also, apparently before this phone conversation got recorded, the person on the other end of the line said that the MrBeast team was actually trying to expunge Delaware's record off the registry, and that's what actually like sparked this person to start recording.
Oh, this is the worst jarbled voice. Why did you have to make it sound like that? This sounds like Mr. Blobby fucked like a chipmunk. This is awful. Oh, why did you make it sound like that? I hate it. Exterminate.
Exterminate! Because they're scared of Jimmy. And if you really don't do anything in the affidavits and testimonials from people, you have to move very quickly because one of those people are going to go back and say things.
Okay, so Reed is MrBeast's former manager who was in the last video telling Jimmy, you know, hey, don't promote gambling to children. So, you know, I think Reed's taken 2 W's this month. You know, don't promote gambling to children and don't have offenders on payroll. Also, yeah, just from where I'm sitting, it seems extremely unlikely that Jimmy wouldn't know, but, you know, I know I'm sure that's the defense he'll go with, so I'll just say preemptively, like, you know, if somehow Jimmy didn't know about Delaware, I think it's still such an extreme level of negligence. Like, what, you're not doing background checks, everyone at your company knows, but somehow you don't know. I think that needs more of an explanation than just saying, I didn't know. Well, how didn't you know? How did this person get into the company and you know, a company that makes content for children and is around children? So yeah, Jimmy, I think we need an explanation from you or you know, your lawyers and PR people and representatives and spokespersons and on how you could have not known that there was an offender at a high level in your company. And while you're responding to that, why not just respond to the allegations of rigging contest videos and selling fake signatures, running illegal lotteries, you know, the dangerous conditions on the set of Beast games, you should address those too. So yeah, just let us know.
Okay, that was my interview with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle. I know he will be coming out with a longer cut of this interview as well as other content. So I just wanted to shout him out. Jake Weddle, top link in the description. I've waited a long time to talk about a lot of this publicly, so thank you for doing what you're doing.
Is that Bo Burnham?
I'll see you when I see
Why?
you. You can pick the street. I'll meet you on the other side.
If you have a similar story, feel free to reach out to me. I love Bo Burnham, but it just seems so over dramatic. I don't know why. What? What? It's just so over dramatic. I don't know. Similar. It's not that I don't not that I don't believe this guy, but also like he seemed kind of over dramatic in the way that like you'd see, you know, Amber Heard as being over dramatic in the Johnny Depp trial. What? $25? Thank you, Andy. I adore you in a non-parasocial way. Anyway, appreciate your talent. Thank you. But like, I feel like he was very sort of dramatic in the way that he told his story, and like that can come across well with a lot of people, but it can have the opposite effect with some people, and I feel like it's the kind of Amber Heard effect. Like, she was in the doc, Amber Heard was very sort of like over dramatic in some of the things that she said. My personal opinion is that I think that Johnny Depp was... this is gonna be a controversial thing to say, but I think Johnny Depp was probably the worst abuser in that situation, and Amber Heard was an imperfect victim. And when Amber Heard was giving evidence, she kind of overacted, which made her look like a manipulator, when in reality she probably wasn't the larger manipulator in the circumstance. And I feel like that kind of like overacting in your defense can make some people look at you as if you're not a real victim. You're just trying to convince people like you're a real victim. And I think that kind of sort of overacting, tearful response can sometimes make you look insincere. But as we all know, trying to read someone's body language is very much influenced by your own biases, and that's all it's really influenced by. It's not really a reflection on the person who's telling their story. It's a reflection of you and the way that you perceive the way that that person is telling their story. That's the only thing that it's a reflection of. If you think that a person is, overacting in the way that they tell their story, it's only really a reflection on whether you feel like you believe them or not, based on your own experiences and your own biases, and whether you feel sympathetic to the person based on those experiences. It's the way it is. In this situation, I think this guy is telling the truth. But the people who don't think he's telling the truth, the people who think he's full of shit, I can see that they would probably jump on the fact that they think that he's like acting in this video. Oh, like he's clearly acting, look at him doing this, pushing all of these tears out, blah, 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 Doesn't mean anything. People just sort of react to situations in different ways, I have zero opinion on Depp Heard. There was a crazy amount of propaganda revolving around that case. I didn't even bother. It's mad. Honestly, it's mad. I ended up reading a bit about it. Honestly, I didn't do enough reading to read about, to say, I had enough to have a deep dive video on the whole thing. But I did a lot of reading on it. I can't say I deeply analysed every bit of evidence in that case, but what I came out with is that people, the public perception was people were kind of siding with the person that they liked more. And the more that they sided with the person that they liked more, the more they found reason to dislike the other side. And that's generally how court cases work. And that's generally why jury-based court cases aren't really fair. Because you have a jury of 12 people judging situations based on their own situations and their own biases. And as much as those people will say, yeah, bro, I only look at the facts, I don't go by my feelings, they are going by their feelings. Because everything is feelings. Everything is based on your effect. It's based on how things affect you as a person, based on your experiences. That's how brains work. Everyone is biased. No one is doing anything based on purely logic. You only think you are if you're Ben Shapiro or some other similar idiot. Yeah, bro, I only go by the facts. I don't go by feelings, bro. Everything is feelings. That's literally how your brain works. To this day, the only thing I know about the trial is the shit in the bed. Yeah. I'm reading a lot about that at the minute, though. I'm reading a lot about how human psychological biases impact legal trials, and sort of getting blackpilled on the fact that no one who is ever part of a criminal trial, no one who is ever the suspect in a criminal trial is ever really, truly given a fair trial. I'm getting blackpilled on that shit. And I'm sort of reading about... Hello, full screen. And I'm sort of reading about proposed solutions to that. Because neuroscientists know this, and some criminologists know this as well, is that the jury-based system is not fair. It's not fair at all. I don't believe it's fair. Have you seen the documentary The Jinx? Yes. I watched that many years ago. Yeah. Yeah. But the particular case that I've been hyper focusing on recently is the Lucy Letby one, which is this nurse in the UK who was convicted of, I think, killing 17. Was it 17 babies in total? Let me have a look. Lucy Letby. Oh, 403 error. Love that. We love a 403. Why can't I even... Just give me the raw facts, bro. There we go, Wikipedia. All right, I'll show you this. Hang on, main screen. So I've been obsessed with this case. Obviously, the article has multiple issues. It would never not have multiple issues because this is so... It's just so controversial. Online, that is. My partner talks to me about this a lot. Her home country doesn't use juries anymore after a case of a famous witch doctor. There's arguments being made that particularly high-profile cases that juries shouldn't be involved in the case. I have to talk to you about this then. I have to have a conversation with you and your partner then, because this is all very fascinating and I want to make something about it. But basically, I've been listening to a podcast which lays out the entire process in court. The entire court process took, I think, 9 months in total, where they were going through all of the evidence against this nurse. Basically, she was a neonatal nurse. She took care of premature babies, and so these premature babies were in this special nursing unit in Cheshire in the UK, and she was convicted of intentionally murdering seven of them and attempting to murder 7 others. But in the trial there were even more, but they couldn't find absolute evidence that she tried to murder them, so they didn't go through. But there were more babies as well. But basically, the entire thing, well, it's all based on circumstantial evidence. Basically, her conviction, like, she's basically in prison now for her entire life. She's basically not ever getting out unless she can somehow magically find a way, or her lawyers can magically find a way to prove that she's actually innocent. Because she's like basically convicted of being like the most prolific serial killer in the UK for a long time. Because she was basically allegedly pumping air into babies, neonatal babies, and for 2 of them she was convicted of pumping insulin into them. Like, too much insulin to the point that they died. She's also essentially in solitary confinement for the rest of her life, apart from a psychiatrist once a week and food deliveries. That's mad. So, that's mad if she's innocent, but maybe even if she isn't innocent, like, even if she isn't innocent and some kind of weird mad thing going on in her brain made her want to kill kids, like, there is also the question of, like, us as a state, should we be essentially torturing her by keeping her in solitary confinement? That's another question. But the first question to ask is she actually innocent? Because there's actually loads of potential evidence that she actually didn't do this. And I'm like obsessed with this. There is some evidence that, well, I think personally, I think there's a compelling case that she's innocent and she didn't do any of it, but she was just like, it's all circumstantial evidence. She was never caught red-handed. She was never caught red-handed doing any of this. The evidence is circumstantial to the point where it's based on her being on shift when a lot of babies died. So there's this famous graph that got pushed out in the press when she got convicted of, like, the times that all of these babies died on her ward, and she happened to be on shift for each of them. But the other side of that is during that period they didn't include some extra baby deaths that occurred while she wasn't there. Like, the graph that got put out in the media didn't include all of the baby deaths that happened when she wasn't on shift. Even if she's guilty, that's foul treatment from the state. She'll die in a gen pot for certain, but it's possible to make humane provisions. Exactly. Like, as much as someone does something that's inhuman, like, even if she is guilty, like, we have a responsibility as a state to treat her as a human still. Like, to not torture her, essentially. Like, we have a responsibility to not torture her, even if she did do this shit. But basically, listening to all of the evidence that the jury heard, and all of the counter evidence that the jury potentially didn't hear, I'm kind of convinced that she didn't get a fair trial, which worries me. Like, I don't know whether she did it or not, but what I'm kind of convinced of is that she didn't get a fair trial. Like, the jury weren't given evidence that could have proved her innocence. I don't think they were given that. And that worries me because she's in prison for the rest of her life and she's been villainized and everybody hates her and maybe she deserves it. But I don't know. I don't know. She's consistently protested her innocence and there's no smoking gun evidence against her that said that she killed any babies. Is there possibility for a retrial? There was for one of the babies recently, and the jury decided that she did kill that baby. But I've not looked into that one specifically yet. Did she have a lot? Yeah, well, yeah, it was like a normal trial. Like, she had her own lawyer. That lawyer argued the case against her, but looking into like falling down the rabbit hole of everything about this case, there were certain things that weren't presented to the jury that could have worked very much in her favor, such as like specific like medical details, like the 2 babies that were supposedly killed by insulin shots. There was those babies both had a post-mortem where they were supposed to test for a specific chemical in their bodies which would have proved that they had too much insulin and that's why they died, but apparently those babies never went in for that specific test. And then the rest of the babies that she allegedly killed all died of air embolism, which is injecting air into a baby's stomach or into their bloodstream. And that could, if a baby has too much air in them, that can like crush their lungs to the point that they can't breathe. And basically there were doctor consultants that were like, oh yeah, these babies definitely died of air embolism. But how would you ever know that, really, when you're not really going to have empirical evidence of babies dying of air embolism? You're not going to have empirical evidence of that because it's not ethical to like test pumping air into babies versus them dying naturally. That's not ethical. So you're never going to have that data available. So that all of that data was based on one case study from a paper that was written in 1989, where one doctor was like, yeah, this baby that died of an air embolism, they had this specific rash on their skin. So basically all of the evidence against her was based on, for the air embolism deaths, were based on one paper from 1989 where one doctor was like, there was a baby that died of air embolism and they had this specific rash. The baby had this specific rash on their skin when they passed away. And basically many of these consultant doctors sort of saw this paper and were like, oh, and then they kind of worked backwards from it. And they looked at the babies that passed away in Lucy Letby's shifts, and they looked at the notes and they made connections and they said, oh, well, actually, these babies also had this specific rash that could mean air embolism. But like one of them, they didn't even write that in the notes. Like they actually added that in afterwards, because they realized that would fit in with the air embolism story. Like, it's... like, premature babies do just die. They just die sometimes. And it's traumatic and horrible, but sometimes you can't explain it. And I understand as like a parent or a doctor or a nurse that you would be scrambling around trying to find some kind of explanation for it. Absolutely. And maybe she did kill them. But the evidence is not beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's what you need to convict someone of murder. You need the evidence to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And the jury in this case, they happened to vote for most of these babies that it was beyond a reasonable doubt. But like, personally, after looking at all of the evidence myself and knowing how people tend to create patterns in evidence and things, we have more data on embolisms. I recommend never reading it because it makes other concentration camps look like bullets. But like, knowing the way that like human psychology works and the way that we try to make patterns in like literally everything, it kind of makes me think that I think I fell into this because I was like talking about jury trials and how they maybe not be the best way to do criminal trials. But yes, always get a lawyer if you get arrested. Absolutely. There was also loads of really frustrating stuff in this trial about they would like analyze her body language in the dock and like her body language when she got arrested and stuff. They were like, oh yeah, she was really unemotional when she got arrested, and she was really unemotional, and just like shut the fuck up. Like doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't mean anything. But that really built an argument against her as well, is the fact that she didn't present well to a jury. That worked against her as well, because she didn't appear emotional enough to the jury, which really pissed me off as well. She might be a fucking baby killer though. I don't know, she could well be a fucking baby killer. All I'm saying is I'm not convinced that she is. I think there's reasonable doubt and she wasn't given a fair trial. Inappropriate vibes is a criminal offence. It is. It really is. If she cried her eyes out, they'd have said they were crocodile tears. Yeah. Perhaps. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's fascinating though. Yeah, I think what I might do is a Patreon video about it when I've not fully collected my thoughts about the whole thing yet. I think what I'll do is probably make notes, and then I'll do a sort of Patreon chatty tangent video about it. Because I've not fully collected my thoughts about it yet. But my general thoughts are she didn't get a fair trial. At the very least, she deserves a fair trial. Because there's been other cases similar to her where, specifically female nurses have been convicted of killing babies, and it was literally based on circumstantial evidence. It was based on statistics. Oh, this woman happened to be on shift when these babies died, therefore she was killing them, and they got exonerated later on based on other evidence. And there are people saying that this is like those trials, like this is the same thing. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I think it could be. Talk about how you think trials could be more fair than having juries selected and weeded out by lawyers until they get down to a group they feel are the least biased. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. It's like they try to pick juries that are least biased, but you're still going to end up with every juror being extremely biased in one way or the other. And when you have only 12 people in a jury, that's not going to be statistically fair. Like, you can find patterns in small numbers extremely easy, and that's something that I've learned through looking at academic articles and looking at how fucked academic articles are. Like, there's so many out there where the sample size is so small that it makes it so easy to find some kind of correlation. And you could argue that the same thing happened with Lucy Letby, and the fact that she's been convicted. Like, that graph, there was only like, I think there was like 26 kids on that graph, on that chart, where it was like supposedly like, oh, she was on shift for all of these 26 babies that died. Statistically, that's an incredibly small number, and it's so easy to find a pattern just out of chance, completely out of chance. Juries of peers is really outdated, as is they return terrible verdicts, and judges in the UK anyway, and can just reject the findings of a jury if they think the jury is prejudiced. But yeah, like, this case was so high profile that, like, unfortunately, I don't think she was ever going to get a fair trial either way. And that's all I'm asking for. All I'm asking for is for a fair trial for this woman, whether she's guilty or not. And I don't think she got one. There's some evidence that we just know that the jury didn't hear in her defense. There was a I think it was a New York Times article about this that got banned in the UK because there's rules against like media articles against, oh yeah, this is the one, against reporting on trials that are ongoing. So, like, technically this article's banned in the UK. But I've read this whole thing. It's very long, though. It's like, I think it's like 12,000 words or something. It's very long, but it's a fascinating read. And it's very biased, like, towards how Lucy Letby might be innocent. But after reading this, I listened to the entire podcast of, like, how the trial went ahead, and I was like, well, this trial was clearly biased against Lucy Letby. But this article sort of talks about how the jury didn't hear evidence that could have exonerated her. Really, in my opinion, it could have exonerated her. It's all circumstantial. It's all sort of like things like, oh, well, you didn't sign your name on these notes for this particular baby. That means you were trying to cover your tracks, wasn't it? When in reality, like, all I'm thinking is, well, how often did that happen in general with all of the nurses? Like, NHS nurses are stretched like fuck. They are stretched, and what they didn't include in that trial is how many of the other nurses perhaps didn't sign their name on the notes of this baby when they you know, gave them a bit of medicine or gave them a bit of food down a tube or whatever. How many times did that happen with other nurses that weren't Lucy Letby? The jury never heard about that. I feel like they were just fed information that was like, sort of, they were fed information that was inviting them to create a pattern of information that would lead them to believe that she was guilty. And she might be, But I don't know. A lot of things that she did not look good. The fact that she brought a lot of stuff home, she brought a lot of documents home about babies from the hospital, and then she would just keep them under her bed, and she didn't, like, she said that she brought them home by accident, but she didn't, like, but she had a shredder at home, but she didn't shred them when she realized that she had them at home by accident. Like, yeah, all of that stuff looks super suspicious. For sure, but, like, it doesn't mean that she's guilty. If not signing notes was a criminal offense, I would probably be in prison for a decade. Yeah, like, what they never did, like, they didn't, throughout the whole trial, I can say that what they didn't do was compare her with, like, the general actions of other nurses, even in the same ward as her. Because, yeah, she was sloppy at times, but she was stretched. She was constantly doing extra shifts at night because she was saving up money. She wanted the money, so she'd do extra shifts. She was stretched constantly because the NHS would fuck her over, as they do with all nurses. How many people look suspicious when you pry into their private lives? Exactly. Like, she had these notes written in a journal at home that said things like, I am evil, I did this. And that's what got, those were the notes that she wrote that got published in the Daily Mail as, like, the headline. Lucy Letby wrote in her journal, I am evil, I did this. But she also wrote things in her journal that were like, I did nothing wrong. What, like, why me? She wrote stuff like that as well, and it kind of comes across as, like, you know, the journal scribblings of someone who's having a really hard time, perhaps because her workplace is accusing her of killing babies. At the same time, it could be because she was actually killing babies. You couldn't say either way, but the way that the tabloids were writing about this case, you definitely think, oh, she was killing babies. But when you actually look into the full evidence and realize, like, who she was as a person, and she was just, like, scribbling down shit because she was clearly troubled by shit, it's a lot more nuanced than you think it is when you just sort of see it in, you know, the tabloids and stuff. Yeah, but anyway, that was a tangent I wasn't expecting to go down, but I have been I've been obsessed with this recently, because I honestly don't know if she did it, and I think the jury and everyone who's been looking at this trial and talking about it, and you know, they're either falling very hard down on one side or the other, and it's very interesting to me. And I think the doctors and the consultants who worked with her when they were first very suspicious of her were kind of guilty of building up these sort of patterns when they potentially might not have been there. You know, I think they got suspicious of her, and then they sort of, after they were suspicious of her, they were then looking at every action that she did and applying meaning to it, and then they could relay that in their evidence in court later on. But human memory is very fallible, and we tend to see actions in other people as we expect them to be. So if we're suspicious of a person doing something, we're more likely to see them doing that thing, whatever they're doing. And it's like, that's just the way memory works, and that's the way that human prediction works. Yeah, like, eyewitness testimonies basically are not reliable most of the time. You have to very much take them with a pinch of salt. Anyway, tangent. Absolute tangent. Anyway, I'm tired. It's almost 3 a.m. I've got some other things I want to talk about, but I'll probably talk about them next time. Who shall we raid, people? Who shall we raid? Let me get to my creator dashboard. Very much a moon tangent. The biggest moon tangent ever. But yeah, this random ramble will turn into it will probably turn into an actual rambly Patreon video at some point, because I've looked into it enough at this point that I'm gonna have to. Who shall I raid? Who shall I raid? Shall we go on the... Oh, I'm just like... Who shall we like? Oh, someone just... What? Cinemarxism? What's this? I've not seen this person. What are they doing?
I don't know what this is, what this graphic is, but I think this is going to be awesome. I can't wait for this content. Seeing both of these two in India is going to be such a trip. It's going to be fun as hell to watch. I genuinely can't wait. But Arun brought up some really good points, because they had Sri Lanka like on their pathway, and the Sri Lanka.
Everything else that I said that I'll talk about next time, I promise.
In Sri Lanka, so it was like a very, very specific way that they could.
I always think that I can talk about loads of things, and then I realize that I can't talk about as many things as I think I can. Oh, sneeze.
It's great because I don't think it's like like, and the reason you got a response and the reason they listened is because you didn't frame it as something where you're like,
raid.
These people should be canceled for this. Like, everybody get out your pitchforks. It was very much just like a.
But yeah, I'll talk about everything next time.
Tamil person.
I shall. But yeah, thank you for joining me. But it's nearly 3 a.m. and everything I do from this moment on is going to be
I think they appreciated that.
Not good, because I'll be too tired to make any sense.
Love to see Aruna out here giving W's.
All right, I love you. I'll see you next time.
I like them both too. I'm a big fan of Ludwig.
Rating.
Sick. I wish they would hire me more.
Rating. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I really wish they would hire me more.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Right now.
I love Squeaks.
Raid.
At the Streamer Awards, Squeaks was the only
there we go.
person whose hand I shook, and I was like, dude,
love
I'm
you.
a huge fan of your fucking